About AllCraft today, we're going to be doing now the V Rising developers. I'm very excited about that. I played the game a pretty good amount off stream. I haven't beat everything in it, right? But I played it a pretty good amount, and I'm looking forward to hearing what they have to say about some of the experiences I've had and Rich has had. It's going to be fucking fun, man. And also, how much is that chair? I actually don't fucking know because I got it for free. Yesterday, the big announcement was that OTK partnered with Razer, and I got a free fucking chair out of it. So I'm happy about that. I'm gonna be honest, I'm good. I am chilling. This is a massive improvement for me, I'm gonna be honest, because my old chair, so there's one thing, right, is like the chair is a bit higher, my desk is a bit lower. I'm gonna get the desk raised a bit so it's easier for me to do this, but yeah, I'm fucking happy about this. I got a new chair, and like this thing, it leans back. The old chair, bro, you don't want that old chair. Like that shit needs to go to like a fucking like you need to wear a hazmat suit to even look at that chair. And so it goes all the way back like this. It's good. And so I could play the game like this, dude. I'm not really quite on the keyboard and mouse yet, but like I gotta move up a bit, and I can lean back like that. I'm good. It's a gaming chair. It is. It's nice, man. And I've wanted a new one. To be honest with you guys, I've had problems with my chair ever since I got it. The first thing I did with my old chair, I literally took a fucking knife and I stabbed the top area, and I pulled the stuffing out because of how much there was. It was like pushing my head forward. So like for me, like being able to lean my head back like this is like really nice, and it's a good thing, man. It's nice, dude. Yeah, 100%. Sell the museum. Yeah, they're auction my old chair off. There is no shot I'm gonna auction that chair off. That's gonna be some kind of like people gonna get my DNA and do something weird. I don't think I want to do that at all. That shit is disgusting, man. A bed setup, yeah. I don't know if Razer has made this is a good idea. Razer, if you hear this, why don't you guys make gaming beds, you know, so you can just like lay in bed and like there'll be like a little on like the mattress, what's it called, like what's that shit that they have under a mattress? The bed frame. Have like a USB outlet to the bed frame. Just like turn the whole bed frame into a computer. Yeah, we had gaming chairs, but what about a gaming bed? That's a good idea. And what's this here? Put the, I'm already selling those. And does Razer sell black mesh black chairs? I don't know yet. I have no idea. Like this chair here, it has a it's not all leather. It's got like some different types of I think textures on it. I'm not entirely sure, but it's comfortable for me, so I got that. Number one, that's what happened yesterday. I might play the video for that in a little bit. I'm very happy about that. But I want to say, like, the reason why the Razer situation is like so cool, right, is that for a lot of people, I feel like there's a lot of people that are like, oh man, this is like, okay, great, you know, another hashtag ad, right? Like, yeah, sure. Razer was one of the first people that sponsored any gaming creator ever online. Like, they were the ones that took a risk on people like Swifty. They took a risk on people like Athene, and now they're taking a risk on us. And I think that's pretty fucking cool. I do. I'm happy about that. It's badass, yeah. And they fell off. Oh, does that mean my stream's gonna die too now? Damn. All right, guys. I guess that's the way it works. And yeah, there we go. Risk, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, I think it was a huge risk with sponsoring content creators back then. It was an innovative thing back in the day. Like that didn't happen. It was not really a thing. And Razer was one of the first people that did that. So I think that's pretty fucking cool. I have bad news. Maestro's banned again. Yeah, I know that. You typed it 3 times in chat now. Like, I don't know why Crusader got banned. I have no idea. Like, guys, I know there's some people that think that, like, every time that, like, their small streamer gets banned, right? Every time they get banned, they come to me and they're like, Asma, we need you to take care of this. Like, you need to deal with this situation. You need to solve this problem. Like, I'm sorry to tell you, man, but, like, I don't really have control over that. I don't have a lot of pull at Twitch. Like, here's how much pull I had at Twitch. I had to make a YouTube video to get them to unban my alt stream. Okay? I can't do shit about this. Okay, you need more power? I fucking agree about that. I absolutely agree about that. Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Now, I would love to, I would love to see Twitch have a little bit more accountability and, you know, these ban decisions to be a little bit more consistent. I think that Twitch, with a lot of these, like, bigger creators, now, I think they usually make relatively good decisions, and I want to emphasize the word relatively good decisions. Now, do they make good decisions all the time? I think that Twitch, like, making bad ban calls, it's like one of those things where it's like anything, right? It's like most of the time they make a good ban decision and nobody talks about it because it's not newsworthy. You know, some guy did something really bad on stream, Twitch bans him. Well, I mean, what the fuck is the story there? Of course that happened, right? But people do want to talk about the crazy stuff and the bad stuff. For's an F word. Oh no, you're absolutely right. That was it was fucking stupid that happened. I talked about that like 3 days. That was really stupid. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm just saying that it's not the norm. I think that Twitch usually makes good decisions, but that's just common sense because they're dealing with like making probably 1,000 decisions a day. You hear if they make 10 wrong, that's still like 99.9% accuracy. You see what I'm saying? And like if you hear about like 1 or 2 every like a month or so, like I don't know, I think that's kind of a lot. So it's important to keep that in mind. Too damn stupid with the 5 gift the community subs. Thank you very much. Yeah, you only hear about the bad ones. Exactly. Every company makes bad decisions. It's just what happens. And Amazon owns Twitch. Bezos, I know Amazon owns Twitch. You know, I don't even think I get free Twitch Prime for being a Twitch partner. I think they should do that. I just thought about this. It's just an idea that came to my mind. Why do I not get free Twitch Prime? I mean, I'm an Amazon employee, right? I mean, like, it's not really. I'm an independent contractor. So you see, what you have to understand about independent contractors, these are employees that don't get benefits. Like, that's what independent contractors are. It's basically like you're an employee, but there's a separate word that we can call you that's synonymous with employee, so we don't have to actually help you out, right? That's basically what it is. Yeah, it's like the WWE, exactly. Sub to yourself. And what's this? I work for Amazon, they don't give me shit. So, oh, wait a minute. Y'all work for, some of y'all in chat work for Amazon, they don't give, you work directly for the company, they don't even hook you up with a free Twitch Prime? Or Amazon Prime, are you kidding me? Oh my God. Wow, that is amazing. That's so funny. Pretend Amazon helps their employees? Yeah, sure. Oh my God, don't rep the company, so if you say some wild shit, they don't claim you? I think that shit's stupid. Like, everybody knows that, like, everybody knows that, like, companies have nutballs that are on the payroll, right? I mean, like, whenever some crazy person does something bad at Taco Bell, the first thing I don't go and think to myself, man, Taco Bell really supports this guy? No, Taco Bell doesn't even know their name. This guy got hired 8 months ago, and he sells weed to middle schoolers after his fucking shift is over. Like, this is not a stamp of approval by Taco Bell Incorporated, you know? And I hate whenever you see this, where there's a person that creates content or does something on, like, YouTube or Twitch, and everybody acts like YouTube supports this just automatically. Now, obviously, I think that there are extreme circumstances, like the quantum situation, but I think for most times, especially whenever you're talking about, like, retail stores, it's like, I'm sorry, but, like, you know, some girl goes on like some rant about it, and she works at JCPenney, and she goes on some rant about how COVID isn't real. I don't think JCPenney paid her to do that. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't really pay her to do that. She did that all on her own. Fuck you, YouTube. I still can't believe that shit happened. I cannot fucking believe that at all. They did? Yeah, right. Bezos needs another super yacht. I mean, listen, the thing is that that's just what, like, I don't know a single society in like all of my knowledge of like history where the rich people weren't super fucking rich and the poor people weren't poor. It's just somehow what happens every fucking time. You know, I have no idea. Fuck Ackman. The thing is, like, the Ackman thing got, like, I am astonished that stuff happened. I really am. Like, I can't believe that they fucked that up. And this just Native Americans. I mean, I feel like, is there really a lot of evidence? Like, I don't know how much. I feel like if you're the chief, you probably got more stuff than everybody else. Like, how much more stuff? It's hard for me to say. I wasn't there, you know? I got no idea. Ackman got fucked. Yeah, exactly. Not everybody's good at making money or holding on to it. Well, here's the thing, is that there's a lot of people who, yeah, you're right. They make bad decisions with money. There's a lot of people who's like, man, I can't believe I'm poor. Yeah, I bet you are, man. Stop buying lottery tickets. You ain't gonna win. You know, you go to the grocery store, you spend half your money on Bud Light and lottery tickets and smokes, and then you get surprised that you ain't got no money. Well, I don't know, man. I think I can put 2 and 2 together. I think I know what happened there. Yeah, that's what it is. I'll win next time, 100%. Yeah, there we go. And but what if I win next time? It's just one more, man. Just one more. Scandinavian countries have lower financial gaps between people. Yeah, I actually heard about that. Like Norway and like Switzerland and Sweden and places like that. You know, I heard that there's some of the more balanced ones overall. It's 50-50. Yeah, I would say so. You know, I've never bought a lottery ticket in my life. I've never bought a lottery ticket. I've never bought a scratch-off card. I've never bought any of that stuff. I didn't have it because I thought to myself, I'm like, well, how many other people are signing up for the lottery? There's a lot of people. It's on the fucking TV. There's no way I'm going to win. Like, this is like probably it's like a million chances. There's no way you're going to win. Like, that's just not what's going to happen, man. And that's it. Why are you so boring? Give it a shot. Because I think it's stupid. I think that I feel like lotteries and different types of like things like that are literally a tax on the poor. Because I think that if you look at the trends of the people that buy lottery tickets and the people that buy scratch-off tickets, they are usually poor people that don't understand statistics. I watch them every fucking day buy them whenever I go to the gas station and I buy my drink. There's a bunch of them, and it happens every single day. They come back every single fucking time. They got no idea, man. Lottery ticket's better than a Diablo Immortal Crest? Yeah, but that's not really, that's a pretty low bar, isn't it? I mean, a Diablo Immortal Crest? I mean, shit, dude. Yeah, why would a rich guy buy a lottery ticket? He already won? You can always win more, okay? I think one thing that you guys can see, it's like, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you can always have more money, okay? That's all it goes. How's gambling and lottery tickets different? Why don't you call it gambling then? Wait a second. So you thought that I think, wait. So, well, hold up. You think that I think that buying a lottery ticket isn't gambling? What do you think that I would call it then? Is it like in investment banking? Is it speculation? Is it financial planning? Like, is it retirement plans, like 401k? Like, what's the word that you think I would use for a lottery ticket if it wasn't a gamble? I mean, let's be honest, it's a surprise product. Yeah, exactly. And I'm not really into any sort of any gambling. I don't like it. I only like gambling whenever I can cheat. That's about it, and I can cheat and win anyway. That's all there is. And I told you guys, by the way, I was amazed. Speaking of cheating and like trying to fool people, I told you guys, man, I'm not going to show the chair until I got sponsored and by Razer. And then I just told it as a joke. Everyone's like, ah, good one, Baldy, right? That's funny. And I'm like, yeah, we've got an announcement tomorrow. And like, nobody put 2 and 2 together. Like, literally nobody put 2 and 2 together. Nobody was like, hey, I think I know what it is, right? No, nobody fucking do it. Yeah, true to my word, exactly. It has a new chair feel. New chair is good, man. It's good. I'm happy. And it's like, I would say if you can try to sit in a chair. I would never like advise somebody to buy a chair without ever even sitting in it, right? But like if you can't, that's as good as you can get, right? Like whenever I did that, that's what I did. I went around, I sat in a bunch of different chairs. I saw like ones that my friends had. I tried those out, and that's how I got the last chair. And better than the old one, though? Yeah, it's definitely better than the old one. The reason why I like it is I can lean back in the chair. The other chair I couldn't lean back in. If I can't be a zombie in the chair, then it's not a good chair. That's it. And that's the way my old chair, like that black one back there, I've had that chair ever since 2004. And I could lean all the way back into that, right? Like this. And like this one, I can't do that in, and so that's what it was. The old one was a grandpa chair. Yeah, it actually kind of gave me a headache because of the way that I would lean back and it would push my head forward. So I'm legitimately glad to get a new one. Like regardless of anything. Are you sponsored? I am now. Yeah, as of yesterday we are. And no more squeaky noise. Well, you never know. I mean, we've only had this chair for a day. We're gonna find out. Please watch the Bored Apes documentary. So I've heard about this. Apparently, the Bored Apes are Nazis. Is this true? Yeah, is this true? Bored apes or Nazis? Holy shit! Oh god, yeah, maybe I'll watch it today. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time doing reacts because I'd like to do a little bit of Stormblood today, have a little bit of fun, play a little bit of games, do a little bit of that. But you know what? Very interesting video. Here's the thing: is I've got to say, guys, like I've got to say, is that I feel like NFTs are. I feel like it's only downhill from here. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to continue. But I feel like, especially to me, I feel like the turning point was the Seth Green NFT. I really do. I think that anybody who was involved with NFTs, it was the first time that NFTs really made, like, big news. Whenever the guy got his NFT stolen. And whenever people heard about that, like, I was trying to explain it to my dad. And, like, my dad's like, so why doesn't he just save another one? So, what do you mean it doesn't have the IP to it? It's registered copyright. I'm like, no, that, you have to understand. Okay, so this is a special kind of monkey, okay? This monkey, it has, like, all right, so the copyright, you have to own it to have the copyright of it. He's like, so if you just own it, you have the copyright? And then I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, of course it would have got stolen. I would have stolen it. And that was about it. And so it's like, yeah, nobody's taking this shit seriously at all. I can steal any NFT I want. Yeah, of course, right? I mean, if it's that easy. Cristiano Ronaldo's getting into NFTs. There are a lot of, what you have to understand, guys, is that there are a lot of celebrities that don't know anything about computers or technology. Ronaldo is an S-tier soccer player. He is one of the best. And that does not mean that he understands NFTs. That just means he's really, really fucking good at soccer, you know? And that's the way it goes. Oh, sorry. Football. Excuse me. I know that we've got an early morning EU audience here. And, yeah, he's dumb. Oh, I don't think he's dumb. He's just really good at one thing, you know? That's what he focuses his time on. He's fucking rich because of it. And so, I don't think that's dumb. I think that's just a focus. So anyway, what I'm saying is that you have a lot of people like Ronaldo, like, I think like what happened with Valkyrie, right? It's like they approach her, they're like, yeah, so, basically, the computer has blue light, and blue light is bad for you. So you're gonna make this cream, and we're gonna sell it through you. And she's like, okay, yeah, that's fine. And yeah, because she's got no fucking idea. She's not a scientist, right? She's like, she just took their word for it. Now, I'll tell you one thing. I'd never fucking believe that. You know why? Because my screen's black right now. How the fuck is blue? You think this part's gonna hurt me? This part's gonna hurt me? The second that I heard blue light, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Blue light. There's every color on the screen. Blue light kills. Yeah, I would have never even thought about that. And so anyway, I've got to say that these people, like, usually they're just getting finessed. Now, obviously, they should seek better counsel. Now, obviously, they should do a better job at making sure that they don't endanger their viewers or waste their viewers' money. Obviously, they should do that. And there's a lot of things that should happen in the world, and they just don't, because that's not the way the world works. However, I will say that I think it's a good thing that, you know, people are, in general, moving away from NFTs, you know? Because you can't expect everybody to be engaged and knowledgeable about every single thing that they indulge in, right? Ethical sponsorships, I mean, that's a nice idea. And again, I think there's a lot of people on the internet that have a lot of really great ideas. They are, but it's just one of those things where whenever it hits reality, things are a little bit different. And Jim Carrey is selling NFTs, they're going to get way bigger. I don't really think so. I actually don't think so. I think people are taking them less seriously, and these are people that are getting in on it way at the end. And happy birthday. Shut up, guys. Guys, I hate this happy birthday thing, okay? Why don't you just chill out? Check Lost Ark horizontal what new horizontal content? Yeah, I'll look at that maybe a little bit later on tonight, man. NFTs are literally a solution to corruption in Wall Street. Big L. You know what I think a solution to corruption in Wall Street is? If I said it, I would get banned. That's what I think the solution is. Okay? You want me to fucking be honest? Yeah, I'd get fucking banned. Yeah, I'm not about that shit at all. That's what should happen. And hate's a hard term. Yeah, I'm not, I don't know if I don't like birthdays, okay? I stopped liking birthdays at 22. Like at 21 years old, it's like, all right, I basically hit level cap. You know, like that's about it, right? I can buy. I mean, like you could say 26 is like a soft cap because like your insurance goes down, but pretty much level cap is 21, right? And so like 18, maybe 18's level cap, and then like 21's Paragon, and then like, you know, soft cap is fucking, 26, right? I don't need to be reminded about the fact that I'm fucking older, okay? Whack and Purge, thanks for 5 subs. I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. So yeah, I don't like, I don't like birthdays. I fucking hate birthdays. And check Josh Strife's new videos. Too many birthdays will kill you? Not here. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, it's a good fucking way to put it, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. I'm not a fan with birthdays, you know? I don't know, it just, it freaks me out. I hate the idea of getting older. The reason why I hate the idea of getting older is that I don't feel like I'm getting older. I don't feel like I'm 31. I don't at all. Like the only time, I still feel like I'm 16, you know, 18, chilling. And like, I feel like I'm fucking 16, 18 years old all the time. Except whenever I talk to a 16 or 18 year old. And then I think, oh wait, hold up, wait a minute, I'm actually 31. Okay, never mind. Never fucking mind. Like, that's not gonna happen. And like, that's the only ever time. Tobes Rocks with the 5 good subs. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. And so I try to stay away from that, man. Oh my God, it fucking freaks me out. Look at some stuff on my Reddit. I will, man. I'm gonna look at some stuff on my Reddit. I'm gonna get into that. It's downhill at 40. I don't really think so. I think like, my dad said it's like 60 or 70. Like, I mean, he was 70 going out and doing shit. He was like 60, he was working all the time, everything like that. So I think it's probably like somewhere around like 70 or some shit, right? That's if you don't get hit by a bus or like have a heart attack or some shit though. So you've got to keep that in mind. No, it is. 40 sucks. I'm gonna be honest, like any age over 21 sucks. Like, why do I need to have that? I've seen a 100-year-old chop down a tree. God damn. That's wild, man. Oh my God, your dad wasn't drinking Pepsi every day? Yeah, he was fucking. But I'm telling you, like, my dad used to drink like crazy. Like, this is before he really even had me. He used to drink like fucking wild. Like he told me that the reason why Jack Dan, who was it? Which one was it that had the square bottles? They said that the reason why is so they don't roll around whenever you have them on the floor of your car and you're driving around, okay? So, like, that's just to put it into context. I think Pepsi would be the least of his problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, Pepsi would be the absolute, yeah, Jack Daniels, that'd be the least of his fucking problems. Jack Daniels is square. Yeah, see, I don't drink alcohol, so I don't know. So let's look at some of the stuff here on Reddit, okay? Asmon mentioned that he didn't have a frame of reference where things are in Final Fantasy. Here's a Stormblood era map. Ul'dah is Africa? Holy shit, Ul'dah is... This is South Africa. Holy shit, look at this, it's fucking Africa. Eorzea is Africa. Oh my God. I don't know where that old Charlian, wasn't this supposed... No, this was, I remember, this was in Heaven's Ward, because you went there and that's where the little fucking goblins were. Isle of Yorn, okay, so we've got a little bit of crossover with Lost Ark there. There's Garlemald, okay, and that's where you go in Endwalker. And so, oh, there's Leviathan, we killed him. And then all the way over here, and I have no idea where I am. I'm gonna be honest. I have literally no fucking... I think it's somewhere around in this area, but I have no fucking clue, man. I'm gonna be honest. I left... Yeah, I think it's like right here or something. Like, I don't know. Is it... I'm still in Eorzea? Oh, right! Right! Because I'm saving Alamigo. I forgot all about that. I don't know. I just kind of assumed that I was over here because it showed that on the cinematic. To be honest, I had no fucking idea. Yeah, Heaven's Ward was Dravania. Yeah, that's where you met Hraesvelgar's his daughter, Volfinir or whatever. Yeah, I remember that. Sure. And that's where there was that one world boss that I killed. I remember that too. Okay, well, it's fine. I'm starting to remember a little bit of it, okay, guys? Vindolfnir, I mean, listen, you name a dragon some fucking bullshit, and you're not going to expect people to remember it, okay? Wolverine? Yeah, whatever the hell it is, all right? The true winner of Diablo Immortal. Damn, that's a whale, and that was me walking by him. This was like literally 5 or 10 minutes after I started playing the game. And this guy, so the first thing that I did, obviously, whenever I started playing Diablo Immortal, is I bought the Battle Pass. And then after I bought the Battle Pass, I bought the Collector's Battle Pass. And then I learned that you could spend money to level up your Battle Pass. So it's like you can spend money to automatically get rewards for playing the game. And so I immediately did that. And I spent probably $70 or $80 to immediately level up my Battle Pass. And I had this whole transmog set on. And I got people like, damn, that's a whale. You know what Nafe is doing right now? He probably already quit the game, to be fair, but he probably went in, he queued up against PvP, he queued up into PvP. Rich Campbell was on the other side. Nafe's not playing Diablo Immortal anymore. Okay? Like, he's not playing Diablo Immortal anymore. He's fucking done with this game. And I think he's a smart guy. I absolutely do. This game is... seen a video when you said you go free to play and so you hit the pay to win wall. Why did you start buying stuff right away? Because it was boring not to. The game fucking sucked. So I was like, ah, shit, I've got to make this entertaining somehow. I might as well spend money like an idiot. That's why. Yeah, because the game's fucking boring. Like, if I'm not going to give you... Like, the thing is, like, you have to understand, was it fun at all? I guess, I mean, the campaign was, like, okay, a little bit. Like, but I don't know. It's just... It was as good as playing Diablo 3 again, you know, like that. I could say that. Yeah, I should not have started. No, I absolutely should have. It was great content. The thing is that a lot of times people want streamers to uphold like whatever ideal that they think. Listen, everything content before everything, guys. Like, we always go with the content. Everything else is secondary. Let's be fucking honest, man. Now, that's what matters. Check New World patch notes. I'm not going to look at the New World patch notes today. We've got too much other stuff to go over. I don't have time for it. Okay, there it is. Content Goblin, exactly. Yeah, there it is. How could you not spend? It's 800% value. I think that people just get mad because they don't like the idea of it. And again, like I've said this before, is that there have been people who have been getting mad and upset about pay to win for 10 years. For 10 years, they've been getting mad and upset about it, and nothing's happened. It's time to change it and do something different, okay? It's obviously not helping. We talk about Dragonflight, I will. I just thought it was hypocritical. Yeah, because they're stupid. The thing is that there's a lot of people out there that like they have like a one-dimensional view on everything, and so if something conflicts with that one-dimensional view, well, then they get mad. You know what I mean? Like, that's all it comes down to. That's what a lot of people do. And did you watch the Lost Ark horizontal content? No, I have not. And preach video on Dragonflight. Holy shit. Calm down, guys. I'm gonna get as many of these as possible, okay? And did you watch the new Berserk trailer? No, I did not. I'll have to look at that in general. And in just a bit. I quite literally have waited a year to post this. I always win. I'm the main character. Xenos. Well, that was some bullshit. Okay? Like, that was some absolute fucking bullshit. Like, really, I just got my ass beat. Like, if they had let me play out that fight, I'd have won. Okay, I'm gonna let you guys know, like, I would have won if you would let it go on for, like, probably 30 minutes, because it would have probably taken that long to kill him. But, like, yeah, I would have 100% won. Absolutely. Bro got the Asmon special? This is not it? Wait, what's this?
What are you doing?
Well, because you know this not it, man.
You said you want a crispy edge up.
How is this crispy though?
Because you asked for a crispy edge up.
What is you talking?
Your hairline was back.
Don't
there,
lie,
like,
it's
all
not
that
funny.
hair was gone.
I told you just make the fucking.
You keep wanting me to make these imaginary hairlines.
I told you
like
make the line, bro. Stop rubbing it like it's sweet, bro. Move. It don't matter, bro. I can still have. I'm not.
I can't cut imaginary hairlines like it was gone.
Jesus Christ, man.
This is dumb.
It is.
No, it's not. It's crispy. Look at it. Look at the top. It's okay. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Your hair was gone.
Oh my god, that's a fucking...
I can't cut imaginary hair gone.
Bro, like he's got that fucking Avatar The Last Airbender hairline.
I can't cut imaginary hair
I understand it, man. That fucking sucks, bro. That fucking sucks, man. I brought to tears. It's like, imagine that, man. You never seen your hairline. That's awful. Walking area ain't okay. That's so bad. Nintendo 64 controller? Bro, this like, it's not good, man. I'll say that. Just shave it all off at this point. I bet that's probably what happened next. I'm gonna say that. Yeah, I bet that's what happened next. And a guy bought 50K of Diablo balance for 600 mil wild gold. Damn, that's a mistake on both ends. Holy shit. That's Bitcoin V-shape recovery hairline. I don't know. How is Bitcoin doing? Let me see. Bitcoin price USD. What is it? Oh, it's actually doing pretty good. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, not if you look at it like that, it's not doing good. But if you look at it right here, it's doing great. Yeah, it's about $20,000. That's a pretty good amount of money. I mean, we'll see where it's crabbing along. You could say it's crabbing along. I like that. Did you see a new Fillion video? That's the Bored Apes video. I might watch that in just a little bit, okay, guys? I want to make sure that we have some time to do some games, etc. How my stock's doing? The best way to deal with... So I found this is a little tip that I'd like to give you guys. The best way to deal with stocks whenever you're in a recession is to not look at them. Because they can't go down if you don't see them going down. I'm not looking at them. And that's it. It's going to be okay. We're going to be fine. And don't you mean panic sell? Yep, just don't look at them. Yeah, this is financial advice, guys. This is, you know, taken straight from a real professional, all right? Yeah, it's the same strategy I use with everything. Oh, there's a problem? Okay, I just won't look at it. It's gone. All right, problem solved. And buy more? I might. I don't know. I haven't really decided. It's hard to judge whenever you should put money into a market like that. Now, I'm not a financial investor. I mean, obviously, joking around. I don't know what I'm talking about. So, like, I would defer to the insight of somebody else. You know what I mean? Let me look at this. Ready for Dragonflight? Dragonflight this year. Oh, wow. It must be nearly ready. Yeah. Listen, guys. I don't really give a shit if it's bad whenever it comes out. You know what I mean? I don't. I saw this before, and this is pretty much where we're at. Now, what do I think about Dragonflight? What do I think is going to happen whenever the game comes out? Well, it's actually pretty simple. I think the game's going to come out. I think it's going to be fine. It's not going to be amazing or anything like that, but it's going to be pretty much fine. And I'm just going to play it, and that's all there is to it. We be riding dragons. Yeah, it's okay. And let's see here. Bad equals more content. I mean, you could say that, sure. Dragonflight is just more content. I think so, too. I don't... The thing is that the best thing that's happened for me is that I have stopped becoming emotionally invested in the outcome of one singular video game. If World of Warcraft is not good in Dragonflight, well, I'll just play Lost Ark. I can play Fall Guys. They made Fall Guys free now or something. Play Elden Ring. I can play the Cuphead DLC. Like, I can play any of these games. Any of these other fucking games. We can play V Rising. We can play Valheim again. Vampire Survivors. There's no reason that I have to be so fucking invested in this game being perfect. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm not gonna get mad. The chains are gone. I played WoW for 12 hours yesterday and I had fun. I did. I played WoW for 12 hours yesterday and I enjoyed myself. And you know why? It's because I didn't feel like I had to. I just logged on and I played the game and I enjoyed myself. It was great. It was great. I just logged on. I had fun. I played the game. You did what? I did plus 20 mythics so I could get the portals. I did 5 of them. I'm halfway done now. And because you got shoulders and belt. And yeah, it is true. I got a new transmog set yesterday. So yeah, I'm happy mainly because of that. And so yeah, I had fun. I played the game. It was great. I like WoW. It's a fun game. I enjoy it. Now, is there every single thing about it being fun? No, I don't think so. But just trying to play it and have fun and enjoy yourself. Did you try V Rising? Yeah, I played V Rising before. Of course I have. Epic PGs are underrated. Yeah, except for we queued into Wintergrasp last night and I AFK'd out and ended the stream. So that's not necessarily true in every circumstance. Am I going to play Starfield whenever it comes out? I will probably play Starfield whenever it comes out, and I'm assuming that that game will probably last me 3 to 4 hours, and then I will be done with it. I am expecting Starfield, like, I don't know, I looked at the gameplay and it was fucking terrible. Doom 3 had better gameplay. That was the game that it reminded me of. The slow, sluggish, unresponsive combat. Doom 3. I just, man, like, it's just Doom's a FPS. Like, I don't give a shit. It's still, like, it was not good, man. What happened to play Doom Eternal? Yeah, that's what we're fucking talking about. I want to have some fun fucking games, some good games. So what do I think, again, about Dragonflight coming out? Too soon, Executus? How the fuck can I know? I'm waiting to see what the game is going to look like, all right? So whenever the alpha for Dragonflight comes out, and they have, like, basically a bunch of, you know, like, signs, will finish later, coming soon, not ready yet, coming soon in beta, you know, etc., right? And they just have a bunch of reused assets, well, then I'm going to be very worried. I'm going to be very, very worried. But I'm not going to make that assumption until we actually see the game. Because in my opinion, and I don't know if you guys, how many of you guys are WoW players, right? And this is for people that are consistently, like, still playing WoW, right? I think a lot of you guys still do. How many of you guys agree with me on this? I think that almost every decision that Blizzard has made post 9.15 has been relatively good. I'm actually happy about the direction of the game post 9.15. Now, I'm not happy with the game. I'm happy with the direction of the game. It's got a long way to go. However, I do think that it's a massive fucking improvement. The bar is pretty low. Yes, I think Zereth Mortis is good, relative. I think that it's getting better. Now, Dragonflight will be the time, right? We're going to see. It's like, oh, are we going to reset back down to 0 and continue the cycle over and over and over again, like the meme picture? We're going to find out. But the loot still sucks. The loot is so fucking boring. It is the most boring, obnoxious loot I've never seen. Paul Chaffrey plays WoW. I mean, it's not that big of a deal to me, right? But, like, all I'm saying is that I'm basically just talking about my own personal opinion. I think that the game has been going in a positive direction ever since 9.15. I think 9.2 is a relatively good patch, although it does have some of the core problems with the game. That I've just kind of felt that way for many times. And I disagree. It's about momentum. They need a massive amount of acceleration to get WoW back to greatness. Exactly. And that acceleration is apparently coming this year. Now, if it sucks, then it sucks, and I'm just going to stop playing it. That's all it really comes down to. But I'll play Final Fantasy again. I'll go back to Lost Ark. I'll go back to jerking off. It's going to be completely fine. So I'm not going to be worried about this or stressed out one bit, okay? That's the way I see it, and that's the way I think most people should probably try to look at it as well. I think that's smart, and it's a lot easier to deal with. Anime, Asmongold, and Digimon... That is actually pretty fucking good. God damn. Holy shit. I used to watch the Digimon TV show whenever I was a kid. Holy shit. Yep, there we fucking go, man. And let's see, gonna stream that? I don't know if I'm gonna stream Digimon, but I'll stream Dragonflight, of course. Let's see here. Happy Father... I'm gonna be honest. This is an S-tier advertisement. Straight up, this is an S-tier advertisement. Like, this is fucking brilliant. This is a really, really good one. Like, whoever did this at McDonald's, if this is real, should be fucking promoted. Yeah, this is so fucking smart, man. I love it. I love the advertisement, not the actuality of it. Helm of Domination Reforged, plus the $89.99 Collector's Edition Transmog. Yeah, listen. So I got this set. I never put it on, though. I haven't put it on. I don't really care about it. And I don't really know if that's going to look good or not. What that reminds me a little bit of, it reminds me if they redid the Shaman Tier 2 set in 2022, right? That's what it reminded me of. And why is it green? What the fuck? Yeah, it's kind of about the same thing. Burger King crown? No. This isn't a Burger King crown, guys. This is the reforged Helm of the Lich King. This is the Helm of Domination right here. This is the improved version of it. Keep that in mind. Lame? Yeah, just a little bit. Okay, let's go back over and read the rest of these. Lost Ark Bandwave. So we did see this. Lost Ark has been banning a lot of bots, and I'll just pull it up myself right now. And you guys can see how many of them have been banned. And let's see over here, pull this over there, Lost Ark, and how's the game doing? It's got 225 people. Give me 1 second, actually, one minute. Okay, I'm good. So anyway, yeah, Lost Ark is, I think, again, I think this is a very good thing. Like, I actually think this is a super, super good thing. Give me a minute. God damn it. All right, there we go. We're good. There's still bots? Yeah, I think so. This is very healthy for the game. I think 200,000 players, this is what they were hoping for on launch. And I think that it will continue retaining players. The reason why I think that is just simply because that's what happened in Korea. Is that Lost Ark was losing players until the Legion Commander raids came out, and then it started retaining players more often. I would assume that the NA version of Lost Ark would follow roughly the same paradigm, you know? And so, yeah, we'll have to find out until bots rise up. I have no idea. But yeah, I think 200,000 is fine. They didn't get a single raid this year. This is the most botted game I've seen yet. I don't know. It's hard to see or hard to say how many people are really playing the game or not. Where are the ups and downs? It's really hard to say right now because people are banning the bots like fucking crazy. I don't know, but I think 200,000 people playing seems reasonable. Yeah, sure. They're all bots? No, I don't think so. If I go out and I play the game, there's a lot of people out in the game. Whenever I'm doing like an island or something like that, there's a lot of people moving around and just talking in general chat, etc. I don't think it's just a dead game, and like my server isn't really that popular either. So it's hard really to say how many people are actually playing, but it's hard to look at this because of how many bots are in the game. I don't think anybody is going to take any number seriously. Because, like, yeah, how can you fucking know? 150K is still lots, believable? I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue. It could be a few thousand. Sure, but, like, you multiply that for every server, and then also on EU, you're going to be probably somewhere around 200,000, right? I could see that. So many people want Lost Ark to fail. It's crazy. I think that there's a lot of people that view Lost Ark as a threat because Lost Ark effectively is a pay-to-win MMO. World of Warcraft is also a pay-to-win MMO, but for whatever reason, people don't see WoW tokens the same way as they see things in Lost Ark. In my opinion, I think that they're stupid. I like Lost Ark a lot. I think it's a good game, and I think it will continue to grow. Why will it continue to grow? Because it's fun to play. That's literally all there is to it. If you have a game that's fun to play, then people will continue playing it. It's not some fucking magic fucking unknown equation that nobody can figure out. It's a fun to play game, and I think that as they get more content, more people will come in and it will retain more players, right? That's all it comes down to. You wouldn't say the same without tax funds in the chat. Chat's giving you. I'm gonna ban you for that, right? You're getting banned for that because obviously, yes, couldn't I just buy this stuff? Couldn't I just spend real money? Like, then what's the difference there? It's just stupid. Yeah, banned? No, it's just that I don't like it whenever people try to invalidate my opinions, you know? Like, why would anybody like that? It's rude. And so, you really think AGS isn't ruining this version of the game? Oh, I think so. I think they're absolutely fucking it over. Yeah, it's obnoxious. He left? Good. Get him out of here. I hate people like that. And that's it. And he's not wrong, no? I think so. I think that I've clearly, like, I played a lot of the content in the game that is, I played a lot of the content, like the horizontal content, you could say. I've done many of those things, right? And that's not something that you can buy. Yeah, you can't buy that at all. And is there no more Soulbound in WoW? No, but I think that's it. And why do we not have increased honing rates? I actually don't know. That's the worst thing about it. And Jonas got banned. I don't know who that is. And what's this here? Let me make sure. Echo chamber argument works in real life. Now, guys, I want to say that people always get mad about this. I want to make sure that this is one thing that's very clear. I don't want to have people in my chat that try to argue with me or call me stupid or are rude to me. I don't like this. I don't like streams that have that environment. So if people are rude to me or they say something that I don't like, I immediately permaban them. I don't even think about it. I don't even like consider, I don't consider anything involved. I just immediately permaban them with no consideration. That's the way I've done things for years, and it's worked really fucking well, man. I'll say that for sure. It absolutely has. And that's what should happen. Yeah, there's no reason to put up with that for any reason. Get fucked, got Jandies? Yeah. And I want to make sure it's not democracy. No, it's not. Difference between disagreeing and arguing? Well, I don't really care what the difference is. If I feel like I don't like the message, I just ban them. That's all there is to it. I don't want to have to deal with vitriolic hate watchers all the time. Why would I want to deal with that at all? And that's it. No need for bad behavior. Imagine thinking WoW isn't pay to win when Asmon literally showed how to do it on stream. I don't understand that either, man. Yeah, I really have no fucking idea why that happens. But I saw this yesterday, and this is what happened whenever I was doing my Mythic Plus, right? Is that whenever I was doing it, I said that WoW was pay to win. And everybody in the chat was like, no, it's not. And actually, it wasn't everybody. It was like 3 people. It's not pay to win. And I think that anybody that actually thinks that WoW is not pay to win is on grade A fucking 100% pure copium. It is 100% pay to win. It is absolutely pay to win. Want you whale in WoW like Lost Ark? I did. I have all the BOEs. I have all the BOEs, guys. Did you know that? I have every single one. Can we agree that pay to win exists on a spectrum, though? Yes. And I think that WoW is a very high part of the spectrum. Like, you can literally buy gear in WoW that makes you more powerful in rated PvP. I mean, guys, I mean, what is this? Like, yeah, and carries, exactly. You buy carries. You can buy everything except skill. Yes, you certainly can. And it's just that I think WoW Play, until you explained it, made a lot of sense. Yes, if you can spend, here's what I consider if something is pay to win, okay? I want to make this very clear because obviously we haven't had this conversation for almost 48 hours. So I think that something is pay to win if you can spend real money and advance your character in the end game. I don't care about level boosts. I don't care about story skips. That doesn't matter to me. But what I do care is if you can make your character better or you can accelerate your progress in the end game by spending money, then it's pay to win. The exception is that if you have to break the TOS to do it, then it's not pay to win. It has to be sanctioned and allowed in the TOS for me to consider that it's pay to win. Yeah, that's it. Who cares what people do with their money? Well, I think a lot of people do, right? It is like they don't want to play a game where other people, like, nobody wants to spend 20 hours farming and they see somebody who spent $20 and that person's ahead of them. Well, nobody wants to fucking see that. That sucks. So yeah, of course other people care about it. I don't like this idea that every single player should only care about what they have. Everybody cares about what other people have. Let's cut the fucking delusions. And like, maybe you're one of the enlightened Buddhist monk gamers that doesn't feel this way, but I think a lot of fucking people do. People want to have that cool item that nobody else has, and they want to feel special for it. You know what that's like? Literally every other fucking paradigm in human social history, okay? You get a golden star, you're employee of the month, you've got a nice car, you're wearing designer clothes. It's everywhere. People go into debt for it. So if you're gonna act like this isn't a real thing, I think you're fucking crazy. Yeah, that's the way I see it, fear of missing out. I think that that's just one little small element. I think it's just in general, people like to distinguish themselves by flexing. It's really cheaper to pay to win in Lost Ark than from WoW. I don't know. All I'm really saying is that WoW is a pay to win game. Lost Ark is a pay to win game. New World is not a pay to win game. Final Fantasy is not a pay to win game. That's all there is to it. Buying cosmetics is, do you count buying cosmetics as pay to win? I wish I could, but realistically it's not. Now, in my opinion, I think cosmetic progression does matter as much as power progression. I do think so. But unfortunately, most games don't have that. Now, I thought, this is an idea, apparently I'm an idiot for this, okay? But I thought that whenever you pay a subscription for a video game, that means that you're paying that in absence of microtransactions. Final Fantasy and WoW apparently disagree. They're like, oh, you're gonna fucking buy these too. It's annoying. It's ridiculous. How many fucking times are you going to try to make the money out of us? It's too much, man. It's way too fucking much. I do think that WoW is way more monetized than many of the other games are. Now, I think you could even make an argument that WoW is even more monetized than Lost Ark because you're spending real money in WoW every single month in order to even play the game. So, I'm not a fan. I don't like it. But I think people should call it what it is. That's all there is to it. Cosmetics are only pay to win. I don't give a shit people what they're doing with money, but if they're aiding these asshole money-grubbing gambling mechanics, then I do have a problem, a big problem. Can't believe a lot of these people think it's fine to praise it. That's because you have to understand is that most people, a lot of people like pay to win because they can pay to win. Right? That's what would make sense. Because like whenever you're 16, you don't have any fucking money, well, you hate pay to win because you can't pay to win. Then 20 years later, after you've got your fucking software development job, you're making $210,000 a year, you don't have a girlfriend, guess what? Pay to win's not that bad. People always just do what's ever beneficial for them in the immediate term, right? They're going to go with whatever is good for them at that exact moment. People are not as principled as you might believe, okay? Like every single time that something happens, and maybe this is not true all around the world, but every single time that something bad happens here in America, like let's say, oh, there's a big fire, oh, there's a big storm, oh, there's a big fucking riot, oh, there's a big anything, right? There's a big protest. Every single time, there's looting. Every fucking time. And you can guarantee that shit's gonna happen. And you know what? I think it happens in a lot of other places too. Yeah, there's a whole fucking lot of looting. Do you think honing is like loot boxes? I would argue that, yeah, I think you could make that argument, sure. Absolutely. And don't you understand how difficult it is to pull out your wallet? Yeah, sure. Yeah, because it's so heavy with all the credit cards, you know? Absolutely. Diablo Immortal player spends $25,000 in deletes account. Blizzard's crying with the money. I think that Blizzard should be upset about that, right? Because what it shows is that I actually do think it's a negative advertisement for the game. I know that there are some people that don't view it that way, but I think that they absolutely are. There were so many people that during Lost Ark, whenever I was doing honing, they messaged me and they said, man, I'm not going to play the game anymore. I quit because I watched how hard it is to get up to 1370 and how pay to win it is. There were a lot of people. 69 Poopy Nose, thanks for five good subs. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a net loss. I think this is what people don't understand, is that I can guarantee you that Quinn probably disincentivized over $25,000 worth of players to not play Diablo Immortal throughout doing this entire thing, especially whenever you consider like the reverberations of the effect from like different like news organizations talking about it, etc. And so like, yes, I do think that it was an overall net positive. Absolutely. And I stopped whenever they released the what's the raid you can reach without item without paying for honing mats. Yeah, I think it was stupid too. Absolutely. I quit Lost Ark because of watching your stream. I haven't gone back. Yeah, I haven't played any game of this nature. You have streamed since. Yeah, there you go. And that's the point that I'm making. So how come no one can come close to the company ever made? True. Absolutely. Imagine how much extra value percentage you can get for 25,000. 80,000%. I think it's probably less than that. Truly the company of all time. Yeah, deleting doesn't mean a thing to them. They already got what they wanted from you. I think that these people are just so delusional and short-sighted. You don't see how many people are not going to play the game because of this. Because those articles and the videos and like the meme of it will live on for years. In 3 years, people are still going to be talking about the fact that Quinn spent $25,000 and he only got one gem. They're going to think about this for, yeah, they're very narrow-minded. They don't think about this in the grand scheme of things. Gotta love this. So it's 16,000 viewers and delete my account as a protest kind of people. I don't know why people turn it as a protest. Just, it's content. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just content. And mobile games can be refunded without any reasons. First 2 months the games exist. That's a good thing. I think that more games should have that. Absolutely. Diablo 4 damage before it happened. People have no sense of scale. True and real. Honing sucks, but I don't think it's as bad as loot boxes. I think you can make that argument. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't really think it matters that much to me to think about it, to be honest with you. Blizzard executives do not care about player count, only about quarterly profit numbers. Well, yeah, but the player count is influenced by the quarterly. Quarterly profit numbers are influenced by the player count. You know, I mean, like that's not. That's not the way it works. But yeah, sure. Conan Exile's new trailer. I thought that game came out 10 years ago. Yeah, what do you mean a new trailer? What the hell do you mean? Maybe they're milking the last few drops before they just trash the company name or remake it or something? No, I don't think so. However, I wanted to look at something here. Let's go ahead and I want to show you guys something that I think some people may have forgotten. Gentlemen, it's Bobby's world. That's right. That's right. You thought justice would be served. You thought that you would stop this from happening. This is his world, and you are just living in it. So let's see here. Activision Blizzard shareholders voted to approve a report looking into the company's anti-harassment efforts. While the company itself is carefully considering that, the stockholders also gave the green light to the board of directors nominees, which included shitty CEO Bobby Kotick. So great! Bobby gets to stay on the board for another year despite the ongoing efforts from employees, other shareholders, and even right-wing groups to see him gone. I mean, Bobby Kotick has even been accused of perpetuating the company's toxic culture. Listen, if you think that's bad, like, who is this? Who wrote this? Jeremy. Jeremy, you need a fucking reality check. Bobby Kotick was on Epstein's goddamn jet. Do you think that any of this stuff is even remotely as bad as that? Bobby's a free man walking around and he's totally fucking fine. If you think that a guy that's flying around on Epstein's jet is gonna get fucking even road bumped by some little scandal thing like this, you are crazy. Bobby is indestructible. You're not, like, I cannot wait for whenever Microsoft takes over and they put Bobby in charge of something that's even bigger than Blizzard. I am so fucking ready for this. Yeah, it's Bobby's world. That's it. He's immortal. Yeah, you can't beat Bobby. Let me see this. And also I wanted to look and see where this is. So let's look at here. An alarming majority. So there's a total of 647 million votes that were represented to vote if Bobby is going to remain on the board. 500 million of them, 533 million of them voted for the board to remain, with only 62 million opposing Bobby. That's a reality check, isn't it? A massive majority. Now, I don't know what the math on this is, but it's somewhere around probably like 85%, something like that. Like, we're talking like, yeah, this is like 90%. It's massive. Nobody cares about Twitter. These people care about their money. And the fact is, Bobby has made the company a lot of fucking money. Like a massive amount of money. So guess what? They're going to be okay with him. That's all there is to it. Shouldn't trust every article on the internet, dude. So what, do you think that he's literally, do you think he just made this number up? You think he just made it up? Like, I'm just curious. Like he's straight up like lying about the whole thing. No, it's real. Yeah, this has been corroborated 3 different places. This is just the first place I'm reading it. I'm showing it to you guys here, right? And don't trust anything. Well, I think that whenever you read it from a number of other places, but there's nothing to do. Let's read the last. Last comment here. I don't get it. How could Bobby Kotick, a man who is reportedly complicit, if not directly responsible for Activision Blizzard's ongoing issues, stay on the board of directors? Do people not have eyes and ears? Or does money speak in tongues? You'd think that there'd be some sort of consequences after allegedly threatening to kill an assistant over voicemail, supposedly covering up sexual harassment reports, and so much more. But no. It seems Bobby Kotick may also remain Activision Blizzard's CEO even after the Microsoft acquisition is done. If there was a god, he'd have delivered judgment by now. I guess that answers that. I want you guys to look at this here. So, right here, this is the line that they care about. So the people that are invested in Bobby right now, the people that like Bobby right now, they like him because of this number right here. Okay? They like him a lot because of this number. Bobby took over like way back in this time, and this is where the company is right now. Bobby makes them money. That's the facts. Bobby will make them money, and that's what's happened so many times. And that's the thing. Allegedly and supposedly means nothing. Man, Bobby could have literally shot somebody in the fucking street in the goddamn head. But if they were making money, Bobby'd still be on the board of directors. Because nobody gives a fuck about any of that shit. They just want to see the number go up in their 401k. They don't give a fuck about Bobby being a terrible person. They don't care. They just want to make money. There's no, he did? Maybe he did. That's all I'm saying. And, like, people don't understand this. They're like, oh, this is so horrible. This is so bad. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like, this is just the way the world is, right? Think the board cares about some unnamed? Yeah, exactly. They don't give a shit. Life isn't fair and Santa doesn't exist. That's all there is to it. Yes, look at Bobby. Bobby is, and all these people are so furious about this, not touching Xbox, and I refuse to support this company. Xbox doesn't control Activision yet. It's 100% finalized, so they got nothing to do with it. Well, of course they could have said they were going to throw them out, right? As of a couple of things. As of now, it's only till 2023, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was extended. For those blaming Microsoft, they don't officially own the company yet. That's true. For anyone wondering when the deal is set to be finished, June 30th of next year. And Lamau and the Microsoft Magic will magically make Activision Blizzard a better place. My brother in Christ, after the acquisition, they will fire him because the board won't exist. Andrew. Oh, man. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You think you could defeat Bobby? You think you could defeat, you thought it was over? You actually thought it was over? Oh no. Bobby is reaching the peak of his power at this point, right? Like, the guy's been in business for like 40 years. He's like a fucking billionaire. This guy, this is Bobby's world now, and you're just living in it. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, I think what's going to happen, I've said this before, I think that Microsoft is going to have him focus on the metaverse. I don't think they're going to get rid of Bobby Kotick, because by the time this happens in a year from now, nobody's going to give a shit about the scandal anymore. It's going to be the same thing as Hong Kong or anything else. It's not going to be a big political thing. Nobody's going to care. People are just going to move on past it. There's going to be a handful of people complaining, and everybody else is going to tell them to shut the fuck up because it's old news. They're going to promote Bobby. Bobby's going to continue to become more powerful, and that's just what's going to happen. Yes, you are literally going to be in Bobby's world. I think this is fake. Kotaku isn't a trustworthy news source. It's not fake. I've seen this whoa, shit. What the hell just happened? I've seen this corroborated. Oh my god, I messed up my mic. Give me a second. Oh my god, I fucked up my mic, boys. I fucked up my mic. Uh-oh. I gotta put my chin under it. I screw this in. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Piece of shit. Alright. Let's see what we do right here. Shit. Okay. Give me a minute. Alright, trying to get it. Viciously attack. Yeah, I got it. Because Bobby did this to me. I can't believe he would do this to me. Come on, try to, piece of shit. Why does it not work? I don't understand. Why does it not work? I don't understand. Why does it not work? Like, what is this? What? Why does it not work? Okay, all right, we good, boys. Sorry about that. Why doesn't it use both hands? Because it's pulling. It pulls up, right? And so I had to hold it down so I could do it. We got it. Everything's okay, guys. We're fine. All right, great. Don't speak us. Bobby sends his regards. Yeah. I'm telling you guys, you are literally going to be living in Bobby's world. I honestly think that Bobby is going to be one of the creators of the metaverse for Microsoft. And whenever this happens, and like, you know what? They might symbolically fire Bobby for like a month. And everybody's gonna be like, yes, we did it! Yes, we beat Bobby, it's over! And then 6 months, a year later, they bring him back. And there's like 3 articles of people that are like, oh man, fuck. And then there's gonna be people saying like, it's been a year, who cares, right? And then it's just gonna move on. He'll be brought back on as a consultant, right? Yes, I honestly, I don't think it's gonna be over, man. Yeah, they'll retain him as a consultant. Yeah, some streamers will hate you for telling the truth because they make money off stream Blizzard games. What's wrong with that? The thing is, I think most people generally like me. Yeah, I actually am one of the only people on Twitch that doesn't have like a bunch of fucking vendettas against other people. I don't have vendettas against hardly anybody. There's not a bunch of other streamers that don't like me. At least I don't know about them. I think that there are plenty of people that don't like me privately, but nobody pretty much says shit to me publicly. Yeah, I feel like I'm good, man. And that's it. What's your volume at on for Firefox? I don't know, actually. And it's Twitch because of you, otherwise I'd be on YouTube. Yeah, sure. Most people don't even call Bobby shit. Yeah, I mean, of course people don't like me somewhere, but they don't at least talk about it, at least. I don't really spend a lot of time of, you know, like fighting with people or arguing with people about stuff. If somebody doesn't like me or whatever, usually what I do is I just ignore them. LSF just doesn't like, LSF doesn't like me because, let me think, why do they not like me? I'm trying to think. I think it's because I will say things in the worst way possible. Yeah, LSF doesn't like anyone. That's actually a very good point. Yeah, sure. I think that this is like the life cycle of a content creator. Of like on LSF, right? It's like whenever they first get popular, everybody's posting their clips all the time. Everybody loves them. They're like great. And then like once they're more popular, then it's like, oh, well, you know, like maybe he shouldn't be that popular. It's like, I think that there's a lot of people who want to, like there's like viewers of this, right? Where they want to be able to control how popular you are. And once they feel like you get too big, they start to resent you for it. And I think that's what happens with a lot of content creators. I think that's what's happened with content creators in general, right? There are people hate you publicly, or YouTubers with shitty content that you show how shitty it is. I don't even think there's that many of them either. Like that's about it. And so, yeah, I think that's what ends up happening is that they want to basically be able to control you, and they don't like to see you succeed too much more. And I think this is what happened with like COVID, right? Is because whenever COVID came out, I'm saying it like it's a video game. Whenever we got early access COVID in 2019, and you know, we had it, yeah, it started happening in like, let's say 2020, streamers and like content creators, their popularity like fucking skyrocketed. Poopy knows the 500 subs, thank you very much. And like it became super mainstream. Everybody was watching online content, and then like people started realizing like how much money that like these streamers were making. It's like they thought like, oh, this guy's just like me. He's just sitting in his house playing video games all day, just like me. I'm so cool. And then they realized that this guy has a sponsorship for $200,000, and like, what the fuck? So I think that there's a lot of people who they see this and they thought that like, oh, this streamer was my friend. You know, these are like the jaded parasocial Andes that thought that they had a lot in common with the streamer. And then they realize this person's fucking in the 1% making $1 million a year. And it's like, wait a second, this person isn't my friend. I don't make any money. I can't get a job at Walmart. That's what happens. I think that's exactly what it was. And you have a lot of those jaded people. And I think it's also people that are not happy. No one thought that. I absolutely think they thought that. I absolutely think it. Because what happens is that those people, how many times do you see millionaires or some version of streamers' money being used as a pejorative whenever talking about them? I see this all the time. It's because people fucking are jealous. Why wouldn't they be jealous? It makes sense. From the eyes of them, they see some fucking idiot, some absolute moron who's sitting there playing the same games that they are, and he's making $1 million. And they're not making shit. And they're pissed off about it. They're mad. And I get it. I absolutely fucking get it. I get it absolutely, yeah. A similar thing with Hassan in his damn house. Yeah, Hassan lives in his house. I don't know why I needed to buy a $3 million house. Anytime I bring him up, he can live in half the chat's head rent-free. Holy fuck. People love to talk about that. They get pissed off. Yeah, that's it. A Millionaire Take is a classic on... yeah, it's a meme classic, exactly. So it's just... I think that's the reason why people are... things have changed, right? And that's why, you know, communities like that, his whole family lives in the house. Okay, so that's a really nice footnote. But does that fit in a tweet? No, it doesn't. Does that make him look bad? No, it doesn't. Does that make stupid people feel smart because they can perceive some level of fucking hypocrisy? No, it doesn't. Okay, congratulations. Your tweet's not popular. Back of the line, loser. Nobody cares about the facts. Get the fuck out of here, idiot. Let's read some more of the fucking posts here, okay? I don't know what this is. Yeah, what a moron. He thought that it mattered. He thought the facts mattered. Crazy. Starting soon, Asmongold. The eye is just not, it's not that good, but I think this looks cool. I mean, I'll say that. I like the text a lot. I'm just not a fan of the eye. I don't think it's perfect. I'll say that for sure. But I like that. Facts and logic. No, you just, that doesn't, the thing is, guys, I know there are people that get upset about this. They get mad. And, you know, it's just too fucking bad. It's too fucking bad. And that's all there is to it. Let me look over here. Asmon bald by choice. Okay.
A mais nova tendência. Entradas de... Chavozinho.
All right. That's cool. What's wrong with this? Yeah. I mean, that looks good to me, guys. Yeah, it's totally fine to me. What's wrong with that? He's ahead of the curve. Bro, he is the curve. Well, cool, it looks like shit. Yeah, it does look like shit. But it's interesting. It's like you see somebody like that, you're gonna remember him. I certainly fucking would. The guy looks crazy. No, absolutely, man. Wicked. Yeah, there you go. He is the curve. He looks like that beanie. Yeah, actually he does. Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, I'd be losing money if I didn't buy it. 800% value. True. Anytime a developer gets asked about their cash shop during Q&A.
When you want to woo woo, it's that woo woo. You know what I'm saying? Then you got the flows. They didn't trip out the flow masters.
That decoration, man. It's just for decoration. That's it. And that's all, man. We do it for decoration.
Okay. Alright, that's a good one.
When you want to woo woo, it's that woo.
It's only cosmetic, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got
I
the
feel
flows. They didn't trip out the flow masters.
That decoration, man. It's just for decoration.
It's just
that's
decoration.
it. And that's all, man. We do it for decoration.
About their cash shop. Yeah, that's about right. r/Asmongold right now. Baldy, look at Xenos. Oh my god, he's so cool. I heckin' love Xenos. I want to get NTR'd. I don't know what NTR is. Please don't tell me. Since Dragonflight is likely to be released this year, I wanted to remind you what Alexstrasza looked like before. I think that, yes, here's just the reality, guys, okay? I'm going to be honest. Which means cocked? Okay, great. Blizzard is not off the heels of a sexual harassment lawsuit that caused them to lose half of their executive staff. They're just not going to release an expansion where the main character is a female with big tits in a chainmail bikini. It's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, this is not going to happen. Now, I get that some people, what does society have against sexy, powerful women? Here's what they have against it, is that there's a lot of, this is, I love to see this online, because you see this constantly. There's always going to be a time where, like, a girl, there's, like, some girl who's, like, obviously fucking, like, overweight, massively unhealthy, and she posts a picture of herself as if she's, like, a supermodel, and then you have a million other people in the comments, yes, queen, yes, yes, own that body, yes, I'm so proud of you, sis, I'm so proud of you, and you see this all the time. I find this to be the most fucking patronizing, pathetic bullshit ever. BUWs, no, it's other women mainly doing this. And then whenever there's some woman that gets put on there that's attractive and in shape, etc., and then they're like, oh, this is bad. This is like, oh, this is disgusting. We shouldn't have this. You know what I think it is? It's basically because people don't like seeing images of people that makes them feel insecure about themselves. I think that's literally all there is to it, and it's actually that simple. I think that they like seeing other people that look worse than them so they can feel like they're physically above them. And I think that's why they make it okay. And I find it to be annoying. It's weird. And to be honest, I think it's pathetic. But you know what? It's not my fucking problem. Because whenever you do that with a guy, and I'm going to be honest, anytime that you see a guy that's like big and buff and everything, every guy says like, man, you know what? I should go to Planet Fitness again. You know what? Maybe I should start eating 4 meals a day. You know, like, absolutely, yeah, it's a complete fucking double standard. I don't understand how this happens. But, keyboard warriors, I think there's a lot of people out there. This is the truth, right? Is you look at a game like Lost Ark, you look at a game like Final Fantasy. People don't care about these things. People just like watching hot girls do stuff. I know it sounds crazy, but there it is. So if a girl in the game is really attractive, well, more people are going to like the game. It's very simple. If they want to make Sylvanas, if they want to make people like Sylvanas again, make her boobs bigger. Problem solved. That's it. And I guarantee you people will be like, well, you know, look, the tree was going to burn down anyway. It's not even her fault. Yeah, it's not our fault at all. Women and men are different. That's the one where women lose out. Well, I think so. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily. It's a lot of it's society as well. I mean, let's be honest. Society places a lot more value on a woman's appearance than a man's. So I can see women being more conscious of it. I think that makes sense in some ways. But at the same time, I think that most people out there, I'm not talking about just the most outspoken 5 commenters on Twitter. I think most average, normal people out there just think it's totally fucking fine. They don't care about it. It's not that big of a deal, and they're fine with sexy women. I think that the fact is that you know, like, people just like having they like having characters that are idealized versions of themselves. Imagine saying wrong to that. No, I think that some people out there, this is the facts, there are some guys out there that think that it's harder out there for guys than it is for girls in terms of appearance. I would massively fucking disagree, okay? I don't know how many fucking times I've seen these Instagram models that are like a fucking 11 out of 10, and I see there's a picture of them, and their boyfriend is in the background, and it's just some chubby dude with a snapback hat with a sticker on it, wearing an oversized t-shirt, sitting there on his phone, waiting for her to be finished. I'm not seeing, she's not hooking up with Arnold Schwarzenegger. She's not hooking up with some fucking, like, Abercrombie and Fitch model. It ain't her boyfriend? No, it is. Like, I've seen it. It's like, yeah, I'm with my boyfriend. Man's paid? No, I don't think so. I actually don't think so. I've seen plenty of circumstances where that's not the case. 0.02% of circumstances. I think that a lot of girls, yes, it's important to take care of yourself. Obviously, that matters. This is what a lot of guys do, is they always look for a reason that it's not their fault. They always look for a reason. Oh, well, there are examples, but the guy had a lot of money, and you know, like maybe there's like some other reason why like it's not my fault. There's gotta be some reason why it's not my fault that I can't get a girlfriend. And shut the fuck up. Okay, listen. My best advice with this kind of stuff is one of the ways that I've learned to talk to girls, and this has been effective with me, is you don't treat them like a vending machine for sex. If you treat them like a person, you're gonna automatically, I really promise you this, you will automatically be better than like 70% of guys. I've seen these fucking DMs that these girls get. Okay, you gotta remember, I've dated multiple girls that have had OnlyFans, okay? I've seen these, I've heard of these. Holy shit, there are some goddamn savages out there. Just treat the girl like a normal person, and you're gonna automatically separate yourself from a bunch of other people. That's my fucking best advice. And let's see here, money can buy anyone. There's plenty of girls, there are a lot of these girls that make money themselves. They don't need the money because they're getting paid 6 figures a month because they're hot as shit and they have an OnlyFans. They don't need the fucking money. Yeah, that's the facts. Like I know plenty of girls like this. Yeah, exactly. It's just straight into the friend zone. Man. I'm telling you guys, like, you can ask Cody. Me and Cody used to sit here 10 years ago in this fucking room, and we would make these copy-paste messages of like, hey, you know, I really like, you know, I think you're hot and I'd like to talk to you, right? And like, we would copy-paste this shit and we would send it to like 50 girls, 100 girls, and we would get like 7 responses, 10 responses. And like, yeah, most of them, it wouldn't work out, but we would get responses. And yes, we were AOE farming. Exactly, and it worked. And 7 out of 50? Do you understand how good 7 out of 50 is with a pickup line that automatically starts out with basically an extension of I want to fuck you? 7 out of 50 is insanely fucking good. That's ridiculously fucking good, man. Yeah, sending CV resumes? Exactly. The Gamrat needs some money, exactly. And so anyway, I'm not going to get into this big advice thing, okay? All I'm really trying to say here is that if you want to date a girl that's attractive or whatever, try not to treat her like an object. I think that's a pretty easy thing to say. I don't think I'm being unreasonable here. You know, try not to treat somebody like an object. Try to take interest in things that she's talking about. Ask questions about them, be able to have a conversation. I think this is not that hard to do. You automatically set yourself above over half guys just by doing that. You don't have to be tall. You don't have to be attractive. You don't have to work out. You don't have to have money. You're just automatically ahead of them just because of that, okay? That's all there is to it. You think that would be obvious. Yes, but it's not. And it's because there are guys that go out there and they're trying to find some excuse for why they're not in the position that they're in. I think it's pathetic. I do. I think that people do that with everything too. It's not just that. You're right, but it's hard not to treat them as objects when the majority of them just care about appearance and they're stupid as hell. Well, then don't talk to them. Well, I mean, shit, man. If you're talking to a girl that you think is stupid as hell and only cares about her appearance, why are you talking to her? Yeah, what are you doing? Just find it. Just go to another. Go to church. Go find a girl at church. Yeah, like, it's incel logic. It's crazy, man. Yeah, to hook up with her? No, it's because it's not going to happen. Because it's going to come through, it's not going to work out, she's not going to like you, and that's it. Because she's hot, it's not going to work, okay? Listen, I understand that, like, I'm telling you, like, go ask, like, 5 or 10 girls. Any girl that you know that you're close with. Do a lot of guys message you if she's hot, right? Do a lot of guys message you weird stuff? I bet every single fucking one of them is gonna say yes. So just don't do that. That's like an automatic fucking advantage. Yeah, it's crazy, man. We all want gamer girls, Asmon. I'm so fucking sick of talking about this. I'm gonna be honest, because every time I talk about this, there's a lot of people that have like these fucking weird takes, and it's like, oh, well, actually, that's not the way it works, because I watched this one video, I listened to this podcast, and it's two guys that are like fucking 43, and they're pickup artists, and they hook up with 19-year-old girls, and they told me that all girls are hoes. So, actually, I'm pretty sure all girls are hoes, and yeah, that's what it is. Give me 1 second. I've got, yeah, watch a female streamer's ban appeals. Give me 1 second, guys. Ah, all right, we're good. Sounds like a Quinn tank. I don't know about that. I think there's a lot of people that that think like that. It's unfortunate, man. Girlfriend wasn't into gaming. What's this here? And she started gaming with me 1 year into the relationship. Lucky man. Let's see here. Xenos Whale Galva. Sigma's Golf Club. Catsbane. Gain 90% damage against Cat's Girl. Oh, come on. What the fuck, man? Like, this is... Like, why didn't she just move? I mean, she could have just moved away from the sword so it wouldn't have hit her. I don't know why she just let him do that. It's crazy. Yeah, what's this here? Am I going racing with the chair? Yeah, I'm going really fast through all these posts, exactly. And there we go. And do you, what's this here? We play with the quarry. With the quarry, I don't know what you mean. Protecting Lise? Oh, who cares about her? Okay, let's see here. Summary of information on 5x16. I'm not going to watch all that. And wasn't there a video about this? I think I saw one of these that got posted today. Yeah, who gives a shit about her? And Activision CEO Bobby Kotick. Yep, here we go. I'm gonna read some of the comments here. You know, maybe I'll skip Dragonflight after all. Majority will react to this and angrily order Dragonflight, and I'm gonna be honest. Like, that's probably what's gonna happen. Angrily order Dragonflight, Diablo 4, and Overwatch 2. The majority. See, this is the word that this guy gets wrong. He says the word majority. The majority doesn't even know that this happened. Like, the only way that they found out about, like, the Blizzard drama is that, like, there was a newspaper article about it 6 months ago. It's like, oh, yeah, didn't they have, like, that thing? Yeah. Well, how are my stocks doing? Oh, they're better. Oh, okay, well, great. I'm glad they were able to work that one out. Yeah, I mean, it's good that they got that taken care of. That's what the majority really thinks. You gotta keep that in mind. That's what the majority thinks. They don't know about the breast milk. They don't know about the, you know, the girl that killed herself after she got pressured into sex at a work event, right? After they spread around their nudes. No, nobody fucking, they don't know about that, and they're like, oh, wow, that's crazy. I hope they got fired. Well, anyway, how's my money doing? That's it. That's the only thing that fucking happens. And no amount of popcorn will ever be enough to react to all of Activision Blizzard's decisions these days. Activision Blizzard remains a useless, cancerous growth for another year. Great. The board and CEO both need to be thrown out. Why would they throw out something that's making them money? They're making money. I mean, that's all it comes down to. It's Bobby's world. We're just living in it. Yes, Bobby is the main character, okay, guys? You're all dead. Thanks to the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's depressing, not gonna lie. It's only depressing until you realize that this is just the way the world is. Like, you can be depressed about it. There are a million other things in the world, in my opinion, that are much more depressing than Bobby Kotick, okay? You have people that are, like, dying to starvation and disease. This is just some goblin that managed to get by again. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not that bad. Yeah, there's like wars, people are getting bombed, like children dying of starvation, massive widespread disease, and all kinds of places. Like, this is just like, whatever, right? Yeah, Bobby has planned a jewel ban. They're banning jewels. Oh my god. And depressed because of Blizzard. Such a low bar. Is this for real? I mean, it's just what happens. He threatened to have his assistants killed. I'm not voting against him. Some board member probably. That's a good point. Yeah, he threatened to have somebody killed. I don't want to vote against somebody. Fuck that, man. Like, hey, listen. Like, I got a family. Like, I'm really hoping that, like, I want to see my kids graduate. Like, I don't want to get in the middle of this. All right. I mean, Bobby, you know, like, he's always been nice to me. So, hey, it is what it is. Yeah, he's got mob ties. Something like that. You're not really promoting a bad thing, Olympics, are you? Well, I kind of am. Oh, I think that if you're getting kind of depressed about something like this, I think that you do have to, if you're getting honestly upset and depressed about something like this, I think it's important to put it into perspective. Because bad things like this happen all the time in the world. They're horrible. And there's nothing that's going to make them change. They're always going to be like this. The best that you can do, this is my advice to people that get upset about this. The best that you can do is to try to, Nerfreeze, thank you very much, that didn't get the subs. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is to try to just exist in the space, exist in the world in the most ethical way that you feel that you can. Try to do your best as an individual. Don't expect the world to change for you. Don't expect like, oh, well, I want society's values to be different because my feelings disagree with what they currently are. You can make incremental changes in yourself and in your community about doing that. We're trying to do that now with loot boxes. And you know what? After we do that, we might do something else afterwards. But you know what? Talking about it and complaining about it on Twitter isn't going to do a goddamn motherfucking thing. And that's all there is to it, man. And I try not to get upset or angry about things that I can't control. It's very hard to do that. It is so fucking hard because it's like there are plenty of things that you can't control, but they ruin your fucking life. Like, I mean, am I wrong here? How many of you guys have had things in your life that you have no control over them, but they fucking ruin your life? And it happens constantly. It fucks with you over and over and over. It's awful. And new Vampire Survivors patch, bro. I'm going to probably look at that in a bit, man. I will. It's like the price of gas. Yeah, you can't make the price of gas go down. That's all there is to it. Things happen because people get loud. Ignoring it does nothing. I think that things don't really happen. People got really loud about this and nothing happened. I don't think getting loud really matters. I think that whenever you want to make a change for something, I think that there's a lot of people that do what feels good. They do what makes them feel like, yes, I fucking did something today, yes! But they don't really do anything. They make no real impact. They just do something that makes them feel good rather than something that's effective. That's all there is to it. Can you watch Bellior's video? Yes, I will watch Bellior's video. It's literally made me give up on life, to be honest. I just watch these streams and try to turn my brain off. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Nobody, you can do what you want to do. Don't let anybody tell you that, like, you have to do something else. This is capitalism. We vote with our wallet and see who activists still bring in millions, if not billions. There's no reason to change. You're exactly right. Legion's Paladin, fucking 10,000 bits. Holy shit. Thanks a lot, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's Bobby's alt account, by the way. Yeah, you're welcome for the positive PR, if you want to call this positive. And that's it. Yeah, hashtag pray for something. Actively inconvenience the source of your perceived justice. I think that there's a lot of ways that you can actually go about making change and trying to actually make things different. Whenever I don't like something, I immediately start working against it. Whenever I didn't like what was happening with the Occupy Wall Street thing, I immediately applied to Greenpeace to work as a fucking, as a person who's basically like raising money for them. And I was gonna raise money for like fucking Planned Parenthood, the climate change shit. I did that when I was 19 fucking years old. I sent in my application. The day after that, they called me back and they hired me. That happened at fucking one goddamn day. I remember I was in my dad's backyard talking to him on my flip phone. It was a long goddamn time ago. So, like, whenever I didn't like something, I fucking stood up and I did something about it. And I will continue to do that. Because if I don't do it, apparently nobody else will either. Yeah, that's the way I see it. Flip phones, yeah, I'll continue trying to do what I can do. Because if nothing else can happen, then, you know, I can't rely on anybody else. I hope that this would happen with the pay-to-win games, and it's not happening. Anyway, I've been going off on a tangent about this. Let's read a few more, then we're going to watch some videos, okay? No stream on main today. I'm sure this is people. I didn't stream yesterday. I've had, as I've said before, I've had very bad sleeping problems for quite a while. And I didn't stream yesterday because of that. And also, I was just kind of stressed out about some other stuff that's been going on in my real life. I don't really want to get into it. But anyway, I didn't stream yesterday. So, yeah, I'm sure all of these comments are, wow. He's quitting streaming after only a day of Final Fantasy? I knew he didn't like that game. I knew he hated it. I knew it. Yeah, he's gonna be back playing my game soon, isn't he? I knew it. Yep, there it is. And I bet so. I'm not gonna look at it. I don't really care, but I'm sure that's probably what's happening. I don't know what the fuck this is. Canadian government just passed a bill that could destroy my entire YouTube channel. Thank God I'm an American. Animation by Yibo. What's this here? All right, we'll watch this. Here we go. Not a Souls fan should have been holding the flip phone because she's a broke ass bitch that's outdated. Dark Souls 1? Huh? The hell is this? Oh, he's playing League? Oh, shit. Thank God. What the fuck? Dude, how did this video go so hard? This is actually so good. What the fuck? Like, it's so good. Like, god damn, that was amazing. It's epic as fuck, yeah. Oh my god. It's an awesome video, yeah. Jesus, that's so good. It's an old animation, actually. I didn't know about that. It was fucking amazing. You see Bloodborne just chilling? Yeah, exactly. Nobody's fucking with Bloodborne. Everybody knows Bloodborne's good, okay? Yeah, nobody's trying to get into that at all. Asmongold reminds you of Thomas. I don't watch Rick and Morty, okay? I'm not smart enough for it. Asmongold versus Diablo Immortal.
You guys not have phone?
Here we go. All right. Bobby's the Bandit. Mm-hmm. Wait, isn't that a girl? Oh my god. Dude. Reddit? It's Diablo, oh, Diablo 4. Oh no.
Both Android and iOS.
Oh no. It's already dead, yep. Oh my god. Okay, that was alright. It was horrifying. Yeah, I thought so. It was clever. I wasn't expecting it to go the way that it did. Yeah, I think so. That's funny enough. Would you ever try Monster Hunter? I don't know if I would or not. I don't necessarily think so. I'll say that. You know, what's this here? Bobby's Army. Did you know you can use your PS Plus on PC? Play Bloodborne on PC now? That's too much work. All right. So, Xenos Gigachat Galvis barges into hidden base, bodies your cat girl wife, beats the shit out of annoying girl, beats the shit out of you, calls you pathetic, and leaves. I'll be honest, I thought that guy was awesome. Yeah, I thought he was fucking great. Yeah, it was a good character. It says loots are free roll, ninjas, caster boots for extra Hearthstone. Yeah, that's about right. Sure. Yeah, that's just about right. And that's exactly probably what I did back then. In case I missed it, I wasn't subscribed to it. It's different POV. Oh, with mythic rating. I've said this before, right? With like WoW mythic rating. Here's a good way to say it, right? Is that here's the value that I put in rating, and this is kind of what I look at it in terms of like a opportunity cost, right? So let's think about two different situations. Let's think about situation one, where it's like just you going and every single patch a raid comes out. Raid comes out, and then after the patch is over, the raid's gone. Imagine if every single patch, instead of that, them spending so much time on the raid, they spent half as much time on the raid, and they added in something new every patch, like the Darkmoon Fair, like the Mage Tower, like the Class Order Hall, like one Class Order Hall or something like that. And imagine if they had been doing this for the past 5 years. And let's compare what the game would be like now if they had been doing that for the last 5 years than if they had just been adding in a new raid. Every single reasonable person I could imagine will clearly think to themselves, man, I bet it would be better if we had all of those other systems, like Path of Exile. Yes, exactly like Path of Exile, like Final Fantasy, like a lot of the other fucking successful games that are out right now. Blizzard invalidates their own content that they spend all of their development budget on in one patch, and then they wonder why people keep quitting the game. It's because there's, like, nobody gives a fuck about how hard the raid is, except for a handful of people. Nobody cares. This isn't like a big fucking deal to anybody. People just want to log on and play a game that's fun. People love doing Vaulton and Lost Ark. Vaulton isn't really hard, but he's fun. It's a fun fight that is challenging. It doesn't have to be break your dick on a fucking anvil hard. Yeah, nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about this. Yeah, it's like MMO with PoE seasons. Exactly. Every expansion's just a raid simulator. Yes, I'm tired of the raids being... It's like the tail is wagging the dog. The raids are some massive fucking feature in the game, and this is the one thing that everybody, you know, it's like, wow, new patch, new raid, oh my god. I don't think a lot of people are thinking that. I think that only the top 10% of players are thinking that, and the other 90% of players don't give a fuck. The race is the most watched thing in WoW? You're right. There are a lot of people that watch that in WoW. And you know what? My streams collecting transmog got more. What does that fucking tell you? It tells you that maybe the amount of people that are watching something is not necessarily indicative of how many people actually care about it. Of course, people watch it because it's interesting to see once. It doesn't mean that all those people are going to go do it themselves. They watch the race and then they go back to playing Final Fantasy. That certainly doesn't seem like it's very helpful to the game, does it? Yeah, they're like, wow, that was cool. Oh, damn, all right, well, I'm going to go back and do Vaulton again. Damn, that's crazy because they beat it there. Nobody cares about, nobody gives a fuck, man. Like, it's just, the game, they're designing the game for such a small audience of people that the game is losing a lot of its people. Because all these people are not being catered to. A casual player is not really being catered to. A semi-hardcore player is not really being catered to. Oh, wow, you've got a new raid this tier? Wow, that's amazing. This is the same thing that's been happening for 5 years. Who cares? 10 years? Who cares? Try to do something new. All I'm saying is look at it the way that I'm saying it here. If every single patch, instead of adding a massively complex raid, they added a smaller raid with half of the resources put into it without this fucking main effort of like trying to like hyper tune it for Mythic and make sure that Mythic raiders can't clear it too fast. Imagine you take all of that effort and you throw it away. You say that's not going to happen anymore. And you say all of you guys are not going to work on raids anymore. You're going to work on making better content for the game. You're going to make a new Mage Tower. You're going to make a new Green Fire quest line. You're going to make a new Darkmoon Fair. You're going to make a new holiday event. You're going to make any of these other things. You're going to make something interesting like Torghast. And imagine if that had been happening for the last 5 years. And we had all of that content collectively in the game now. But we don't. We have fucking 15 different raid tiers that are dead, that nobody does, that are dead content. Nobody cares about them anymore because Blizzard is focused on invalidating their own content as soon as it comes out. They're wasting their time. That would have been amazing? Yes. The game would obviously be in a much better spot. Bro, nobody cares about Magic Gathering or Darkmoon Faire? I disagree. I absolutely disagree. The Mage Tower, people are still doing the Mage Tower. People love the Mage Tower. It was a solo challenge. People fucking loved it. Old content's so buggy? Yeah, I think so. Poor devs seeing their work thrown out so quickly. They're starting to not invalidate it with Season 4. I'm very excited to see what happens with Season 4. Absolutely. What are your thoughts about making Mythic Gear equalized and only cosmetic rewards? I think that'd be fine. It's just about the effort spent, really. That's what I care about the most. He kept all raid valids by giving baseline epic gear for Valor and badges. I don't really think that WoW is going to be able to do what Final Fantasy does with like syncing raids. The reason why is because WoW, there are just so many other variables, right? You've got like talents, gear, trinkets, like different types of set bonuses, etc., weapon bonuses, legendaries. It's very hard to balance all of those things together. Would love more horizontal content. Yes, we need more horizontal content. We don't need another fucking raid hamster wheel, okay? It's too much. It's played out. People are fucking tired of it. Like, I think that there are a lot of people that care. You're right. But think about all the people that drifted away from the game because the game never stopped appealing to them. That's what I think mainly happened. And sounds like a game I know? Yeah, it sure fucking does. Let's go back over. We're going to look at a few more of these, and then I want to watch a couple of videos, okay? Because I've missed out on that, too. Couldn't find a single person doing Nathria last 2 weeks? Yeah, because it's dead content. And let's see here. Machinist job best confirmed. Wait, that's the whole video? Oh my god. Yeah, chills, brother. Hell yeah, brother. That's, yeah, wow. It's, what's this here? Have you seen Magic Gathering Arena? No, I haven't looked into that. Why old MMOs feel better? Let's see this. All right, I'll watch this in a minute. Let's see here. Average Asmongold viewer. True. Amber Heard and her Sims attacks YouTuber The Umbrella Guy. I don't know how this is still going on. I'm gonna be totally honest. I literally don't know how this is still going on. It's like the case is closed. It's over. She lost. Move on. Like, wait until, like, it's all news. Like, it's done. Holy shit, man. Please look at Magic. I'm not gonna look at your fucking game. Stop it. What's this here? You think that they're doing with, Season 4 of Mythic Plus? I think it's a great thing. I do. I absolutely think so. And it's just annoying. Yeah, like, I don't know what's really happening here, but I find it to be very weird. I'll say that for sure. There are 100k tweets with likes, with 100k plus likes in support of her. The thing is that it's very obvious that this stuff is not authentic, right? I don't think it's authentic at all in any way. And the reason why you can say that it's not authentic is because it's not reflected in anything else. It's just, yeah, it's just bots. Like, whenever I see a tweet and it has 78,000 likes and 14 comments, it's a botted tweet, man. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, 100k out of 7 billion. Exactly. It's just too much, man. What do you think about McDonald's iced coffee? I don't drink coffee. I don't like coffee. Let's see. I've got pretty much all the rest of these, right? Okay. Yes, we're good. Artesian builds. Yes. Here's the thing. I would love to watch this video and roast Artesian builds. We were a partner of theirs, and it's just unfortunately bad business to roast former business partners. So I'm not going to do that out of the, you know, I don't know what you want to say, like, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to put, like, my friends in a bad spot, you know? Pussy. It's not being a pussy. It's respecting our group, you know? It's professional ethics. But I will say they massively fucked up, okay? They massively fucked up. And there's a reason why we unpartnered with them. That's all I'm going to say. So let's see here. Vampire Survivors teaser dropped. I'll watch this right now. Okay, here we go. Game Customers Bill of Rights. Shut up, George Washington. What are you doing? What is this? Like, why are you doing this? We the gamers, in order to make a more perfect Steam. Like, what is this? Shut up. A more perfect internet. All right. Vampire Survivors teasers dropped and furniture text. All right, let's see what this is. And we'll look at a couple of videos, okay? Yeah, no monetization without representation.
I just got pinged in the middle of editing a new video, and apparently there's a patch teaser out, as we can see, so let's take a look at it.
Okay, let's look
as
at
usual,
it.
We'll watch the entire thing, and then we'll go over what we just saw, okay?
Let's see
3,
it.
2, 1, let's go.
So there's more, Wait, is Garlic doing more damage now? Look how much damage it... Did they buff Garlic? No fucking way they buffed Garlic. Oh my god. So for anybody who doesn't know, like, obviously I've stayed current on the game, okay? I just want to show you guys this real quick. And I'm not going to go through everything. I just wanted to show you guys this real quick. I'm not actually going to play it or anything. I just want you guys to know that while I haven't been playing it on stream, I have unlocked everything from the previous patch. I have unlocked everything from that patch. I have all of the characters already unlocked, and I have kept up with the game entirely, okay? So if I go back and I play it again, we can start right at the beginning with all this new stuff. Damn. Bro, it's lit.
Huh? What?
What the fuck?
What? He's wearing a top hat.
He is.
Okay. No, okay, that was like
That's
obviously
it.
not what it was about. No, not now, Chris.
No, yeah, it's exactly what happened to me. Is he pretty much just talking about it? I guess we'll watch it.
Okay, that was a lot. Let's just go over it step by step. I will obviously link the teaser in the comment section.
It's a 3-minute video.
And I might sound weird because over the weekend I was streaming for 30 hours. So bear with me that I don't sound as normal. First of all, we have Tragic Princess. The cooldown of the listed weapons reduces when moving.
That's really cool.
Huh? Oh my god.
So you can move
Labora
around.
is like the by far strongest weapon in the game.
I get it.
And it gets a buff.
You move around with fucking, with Garlic.
And we can also see the other Arcanas, the one at the bottom here, with the bubbles. So let's just play this, and it looks like Porta has a different skin here. And I'm saying skin because we saw them change. You could select multiple ones. Yeah, there it is.
So you can
this
get
is
new
the current
skins,
Porta.
okay.
Oh
Cool.
my god. Max weapons. Max weapons. You can actually set the amount of max weapons. I wonder if this is something that was just from the developer, you know, for showcases.
That's badass.
Or if this will actually be possible for everyone, that you can just change this. Well, yet another series of mine that became useless, but I mean, that is amazing. I'm not complaining. Okay. Well, I can't believe that.
Holy shit.
So this shows the cooldown.
Big dick Garlic.
The Garlic is attacking, okay.
Dude,
and
look
here
at
we have
it.
Lama Ladonna. That is a very big change here in skin, okay. Here is the update for Fuvala Fuvalu, okay.
That's
but
good.
This dude, what is going on with
It was
him?
a shit weapon.
I assume this is the last Arcana because he hasn't shown it off. But it's also a different character. Now, just as a little reminder, these are the patch notes, and sometimes they change, so I will always
have that many
include them
golden
once
eggs.
the trailer comes out. We have a new character that is the dude here. We have a new weapon, and I would assume that is maybe what he's shooting around the stage objects. However, we still haven't seen the second Arcana, right? Like, the first one is the one down here, the Tragic Princess, which gives insane cooldown. But we don't know what the bubbly one does. One minor relic to change character appearance, we have seen that. And do another silly thing. And I'm pretty sure this silly thing is that you can set the max amount of weapons that you can have in one run. this one down here for the Fuvala Fuvalu, I assume this is what we have seen over here.
It's
with
a shit.
the
It's a
extra
shit
attack.
weapon.
And as we can
Yeah,
see,
they
this
had to do
whirl that
this.
is going around, it also triggers the explosions, because the explosions seem to only appear when the whip would hit
How's
the
this a
enemy
$3
that is
game?
going in front here. But this one also triggers it. Man, this is wild.
Yep, there you
I
go.
can't wait to play this, and I would assume what you have here as weapons changes depending on the stage that you play on.
That's cool.
So that was it for the teaser. Don't forget to subscribe. I
Holy
will do the
shit,
videos
that's
on the beta
badass.
content, which is always released a little bit earlier than the live version. And we
my
will check this
God.
out together.
Oh my fucking god. Well, let me link it to you guys. This guy, this guy makes a lot of Vampire Survivors content. If you like the game, you'll probably like his videos. And yeah, it's just, it's nuts. I love this game. Yeah, this is a $3. This isn't. Yeah, this is the actual 800% value. Okay, this is the one thing that people thought wasn't real. Yeah, it's the real 800% value. Isn't it crazy how if you actually want to make content for a game, you can just continue making content for a game and make it better? Isn't that crazy and weird? Wow. And let me link it to you guys one more time. About to get a lot of purchases? Yeah, I think so. I feel like games like this is one of the best things about indie game development now, is that it's much more accessible to more people and you're able to get more games out there like that. I think it's a great thing. Let me just make sure I got all the rest of these. Oh, this is 1,000 updates. I guess I didn't look at it yesterday. What's this here? I woke up as I'm being acting Final Fantasy 14, new Berserk art, so I felt inspired. Until our friend returns, I will hold the line. Nodders. And then, okay, it's fucking rich. And then there's me with the sword. Yeah, hopefully I'll be able to get a new weapon soon. That actually, it's kind of like the Heaven's Ward relic weapon. Final Fantasy 14 graphics, while aren't bad and it doesn't matter, I don't think that they're that great. Yeah, I don't think they're that great at all. But, you know, they're not terrible. They're not good enough, I'll say that. Battle for Azeroth release schedule, Shadowlands release schedule, Dragonflight release schedule. Time frame gradually becomes smaller if alpha doesn't start within 9 days. Guys, I'm going to be honest. I actually think that there's a chance that Blizzard is ready to just big dick this expansion. I think there's a chance. And if they're not, they are going to kill the fucking game. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen. Yeah, I think it's absolutely possible. It could happen. And drop the... No, it could, right? I mean, it could. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to happen for sure. But that's it. I'm just saying it could happen. Also, before I get into the video, I want to talk about something else, too. I forgot all about this. Is that the Wrath of the Lich King Classic is coming out. They brought this out. They are going to be buffing Naxxramas. So for anybody who played Wrath back in the day, you would know this. Naxxramas in Wrath of the Lich King was a fucking joke. It was a joke the first week of the expansion, and it's still a joke. So I'm going to read what they said. One change we've decided to make is to make health and damage of the monsters in Nax. Our 2008 design intention was for it to be a little bit easier than in 2006 original, but we missed the mark and it ended up much easier than we intended. Bringing the difficulty up will make it more fun and interesting challenge while we are awaiting the opening of Ulduar. I think this is a good decision for them to make. I think that they should buff it, and in my opinion, they said right here, they released an update, and they said hashtag some changes. While World of Warcraft Classic first launched, it followed the very strict design pillar, hashtag no changes. At Blizzard, we faithfully recreated WoW as it existed, with as few changes as possible while making it able to run in the modern game environment in 2019. But World of Warcraft didn't stop in 2006, it continued to evolve and change over the years. So we released the Burning Crusade 2021 and plans are underway. However, as we re-release these expansions, we find the design pillar, hashtag no changes, isn't sufficient anymore. With World of Warcraft's expansions came design changes to the game. Some of those changes were not consistent with the way classic World of Warcraft felt. It's undeniable that the latest 2021 modern expansion, Shadowlands, feels very different than the original launching game in 2004. Where should the evolution of the game shop if we want to retain that classic feel, even while releasing new content? Stop, sorry. Where should the evolution of the game stop? Many players, so I was thinking about Diablo Immortal too much. Many players today choose to play Classic WoW because they love the feel and they don't want it to be lost. The Classic World of Warcraft team has given us a lot of thought, and I'd like to share with you some things that they're thinking about, right? So this is like their philosophy about WoW and Wrath of the Lich King. Nurture and protect social experiences. The first and most important design pillar is nurture and protect social experiences. The compelling social experiences within World of Warcraft are why so many of us fell in love with the game. To retain these experiences, we want to help players build friendships and deepen their relationships within parties, raid teams, guilds, and server communities. Online social experiences are a complex phenomenon and can be very easily damaged. Positive relationships build community, reduce toxicity, and forge friendships that have kept players coming back to our game for many years. We need to nurture and protect those relationships. One very big key to this is providing social proximity in our game, or what some cognitive scientists call repeat surreptitious interactions. So you go and you see other people out in the world. Okay, that's nice. Put it a little more simply, you need to have multiple interactions over the time with the same people in a way that it feels happy or beneficial. Yeah, sure. Like you're killing mobs, some other guy's killing mobs, you group up with them, and you kill mobs together, and then 3 zones later, a week after that, you see him again, and you do the same thing, and then maybe a month after that, you join his guild, right? That's the kind of, that's the core WoW, experience. I think that's a good thing. And let's see here. Classic WoW provided this in abundance, where you would often meet the same people from day to day while running through the Stranglethorn jungle, or on your way to a Scarlet Monastery run, or heading into Blackrock Mountain for a raid. Yes, I did meet the same people. The problem is that they were on the other faction. We roll out the new expansions for WoW Classic. The pillar protecting the social proximity helps inform our decisions about features like dungeons, raids, questing, etc. When we make changes to Wrath of the Lich King Classic, we will make changes to help maintain social proximity, and in doing so, nurture and protect social experiences. That's great. I think that's a great thing, and I'm happy about that. Everything that you're saying here, that's why layers exist. Well, you have to, you can't have too many people in the same area or it's going to be laggy, right? That's just, it is what it is. So yeah, it's good. Approachable and familiar. Another important design value for us is approachable and familiar. We want you to feel like you're coming home to a place you know well. Classic's combat pacing is more deliberate. Class designs are more familiar, with fewer changes from patch to patch. Classic often tells simpler stories about a particular place and time. We love to see players with intrinsic motivations founded on exploration, experimentation, and wonder. In addition to pursuing more powerful items and epic storylines, Classic WoW provides players with a sense of agency over their character's destiny, telling their own player story and about how they explored and interacted with the world. I think that's true. I think that's one of the best things about WoW is that, at least like old WoW, is that like you were able to tell your own character story rather than basically Blizzard telling it to you. I think this is an absolutely positive and good thing. This pillar works to limit the changes that we make, as familiarity can easily be damaged, but it also encourages us to make changes when an excessively complex system can be reworked into something more elegant and easier to understand. A good example of this is the emblem system in Wrath, which became needlessly complex by confusing by the time that we defeated Arthas. I don't really think that it was, but okay. We're planning for each raid tier of emblems to work the same, with one emblem dropped by the latest raids in order to purchase gear equivalent to the raids, plus a second emblem dropped by dungeons and older raids that are used to purchase less powerful items. Okay, so there's going to be less emblems. Okay, that's fine, sure. The world is the main character. Okay, they're just basically talking about the game. That's just not really a whole lot going on here. Yeah, I think that's good. Sure, Wrath of the Lich King itemization changes. Okay, so let's see what this is. This is the itemization changes that they're going to be doing in the game. This is what matters. Let me see here. Take a look at itemization expansion. We have some changes that we think will improve the experience. Here we go. The first goal is about nurturing our WoW communities. We know that players in Burning Crusade Classic have experienced a great environment and raiding. Players are active in multiple raids in all 4 raid tiers, participating in both 10 and 25-man raids, raiding with their alts and in pickup groups in all tiers. We want to make sure this continues in Wrath of the Lich King. To further this, we've been exploring a lot of ideas that we've decided not to implement at this time, such as 10 and 25 player dropping the same items, heroic dungeons getting improved drops, or increasing the starting difficulty of heroic dungeons. One change we have decided to make is to increase the health and damage of monsters in Naxxramas. This is what we just saw. And so we already saw pretty much all the rest of that. I'm not going to read it all again. Buffing Nax. That's good. Sure. You can buff Nax. The problem is, like, the health and damage isn't why the monsters are easy. They're easy because the mechanics are a joke. It's a joke raid because the mechanics are easy. Same items is a terrible idea. Well, they didn't do it. The second goal is about making sure heroic dungeons stay attractive throughout the entire expansion. The emblems and items they drop should always be valuable, even in the late expansion. They should also remain an interesting challenge throughout the entire expansion, rather than becoming excessively easy as your gear improves. We are exploring plans to add challenges to heroic dungeons as the expansion proceeds, which would provide more valuable rewards. Wow. Okay. Okay, sure. Let's try it out. That's fine. They're finally starting to give a fuck. Yes. I'm amazed. We want to preserve, what's this here? Yeah. We want to preserve the nostalgic itemization. No matter what changes we make, we will ensure that all Wrath of the Lich King raid and dungeon items can still be acquired, as well as their unique art. Okay, that makes sense. Finally, the itemization and raid lock systems for Wrath of the Lich King evolved several times during the expansion. Rather than changing per phase, we want to make it more consistent. That means that emblems should drop and work the same way in every tier. Set pieces should be acquired the same way in every tier. And ideally, raid lockouts should function the same way in every tier. To support this, both 10 and 25-man raids will drop emblems of valor at launch, while dungeons will drop emblems of heroism, matching the design pattern of emblems that was used in Trial of the Crusader and Icecrown Citadel. We hope that this is a glimpse of some of the progress of in-game itemization and helps you better understand how we plan to adhere to these pillars as we move forward. Each time we consider a change to Wrath of the Lich King experience, we will keep these pillars in mind. Nurture and protect social experiences, approachable and familiar, and the world is the main character. If the change doesn't serve them, then we won't make it. But if the change can strengthen those pillars, we will carefully consider it. As always, our goal is to deliver the best possible World of Warcraft Classic experience to you, our dedicated players. I'm going to be honest. I don't see any else. I don't. I see no else. This seems great. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. Like, yeah, this is actually good. Like, this is an improvement. Now, is this going to dramatically change Wrath of the Lich King? No, it's not. I don't think that's what the goal should be in general, right? The goal should be, in my mind, to recreate the experience as much as possible that people had back then. That's what Classic is there for. That's the goal of it. If you want to talk about making the game different and improving it, let's talk about Season of Mastery. Overall, I think this is good. Yeah, I'm actually really glad that Blizzard is doing this, and they're adding things into the game and making it a little bit better, right? Do we get dual spec and Wrath? I think so. Frostradamus said this is a joke. Well, I mean, there are a lot of people that might not like it, but I'm not really going to take somebody's opinion seriously who's been playing vanilla WoW for the past 8 years. Like, I'm not going to take that very seriously. Like, of course somebody like that's not going to like the game changing because they played the same game forever. In my opinion, I'd like to see some changes made to the game to make the experience better for players. Absolutely. And how about a 2004 beta tester? Yeah, sure. This is an L for alts. I really don't think so, because here's why I don't think so. I think that players now are going to simply do more damage and have better output. Like, whenever I go and I watch people do Brutalis now, and I've watched like many guilds clear Sunwell, etc., right? Of course I have. And whenever I see this, everybody's doing over 2,000 DPS. Back whenever we killed it, 2,000 DPS was like the top of the meter. You have people doing 3,000. People are doing absolutely massive big dick damage. And so, yeah, I think that people now are just going to do more damage. They're going to play better. They're going to do way more damage. Like, that's literally all there is to it. And how are you feeling about Wrath? Will you allow streamer influence to benefit you? Like free gold and items? So you're going to treat it like Classic? I'm going to take as much gold and free stuff as I possibly can. I'm going to treat Wrath of the Lich King like I'm coming back to high school to pick up my transcript, the same as I did in Burning Crusade. I'm going to walk in the fucking building with my hat on. It's against the rules to wear your hat. But guess what? I fucking graduated, bitch. I don't have to listen to you anymore. I got my sunglasses on. I got my phone out. I'm not a fucking student anymore. I'm just doing what I want to do because I'm a grown-ass fucking man. And that's the way I'm going to treat the goddamn game. I'm going to run in there. I'm going to beat this shit out of Nax. I'm going to reserve all the loot for myself and McConnell. And then we're going to take everything. We're going to complete it. We're going to quit. And we're going to move on to the next game. And you know what? It's going to be a fun as fuck 2 weeks. I'm excited. That's what it's going to be. Yep. That's the whole thing. Yeah, it's going to be 2 weeks. It's going to be fucking great. Then we're back to Torghast complaining about drop rates on a transmog that I'll never use. Yeah, there we go. And let's see here. Can't fucking wait. Yeah, it's going to be amazing. 2 weeks is actually like kind of an overstatement. I think we'll probably clear Nax again. Maybe 3 weeks. I have no idea. Here's what my opinion on Wrath of the Lich King is, okay? I don't think it was a surprise that Wrath of the Lich King is whenever subs flatlined. Wrath of the Lich King is a great expansion. It's one of the best. However, I don't think it's as good as people remember it. I think Wrath is all right, but I don't think that it's going to retain the amount of players that people might think that it will. And Nax is going to be gated for a week at least. I don't really think so. 100 hours from 70 to 80, that's fine. We'll probably just level up together, same as we did in Burning Crusade, and it'll be fun. That's all there is to it. Ulduar is still best raid ever made. I agree with that. I think Ulduar was fucking amazing. So anyway, there's God tier. I think that Wrath of the Lich King is going to die very fast. I do think so. I think that it will die faster than Burning Crusade because Wrath of the Lich King has a lot of catch-up gear, so people aren't in the gear treadmill as long. And so that's what happens. PvP will keep it alive? I don't really think so. I don't think the PvP in Wrath is going to be super amazing, like this like perfect thing. I think a lot of people don't remember what the PvP was really like, and now with people that are able to like min-max the shit out of it, it's probably not going to be as fulfilling as you might imagine. PvP was top-notch? Yes, I'm sure your recollection of something that happened over 10 years ago is perfect. Yeah, I don't think that's what's going to happen, guys. No, I think it's going to be the same thing as Burning Crusade, where certain comps are dominant, certain classes are dominant, and it just becomes a solved meta where people just gradually grow bored of it. That's what I think is going to happen because that's what happened with Burning Crusade. So, yeah. And don't you think subs is more related to the end of Arthas? I think that there's a lot of reasons for it. It's not just one thing in general. There's private servers that have been alive for 8 to 10 years with 1,000 plus people on them. I have no doubt that there will always be people that will play Wrath of the Lich King. But I think that its popularity on a larger scale will go down substantially after less than a month. Because people will clear all of the raid content, they will do that a few times, and then they'll stop playing. That's what I think is going to happen. And everybody said, here's what's so funny about this. Everybody said this about Burning Crusade. I said this about Burning Crusade as well. And it happened. It happened. A lot of people lost interest in Burning Crusade. Yes, there are a lot of people that still raid in BC. But it's in no way, shape, or form as popular as Classic WoW. Like, no way. And I think Wrath of the Lich King will be a similar decline. That's about it. Wrath sucks. I hate this game. I don't hate it. I think Wrath is great. I'm excited. But that's about it. What's this here? Meanwhile, Warmane has 22k players. I think Warmane makes up fake numbers. Warmane sells things on the store. The more people that are playing the game, the higher perceived value on things that they're selling on the store is. And I think that they're making up their numbers because it's financially beneficial for them to do so. So, I mean, yeah, it's just, again, people that don't believe that, I think, are naive. Oh, this trick in the book? Yeah, I mean, come on. It's common sense. I'm sick of playing old games. I think so. TBC has better retention than vanilla. Well, I think that you're probably right, but that's because vanilla WoW had like a billion people that played it at the beginning, right? I still think that classic leveled out higher than vanilla did. But maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm not sure, but that's kind of what I think. Either way, going back to this, I think that Blizzard is making a lot of good decisions with Wrath of the Lich King. I'm very happy to see these decisions being made. And I hope Blizzard continues to make them. All of this is good. Yeah, all of this is good. It's not good enough. I think it's good. And did you start listening to Razor Chair already? Yeah, a little bit of it. I got right over here. There it is. And I put this together a couple of nights ago. It actually, like, I was worried. You know what I was really worried about, guys? I was worried that I was gonna put the chair together and it was gonna fall. I was gonna fall apart whenever I was on stream, and I would look so bad because I would like not follow the instructions the right way, and the chair would just fucking fall down and it would just fucking basically. No, the Bored Ape Nazi Club. Yeah, I'll do that in a bit. There's still time for that. Yeah. But Razor would look bad. Yeah, I was so worried about that happening. But no, it seems like it's actually working and everything's fine. And at this point, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. At least taking risks and doing new stuff. Yeah, I think that this is the way that I look at it. Taking risks is something that is it's something that I missed out on. And I think that Blizzard should take more risks, even if they're bad risks. I think they should do it. I was glad that they tried to do what they did with Covenants. It didn't work out. They should have listened to the community faster. But I think that they should have listened. I think that they should have done it. It's good to try. Because if you don't try, you'll never know. Blizzard took so many risks in Legion. Some of them were incredible. Things like Suramar. Phenomenal. The legendaries. Acquisition method, awful. But I want to see more risks taken. Where's Berserk Cloth? Oh, the thing is, I just have it over here. I mean, I don't really need to have it on there. It's fine, didn't use instructions. No, I did actually use the instructions. I followed the instructions all the way. And yeah, you should transfer before they lock Benediction. I probably will do that soon. What happened to your old chair? I took it downstairs. There are some people like, guys, can we not have these fucking sages in chat for the old chair? The old chair sucked. Guys, the old chair sucked. Like, it was not even that good. Like, you sat down on it, and there was no padding at the bottom of it. It was like you're sitting on metal. And then on top of that, the padding in the back pushed my head forward so much that I had to fucking take a knife and pull the padding out. It was awful. Yeah, it looked comfy, though? Yeah. It looked comfy. Sure. I was using an abused chair. Yeah, it's still downstairs. I just, I'm not using it. It served its purpose. Yeah, it was about it. And show the funeral. Chair was the whole stream. Yeah, sure. But yeah, that's why I didn't really like the chair in general. What's this here? And what are your thoughts on how RuneScape puts out player voting? I think maybe they could do that soon, but I would not always put things up to a vote because sometimes players don't know what they want. So it depends on what it is. And have I read the 2 new Berserk chapters? No, I have not. Give it away to the viewers? No, I'm not doing anything with the chair. It's staying in my house, okay? In case I ever need it again, right? If I want to have it downstairs or something like that, it's okay. And that's it. Harder content reduces player interaction. I think it's a little bit of both. Anyway, let's go back over and we'll look at this video and take a look at some other stuff too. And that's the way I see it. But yeah, I was not really a big fan of the old chair. It was problematic, man. And it was an issue. Okay, discount code for European razor shops. You'd have to look at that at the website. I'm actually not sure if it's worldwide or just for one region. I have no idea. Okay, here we go. Let's look at this. Why old MMOs feel better. And then after this, we'll watch the Bored Apes one, okay? I know a lot of people want me to watch it. I will. But I don't know if I'm even going to watch anything after that because I want to make sure I have some time to play Final Fantasy today, too. Okay, here we go.
Many long-time MMO players fondly reminisce about the days gone when MMOs were far less optimised than they are now, when the games were more of a struggle to play. The old guard complains about today's modern MMO conveniences like tutorials, fast travel, quest markers, minimaps, group finders, and the lack of need to communicate. Many say MMOs have lost the social soul they had so long ago and simply aren't as memorable.
Nice.
However, many of the modern advancements people blame...
I heard that New World's getting a lot of big updates. I'm actually thinking it might be time to come back to New World, guys. I think we might make a new server, you know, like go to a new server in New World and, you know, get some people back on there together. And New World's dead. I feel like a lot of you guys, if you want to shit on New World, can you at least admit that it's commendable that they're working so hard to improve the game? Think about how many games come out and, like, they just don't really go very well and they just give up. I think it's really commendable. Yeah, it's a good thing, man. It actually is. And they need to make New World free to play with Prime. That'd be a great idea. I'd love that.
Were added as a result of players directly asking for them. Is it possible to design a game to be worse, and yet in doing so actually make the player's long-term experience of it better?
Yes, I think so. I think that there are elements of friction, because that's basically what he's saying, elements of friction that do make the game more interesting. I think that a lot of those can be seen whenever you're talking about the leveling experience of Classic WoW.
Giving the player a less optimized, less immediately fun experience actually result in them remembering the game more fondly, and indeed even recommending it to players precisely because of the fact it is less optimized. The answer
I don't agree with I don't think that being bad for the sake of being bad is a reason that people will continue playing a game. Yeah, I don't think that. But I do think that having some friction in games between interacting and doing certain things, it can actually make the experience better. I think an example of this is I think the original Red Ridge Mountains in WoW is it's a masterclass in what made MMOs great. You had a lot of mystery. You had at the very beginning, you just had, oh, you're doing a few little quests. Then you're fighting the orcs, and then you get quests, and it's holy shit, this is level 27 quest, and there's a bunch of mobs over there. It's yeah, it's not an elite quest, but there's so many mobs. I need friends. I need people to help me, right? And so it actually made it to where the player had to go and make the decision to, even though it's not an elite quest, a group quest, you got a group for it anyway.
Is both yes and no.
Belly
it's
Grub,
a paradox of adversity
Belly Grub
within
didn't
game
fuck
design,
around.
and it's one of the main reasons modern MMOs feel the way they do. It's also what Blizzard was trying to get at when they said, you think you do, but you don't. So let's discuss the actual psychology behind it.
Okay.
As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who
is
keep the
bigger
channel
now.
going. More
Congrats
information
to
on how
Josh.
you can support at the end. For now,
Look at that.
let's begin. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes. I've been making videos about MMORPG design for years, and one thing that I hear repeatedly from both old players who played the game back in the day and new players who are just discovering them is that older MMOs were better. Now, better is a very...
I think that they were better for their time. They were better. If you take for example, I think Halo 3 is an objectively better game than Halo 2. I think it's an objectively better game. But I think for its time, Halo 2 was a better game than Halo 3. Halo 2 was much more groundbreaking. It was much more innovative than Halo 3.
Subjective word. It's hard to define, it's different for everyone. But with so many old games still online, like the original EverQuest, or classic versions of modern games being released,
Imagine
like
that.
World of Warcraft Classic or old school RuneScape, there must be some element of design, some choice, beyond just nostalgia, some reason people keep going back to older designed games. Over the years, I've tried to make videos explaining MMO design, breaking down design elements, comparing choices. I've covered the idea of the meta, the chosen one narrative trope, fast travel, endgame, abundance of MMOs themselves, microtransactions, graphics, level scaling, but now I think I've managed to distill it down to the simplest, most base reason. I'm going to call it the paradox of adversity within game design. It's not the catchiest title, I know, but it explains why making something better for the player in the short term can sometimes remove its ability to have a long-term impact. It's all to do with the human experience of overcoming adversity. Consider the following. If something, say a task or a challenge, is immediately easy, it will have a high number of people attempt it and complete it. Because it's accessible to a greater number of people. And because a great number of people tend to enjoy easier things, the task will see a relatively high retention rate. You could consider things like sitting on the sofa binge watching a TV show, or ordering a takeaway, getting dressed in whatever was lying on the floor, calling off a planned meeting because it's raining and you don't want to go. It's low effort,
or because you just don't want to go. I think that I think it's not about overcoming adversity. I would actually disagree with that, because you can look at something like Final Fantasy. Is that Final Fantasy MSQ is very well loved by everybody, and people think it's a great experience, and they find it very fulfilling, but there's no adversity possible. I think that it's fulfillment. And for a lot of people, they get fulfillment through overcoming adversity, but overcoming adversity is not the core fulfillment that they're looking for. Does that make sense? It's about fulfillment.
Immediate reward. On the opposite end of the spectrum are very hard tasks with very high rates of immediate failure, or a great deal of input effort required. Fewer people will even attempt it, let alone succeed. And because people don't enjoy failure, many will quit if the first few attempts don't succeed. This could be leaving the sofa to go to a gym, applying for a much harder job than you've currently got, cooking a full 3-course meal from scratch, dressing up in smart or complex clothes, or attending a meeting if the circumstances are against you and you don't want to go. It could be learning a language or training for a difficult sports event such as a triathlon. It's very high effort with a very delayed reward. The paradox is the immediate reward for the low effort input is never as high or as satisfying as the delayed reward for the high input process. The intensity of the reward and the long-term value of it is directly related to the complexity and difficulty to achieve the process. Put simply, if something is easy to do, you'll feel good in the process but not care about the reward in the long term. You likely won't even create...
I would probably say that's true. Yeah, it's like you probably remember more things that happened to you that were really hard to do. Right? Like whenever I think of like what are a lot of my big memories from like raiding and WoW, it's never clearing the first boss. It's clearing the last boss or killing a boss with my guild or something like that. Yeah. So I think this makes sense. Yeah, sure.
To memory of either the process or the reward because it's nothing special. But if something is difficult to do, you'll likely dislike the process of doing it, but then the long-term reward of having done it will have more intrinsic value to you, and the memory you create will be much more intense. I think that's generally true, but I do worry that there are some games that make things difficult in order to make them difficult. I think that, again, like things have to be fulfilling to overcome as well. You can't just have something be very hard or very annoying or very tedious and then expect people to gain a certain level of fulfillment out of it. So it has to be both, because like WoW has a lot of things that are very tedious or annoying, and it's like whenever I finish them, I don't feel good about finishing them. I'm just glad that they're over. Yeah, it's like there's a balance between the two. Human nature. We want the easy and immediate, but we place much more long-term value on the completion of difficulty. Nobody wants to struggle, but everyone wants the feeling and satisfaction earned from struggling and succeeding.
That's why we got pay to win. There it is, right there. That's what Diablo Immortal is there for, right there. That's why Elden Ring was so successful. Elden Ring was successful for a lot of reasons, but I think that's one of them. You're right.
Don't enjoy the process of overcoming adversity, but we do grow from it. Indeed, the moments of unplanned struggle often become some of our fondest memories. It's very important to understand that the words...
A good example of that was remember Call-Outs Incoming? That Mechagon run that we had? Do you remember the 8-hour Gruul run? Well, I'm not going to forget that. That was certainly not planned at all. Holy shit. Took forever.
Struggle in this context is not life-changing trauma. It's not extremely negative experiences that you wish you could remove. It means less than optimal, unexpected. It means more difficult than you originally anticipated. It's not extremely damaging. It's challenging within the context of the game.
It's a good challenge.
If you go camping with your friends and everything is absolutely fine, you'll likely have an okay trip. But if on the second night it begins to absolutely pour with rain and you discover there's a rip in the tent, you will likely hate it in the moment, but look back on it fondly, laughing with the group as you all reminisce the struggle you overcame. It's off.
I fucking hate camping. I fucking hate it. The reason I would like camping if it happened in the winter. But last time I went camping, it was like over 10 years ago. And it was sweaty in the tent. I couldn't get comfortable. It was awful.
From the moments of struggle that we look back on and smile about, we defeated the enemy and we see value in that. If you ask older MMO players some of their best memories, they'll often tell you about all the adversity they overcame, standing selling items in the EverQuest tunnel or the Falador Bank, completing quests without guides, phoning friends in real life to organize a raid.
Well, it's like figuring shit out too, like doing the quest without a guide. Like there's a really big factor. This is kind of what people were talking about with like the IKEA effect. It's like you put together the thing yourself, so if you feel like you have like more ownership of it. And I think that's kind of what happened with like the old quests, is whenever you actually figure it out yourself, I think that's way more fulfilling than if you just read a guide or you just follow a quest marker or something like that.
Exists in design a Goldilocks zone of player difficulty, where something is not too easy and not too hard, it's just right. You're not going to frustrate the player and prevent them from finishing the game, but when they do finish the game, they're going to feel an immense satisfaction that they have overcome a perfectly balanced challenge. So how does this
that's how I felt whenever I beat Sekiro. That's how I felt whenever I beat Elden Ring. I felt good about overcoming the challenge. I felt good. It's like, I fucking did this. I succeeded. I win.
Relate back to MMORPGs. Well, remember when Blizzard told you think you do,
but you don't?
But you don't.
I've heard of that.
And by the way, you don't want to do that either. You think you do.
I wonder how many times I've
don't.
seen this.
Remember when you had to like spam cities and say need a tank, need a tank, need a tank during the Burning Crusade days? You don't remember that because now you just push a button that says go to the dungeon. You don't want to do that.
Here's what they actually meant. It's two elements of human psychology combining. The abundance of choice, meaning we don't stick at one thing.
Well, I think that like the difficulty and the adversity, I think players don't enjoy whenever that difficulty and adversity comes in an artificial way. Where it's like, oh, we have to walk all the way to this dungeon. Or, oh, if we die, we lose something that we have to go back and do the whole thing over again. I think that's the kind of difficulty. It's like New World, I think, is a complete fucking case study in that. Is that a lot of the difficulty and adversity that New World had was entirely artificial. It was the difficulty of traveling, the difficulty of moving materials around. It was not something that was really hard because it was challenging. It was hard because it was designed that way.
When it gets challenging and can easily switch, and the value we gain from overcoming a challenge. Many years ago, there weren't as many MMOs, so you have a relatively captured audience. If you didn't like one game, you could go to another, but you'd very quickly cycle through all possible games. The player base didn't have great variety, and a lot of these MMOs were difficult. The players would face adversity in all games, such as no group finders, meaning you had to talk to people, and creating a group could take a while. No quest markers on the minimap, or minimaps themselves, or even in your journal, so you had to write down NPCs' names and locations. No market.
Yeah, it was hard. Like, I mean, I remember back in the day, my mom and I, we played King's Quest, and you remember that one part in King's Quest where you went out into the desert? Well, we actually made like a grid, and we tried to map out the desert in King's Quest. Like, that shit was like from way, way back in the day. And like, I still have the grid. I still have the map. I think it's in the garage.
Boards or global trading systems, so it was player-to-player trade only. No tutorial, meaning you were placed directly into the world and you relied on the community to help you, and many games came on physical CDs and took hours to...
I remember me and Zach Mikorivi, we were actually sitting out there asking what LFG meant in WoW. And we were like, what is this? And everybody thought we were trolling, but we actually had no idea what it was.
Stall, with the process often going wrong.
Why people
this
keep typing
isn't the game itself, but it's still part of an adversity experience. Adversity means a difficult or unpleasant situation, and overcoming it is a good feeling. Now, the adversity in a game doesn't just need to be the boss design or the gameplay. It can be the meta elements, such as having to play a game without a guide, being unable to switch servers and play with your friends, corpse runs, experience debt, almost cryptic levels of description for both quest guides and item descriptions. Older games had a lot of adversity within them. And as we know, while people like the sense of accomplishment which comes with overcoming adversity, they don't always like adversity in the moment. People quit difficult...
I actually think that I don't think that... I think if you brought out a game like this again, that like made you lose experience whenever you die, and you know, everything takes forever and there's no quest helper for it, I think that game would just die. I don't think people would play it. I don't think they'd waste their time on it. I actually do think that a lot of players have just moved past that. They don't want to deal with that. It's annoying to them. I think that right now, players want diversity that is not an outcome of like bad design. They want like actual real adversity.
Things while they're
like
still
a hard
in the
fight
difficult
to do.
bit. With older MMOs, this wasn't a major problem for player retention because the players simply didn't have many other places to go. The end result was a hemmed-in...
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you quit WoW, it's like, okay, now what are you going to do? Yeah, what are you going to do now, idiot? Yeah, all right, that's what I thought. Come on back. Let's go.
Player base with a sparse selection of MMOs, all of which had heavy amounts of adversity, and your choice was overcome it or stop playing. And if you stopped playing, then you simply stopped caring. And if you did overcome it, you felt intense personal pride. But as more MMOs were made and player choice increased, the designers saw both opportunities and issues. If they made the player face too much adversity, the players wouldn't push on because they had no other choice, they would leave because now they did have choice. And this put designers into a strange position. They needed to make the system...
people lose interest. That's one of the worst things, is like, that's kind of what I said. I was like, I thought that like Margit was too hard of a first boss in Elden Ring, because I thought he would push players to, instead of trying to overcome him, they would just stop playing. That's what I was worried about. So I do think there's a line to it.
Players would experience immediately very easy to prevent the players leaving, but in doing so, they were reducing the potential long-term connection the player would have to that system because no one remembers the easy accomplishments. Take the group finder. Without it, players are forced to talk and communicate and connect. Bonds will form, friendships, rivalries. You have to time your gameplay sessions to your guild. The act of forming the group becomes a satisfying ritual itself, and when the group is formed, it will likely stick together because the process of forming another is difficult.
That was the Scarlet Monastery Alliance experience. If you were trying to level and play the game, and you got to Scarlet Monastery, and there was nobody else there, and somebody in your group sucked, it was actually faster to teach that person how to play the game than get somebody new. That's how bad it was. Yes, it was actually faster. You had to, like, take this person, like, okay, here's what threat is. Like, all right, didn't you have to use a shield? Okay, all right, let's do that. Yeah, the Western Plaguelands run, oh my god, it was brutal. So good design. I think that players nowadays, if you had that in a game again, I think this is really the best way to look at it, is if you had a new game come out that had a functionality like that, what would players do? Because in Classic WoW, what did they do? Well, they just had summoning warlocks, and that problem was completely removed because there was just a bunch of people there, and you could easily find somebody, and you just had to pay 3 gold for a summon. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, people would quit. Yeah, and like, this is just what happens. I think that the trying to find like these points of like, what's like really the word for this? Like these like points where it's like, oh man, like this is a really hard challenge to overcome. I think that if the game ever engineers these things intentionally, it always is bad. And I think that New World tried to do that. New World tried to engineer friction. And so did Shadowlands with the conduits and like the covenants and everything. They tried to engineer friction. Friction is what happens whenever people try to overcome game systems. It should not happen whenever the game systems are designed to create the friction itself.
The process of forming the group is the adversity, and the feeling of having formed one is now substantial. But then the group finder comes in to remove the adversity of forming the group, and in doing so also removes the feeling of reward of forming it. It's positive for players with very little time, but negative for players who value the process of making the group. The lack of quest markers on your minimap, or indeed the lack of a detailed map at all, or the lack of fast travel, means you now faced adversity of talking to every NPC, finding a quest, memorizing the world, learning the lay of the land, or becoming friends with a class who could teleport you around. The act of exploring and progressing was the adversity. That was the challenge. It wasn't easy, but for those who could do it, it was fulfilling. Then the minimaps, teleport spells, fast travel, and icons and quest helpers and auto run came along because players were leaving the game before even finding the quests due to the difficulty of the process.
Well, yeah, because people don't want to... The thing is, people don't want to play a game and feel like they're wasting their time. And I think that's what happens. Is it whenever people are trying to play a game and they're just looking around trying to figure out what to do, that's what the problem is. And I think that, like, Margit actually is a good example of this not being the case. Because basically, Elden Ring, what they do is they say, you have to kill this guy. And we don't care how you do it, but you have to do it. So what they do is, like, you automatically know what you're supposed to do at the very beginning of the game. So then everything you do around that is in service of that goal. Do you see kind of what I'm saying? You don't? Yeah, but you kind of do. That's what a new player is going to think, is that you have to kill them. So it's important to have players know what they're supposed to do, but not necessarily spoon feed them every step in the process of getting there.
Had to be made easier to increase player retention, or the players would leave for a game which was doing it. Again, in doing so, you are removing the adversity of learning the land at the expense of the player's long-term connection to the land. Most players simply don't have a very long attention span, or a great deal of patience to deal with failure or time-consuming systems, so game designers...
Well, I think that time-consuming systems is really what people don't have patience for. I think people can deal with failure. Absolutely, people can deal with failure. 100% people can deal with failure. People will sit there and wipe on a boss forever, but what people don't like, I think, is whenever a system is designed to consume your time. Whenever it's like, oh, you've got to run all the way back to your corpse every time that you want to do a fight in WoW. It's like, oh, you have to run all the way back to the boss for Blue Smelter Demon or Sir Alone in Dark Souls 2. Like, these are the things that players don't like, because I think that for a lot of people, including myself, I view this as artificial difficulty. This is just like basically a time dilation mechanism that makes it take longer for me to achieve my goal. I don't like it. It's not fun. It's just annoying. Spoiled by other games? Well, it's not necessarily spoiled. It's just that I want to have the challenge in the game be around the challenge in the game, not the challenge to play the game.
To remove any and all roadblocks to failure, and this became a double-edged sword because they were now taking the process of adversity and resulting satisfaction and replacing it with a mundane, easy process and no emotional reward.
Yeah.
This paradox of adversity can be applied to lots of MMORPG design elements. There used to be fewer MMOs, so players had less choice, meaning you could make your game more difficult. You could add in more adversity, whether that's the difficulty of the enemies, the quests, or even understanding the systems the game is made up of. Players would have to conquer them, and so be given the reward for conquering them.
I think that one thing with adversity, with games, is that, in my opinion, adversity is best whenever you give the player the option to use different tools to overcome the adversity. So, for example, like in Vampire Survivors, you can use garlic, you can use axes. Like, there's like 15 different combos of weapons that you can use that are all going to help you clear the game. You can use knives or something else like this, right? You can use whatever you want. And basically, like, I look at it like this. A good game is a game that says you have to get the number 4, and you don't have to only use 2 plus 2. You can if you want. You can use 3 plus 1, 4 plus 0, 5 plus -1. You can do 10 minus 6, and you can get 4. The only thing that you have to do is get to 4. That's it. And I think that's why games like Elden Ring, games like Path of Exile, games like Vampire Survivors, games like Old WoW are so successful and so well loved. because players found their own unique solutions for solving the problem, which makes that overcoming of the problem personal, and it gives them more ownership of it. Whereas, like, whenever you're fighting a boss, a bad example of this, in my opinion, is Yorm the Giant in Dark Souls 3. Yorm the Giant, if you're not doing, like an overpowered magic build, you pretty much need the storm weapon to kill him, right? Like, you pretty much do. So it's like, as soon as you figure that out, it's like, oh, okay, so I just use this. It's like, like, I just need to find rock and he's scissors, or I need to find paper and he's the rock, right? So as soon as you find that, it's solved. But there aren't really a lot of other solutions. I like it whenever there are a bunch of different solutions and you can choose which one you want to go with in a game. Yeah, it's not satisfying to beat him. It's like, oh, okay, I found the magic solution to this. I think that in another way, it was not satisfying as much to beat Rykard either in Elden Ring. Because as soon as you realize that you just had to use the polearm, the boss died pretty fast. It was one of the coolest looking bosses and best boss fights in the game, but it wasn't really that impressive. You just figured it out and that was it. So yeah, it's you can get to the number 4 by doing anything. That is my best metaphor for how video games should go about approaching difficulty.
Ironically now, if something is too difficult, players will leave and go to another MMO because there is so much choice.
I don't think difficulty is the word. I think it's tediousness and time-consuming systems that exist for the sake of consuming time. That's why I think a lot of people quit. Not difficulty.
Incredibly ironic that the design which sets up satisfaction, adversity, is also the design which drives players away. In short, if you fill your MMO with player adversity, systems which the player must overcome, it will feel incredibly satisfying when a player advances through it, but it is also far more likely the average player will quit before reaching that satisfaction, because the process is difficult. And if you fill your game with easy systems which remove adversity, it is now much more likely that players will stick around and finish your game, but also they will feel very little connection to it because they never had to overcome adversity to get there. Difficult experience means less immediate fun, but a stronger long-term appreciation of it. An easy experience means more immediate fun, but a weak...
Bro, it's just so sad to watch the free-to-play POV, man. It's so fucking sad.
Weaker long-term appreciation of it. You only need to look at the modern-day video game difficulty mythos to see how we as players value overcoming adversity. The Pandaren who leveled to maximum without leaving the starting
Double
zone.
agent.
Swampletics taking on the Theatre of Blood while locked entirely inside Mauritania. Let me solo her, killing Melania wearing only a pot on his head. The Happy Hop performing no-hit runs of the Soulsborne games, sometimes consecutively. Rendy achieving the level 3 Fire Cake in old school RuneScape. Finishing the Mario games without collecting any coins. We value and respect those who overcome adversity in games. And if that player is us, we end up valuing and respecting ourselves. So the reason many players have fond memories of older MMOs and will tell new players that older games are better is because they contained a lot more adversity and playing them demanded you overcome it, giving you as a player that deep sense of satisfaction which comes with doing that. They may not be fun in the moment, but they are infinitely more satisfying to look back on. Modern day MMORPGs have removed...
I would absolutely agree with that. It's like whenever I go back and I think of the moments in time that I was like, man, this was such a good game, or I had so much fun here, it was always in the times that I was like in a place where it was difficult and I had to figure out some sort of way to figure it out or to get it to work or something like that. Yeah, I think so. It's like you guys have probably had that same situation. So if a choice is optimal way in the game, then why do games do sex almost force players' choice in which way they sell so badly? I don't know what that game is, so I haven't really played it before. Yeah, I have no idea. We've molded. Yeah, it's like there are some things that, again, like I do absolutely think that adversity for adversity's sake is not a... I think adversity for adversity's sake is like... It's like you're view botting, right? Like there's a big number there. There might be a lot of people like looking at it at the beginning, but everybody knows it's fucking bullshit. Like that's the way I see it, is that whenever you add in adversity to content and there's no real like nuance to that adversity, there's no reason it exists other than the fact that it exists, then it doesn't feel good. It's like in New World, whenever you had a quest in town and you had to go talk to some guy or kill some bear that's on the other side of the map, and then after you killed the bear, you had to run all the way back to town. Well, fuck, man. That just took 30 minutes.
As much adversity as they can,
necessary,
because that improves the early to mid-game experience. The irony, of course, is you will retain more players, but you won't be generating those very human, very intense, very memorable experiences that come with overcoming an adverse system. It's why killing a boss after 100 attempts feels better than killing the boss after 1 attempt. You have achieved something difficult. The irony, of course, is that most players won't stick around for 100 attempts. They will declare it too difficult and move on to a different game.
Well, you have to hook them into it, right? So you make it to where the first boss is easy. It's the same as what Blizzard does with microtransactions. Like, if the first pack that they give you is only a 200% bonus and it's $39, they're not going to do it. The way they do it is that, like, by the time that, let's say, like, what's the first wall in Dark Souls 1? Probably Capra Demon. That's what I would assume most people hit the wall on. So whenever you're fighting the Asylum Demon, he's pretty fucking easy. Whenever you're fighting the Taurus Demon, he's also pretty fucking easy. Gargoyles, yeah. But like gargoyles are a little bit harder than Taurus Demon, but Capra Demon is really hard. So by the time that you get to Capra Demon, you've probably already played the game for at least 5 to 8 hours at this point. I'm talking about like first playthrough, you know, and you're not really looking everything up and like min-maxing, right? So like you probably played the game 5 to 8 hours. So at that point, you are invested into actually trying to figure out how to play the game. But if you give somebody one of those really, really hard challenges right at the beginning, you are going to lose a lot of people because they haven't had time to gain the investment and the fulfillment that they would receive from clearing the boss. You know, like like Ornstein and Smo. By the time that you get to Ornstein and Smo, you've played this game for 20 hours, 30 hours at this point probably. So you're ready, you're invested, you're here to win. And that's what the most important thing is that you want to make sure that you invest people into the game before you hit them with those huge challenges.
Many players ask for easy routes to be added because they focus on the gameplay experience of right now more than the long-term experience and satisfaction gained by conquering a challenge. The skill in games design is to find that Goldilocks zone, where a game is challenging and rewarding while not being frustrating to the point of making a player quit. Older MMOs had much less competition. Players couldn't just leave for another game at a moment's notice, and even if they did, it would be just as difficult. So that Goldilocks zone was much broader for older MMOs.
I think that it's that's true. People will leave for a game and play another one, but I think people will come back. There have been nights where I've uninstalled and reinstalled Path of Exile 3 times. I'm not kidding. Like, I've uninstalled the game and I'm done with it, and I've come back and I've reinstalled it 3 times in one night. Okay, so like, it's kind of weird. It was. It's embarrassing to even say that, but it's fucking true. I did that. And it's just because I ended the game and I was like, well, yeah, I can go play Diablo 3, but, you know, like, so I could play WoW again, but I was bored of playing WoW. So it's like, well, fuck, I've got to go back and play this game. And it's like, there's something about it that, like, you want to continue to overcome the challenge. Like, for example, whenever I played, like, Dark Souls 2, whenever I quit the game, like, I beat it once, right? But whenever I played it again, there was never, like, this nagging, like, desire to complete it. There wasn't, like, whenever I finished the game and I said, I'm done playing this, I never felt like, oh, man, I want to come back and play this again. No, I was like, fuck this. This game sucks. I don't want to play it. That was it.
Blizzard said, you think you do but you don't, what they meant was they believed a modern-day MMO player base would quit classic WoW due to the adversity in the game's design, the lack of group finder and the lack of quest giver's location on the minimap, before they were able to reach the satisfying...
The good thing, though, is that players solved all those problems. To be fair, right? Like, players solved the problem of not being able to get people to Scarlet Monastery by everybody having Warlock alts that you would just pay gold to summon people at. And then people solved the problem of Group Finder with things like Discord and also with add-ons. Like, and then they also solved the leveling problem by buying mage boosts. So Blizzard, in a lot of ways, was right. Players solved this problem.
Level of WoW Classic and value the experience that overcoming the adversity gave them. Modern Blizzard design seems to be remove all adversity at the expense of all long-term satisfaction. So the next time you hear an older MMO player saying they want old-style MMOs back, what they likely mean is, while they may not remember the less fun process of playing the game, they miss the end feeling of overcoming adversity that the game gave them. But what do you...
I feel like there's also a lot of MMO players out there that they just wish they were 16 again. They wish they could just sit down and play a game and not have any care in the world. I think that's absolutely a factor too. I think that's a massive fucking factor. It's like with Classic WoW, I think it's both. The game was really good, and also it was a lot of nostalgia. Give me 1 second. All right, I think we're good. Nostalgia is a bigger factor. I think so. So 30 years ago for me, I think that it was, I played the game whenever I started playing, like right after I turned 16, right? I think so. When COVID started, a lot of people started playing. Well, I don't know about that. The adversities they had, what's this here? The adversity they had adversities ahead they were well equipped for dealing with. Yeah, I think there's that too, right? It's like you're going into something and it's not as dangerous, right? I think so. Overall, I think that there is a big overlap between people that want MMOs, old MMOs back, and people that want their old life back. But I do think that there is value to having mystery in games. I think that mystery in games needs to be very, very intricately crafted, and the mystery of the games and the tediousness of the games and the difficulty of the games cannot be engineered. So that means that, like, for example, running back to a boss that's not what people really miss. They miss overcoming the boss. So focus on the good parts, get rid of the bad parts. I think Elden Ring did this perfectly.
You think? Should modern MMOs be designed with fewer features so players have to push through adversity to gain the satisfaction of overcoming it?
No, they'll just quit. They'll just quit. People are like, this is a waste of my time. Fuck this.
Should the adversity be removed to increase early game player retention at the cost of long-term satisfaction? Or
I think what they should do is they should make the beginning of the game easy and then make you hit a wall. That's what I think they should do. And you continuously make the game harder and harder and harder. That way, it's like there are some raids that are like this. Like Eternal Palace was like this, where the first boss in Eternal Palace, Asharad's Eternal Palace in WoW, was really fucking hard. And most people didn't get past her because she was harder than the next two bosses. And I don't want to have a situation where you should have... It's almost like getting somebody addicted to something, right? You make it easy, and then you make it harder and harder and harder. And once you've got the fucking hook in them, you've got your teeth in there, you've got them, that's whenever you really make it challenging. You make it challenging over time, not immediately.
Or should self-imposed limitations, such as RuneScape's Iron Man mode, be adopted by the game industry and made available for self-imposed adversity? What's the best design choice here? Let me know in the comments below. Thank you again for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, and Discord. And as always, have a great day.
That's a good video. I think so. I like that video a lot. I think that the topic of like video game difficulty is really hard. It's really hard to have a conversation around video game difficulty online because people will always say they want things to be more difficult. And then whenever they get that, they don't like it. Josh, we've watched Josh's videos a million fucking times. Make sure to give it a like, give him a sub if you haven't already. He makes a lot of really introspective and great WoW videos. So I would absolutely recommend watching. Yeah, we love Josh 100% we do. I'll link the video again. You guys can take a look at a Bellier video, please. I'm thinking about if I want to do the Bellier videos or if I want to, you know what? Why don't we do the Bored Apes video? Why don't we do that on like Saturday or something? Because I don't want to lose too much time. Like, I actually do want to play, I really do want to play some Final Fantasy today. And like the Bored Ape video is an hour long. So realistically, if I start watching it right now, I'm not going to be done with it until 2 p.m. And then we have the V Rising devs in an hour. So I'd like to have a little bit more time for that. You know what I mean? So that's the way I said, yeah, we'll watch the Bellier video and we'll do that. Apes video is going to take you 3 hours. Yeah, and I want to make sure that I fully fucking address that. I think that's what makes sense. And it's not that I don't want to, it's not that I don't want to watch it. It's that I'm going to watch it another time, right? That's all it comes down to. Cool Beans fair. Yeah, I think that's totally fucking fair. And no, I want the Nazi monkey video. We are going to watch it. We are going to watch it. We'll just watch it next time. I've got plenty of other shit to look at too, okay, guys? Don't worry about it. And WoW videos generally apply to all aspects of life as well, which makes them so interesting. Yeah, I think so too. You could also play WoW. McConnell, I spent 9 hours playing WoW yesterday, okay? I don't want to hear about it. Anyway, what I was saying before is that I think video game difficulty conversations are really important because there's a lot of, I think, disingenuousness that goes into conversations around video games. And in my opinion, I think that video game difficulty is bad when it's artificial. And I think that you should look at everything through that lens. Is if a game's difficulty is artificial, it's like, oh, well, this is only hard because of like this weird system that's in the game. Well, then it's not going to be as much fun. It's always artificial? Yeah, but like artificial exists on a spectrum. I think that's what it is. Just look at the people trying to shit on you on Max's post about his round table talk. Listen, people don't like me about, and I'll watch the Dragonflight video. This is the one. I was going to watch that. And we'll probably watch the Zeppel video after that. Then I want to play some games. And it's the exact opposite of Lost Ark, though. That's totally on rails, where there's only one way to complete the activities, but you still enjoy that. Well, not necessarily, because you can build your character in a lot of different ways. And like Vaulton, you can beat Vaulton in a lot of different ways too. And you can do a lot of different things in Lost Ark. I think overall, people get really mad about like my opinions in WoW because they say like, oh, well, you don't raid seriously anymore. Why does your opinion matter? In my opinion, I think that's why it matters. Because I'm a person who used to raid all the time. I used to raid on multiple characters. And now I don't raid at all. Because it's not fun, it's not worth doing, it's not enjoyable, and it's not fulfilling. So I would say that my viewpoint, just categorically because of that, is important. Because I think there's a lot of people that feel like I do. Absolutely. Like, I think it's a huge problem. That is your opinion? Well, yeah, I think so, it is. And I also think, again, I will go back to what I said earlier. Imagine how much better the game would be if Blizzard invested half of the resources they invested into raids into making more evergreen content, and they had been doing this for the last 5 years. We would be playing a much better game. That's just the truth. Here we go. Caught yourself by leaving the discussion with Max and him early? I had to do other things that day. I didn't have time.
Well, that was kind of unexpected. Randomly, seemingly, and without much fanfare, Blizzard have actually dropped pre-orders for Dragonflight. But that's definitely not the full story, because the disclaimer on the store page says Dragonflight will be available on or before December 31st, 2022. That is
wild, man.
This year! Within 6 months! That's quite something, isn't it? Now, this sort of thing isn't abnormal, by the way, but it does fly in the face of speculation. You know, those, like, December 31st disclaimers. We've had those for, like, every expansion.
To be fair, didn't Blizzard miss one of these disclaimers with Warcraft 3 Reforged? Didn't they miss one of these disclaimers? I think that they did, yeah.
Of course, most of us expected Q1 2023 for this expansion. As for why, well, the BlizzCon showing was a little bit sparse in terms of the actual game footage. The announcement took place, relatively speaking, later than normal, and I think we expected a chronologically more extensive testing process given the issues that Shadowlands and BFA has.
And Legion.
Well, that all appears to be false now. There's some implications. Let's talk about them. First, on development.
Yeah.
Second, on alpha. You know what? I'm just going to go wild. I'll talk about alpha first.
I don't know when this alpha is going to come out. Like, whenever the alpha comes out, I'll play it that day. 100%. I'm going to play it. I want to go, and we're going to do the same shit that we do with every alpha. We're going to go into the places that we're not supposed to go in, and there's probably going to have to be a GM that's watching my stream that will teleport me out of the area. That's 100% what I'm going to do. Break the game. Yes, we will.
So the alpha is, of course, underway at Blizzard.
Yeah,
just
access into the alpha?
internally.
No.
We've actually recently seen a new Dragonflight alpha test build be uploaded to WoWDev. That's all encrypted, of course, but it's just a bit more evidence. It does mean that external alpha is almost certainly going to come out soon, though. I would expect within a few weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if it was next week. Let's talk about some times then.
Oh my fucking god. Next week we're going to get the alpha for WoW? Bro, this is stressing me out, man. Like, I gotta play the game a lot. Max said very soon. I mean, I think that there's a good chance that it's going to be very soon. I'm ready.
Actually use WOD here because
Please don't alpha. I know that people don't want an alpha and they don't want the content tested. Would I want the content to be more buggy but completely new? Yeah, I think so. I think I would. I think if I had to choose, I would rather have buggy content that I don't know what's going to happen than min-max content on release for alpha. Yeah. They're trying to... So, yeah, Blizzard was like, Asmon's playing Final Fantasy again. Shit. Okay, all right. Bring out Wrath beta. Shit, okay, that didn't work. All right, bring out the Dragonflight beta. Come on, we're going to get him out of that weeb shit.
Kind of similar with dates. So, Warlords of Draenor external testing started June 5th.
Yeah, of course. It's all about me, guys.
161 days. I think that's 5 months and 8 days. And then the expansion came out. If the exact same timing occurred right now, with Alpha starting next Tuesday, then Dragonflight would release Tuesday, November 29th. Funny enough,
bro, you talking about November? Like, I was thinking about, like, this shit would come out in, like, December 32nd or 33rd, you know? Like, somewhere around there. I don't know. November? Oh, my God.
The week after Shadowlands launched, relatively speaking. And I think that's actually a somewhat important thing to point out. You see, Legion released in August. BFA also released in August.
There it is.
For a time, it looked like a decently well-oiled machine, an expansion every 2 years. And while we don't have a third August release that we can, use to draw the trend line, I think we can safely say Shadowlands probably had the same launch target, only for BFA's issues and then COVID, of course.
I think that 2 years for expansion is good. I would be okay with an expansion every 18 months. But I would prefer 2 years because I feel like expansions, like, I want people to have time to, play their character, get used to the zones. I think 2 years is great. I feel like every year is too often, man. Like, people, like, it's just, you get kind of rushed through everything. It's kind of one of the reasons why I didn't really get that hyped up about Burning Crusade. It felt like you just weren't able to hold on to the gear for long enough to make you feel like it mattered.
To knock its planned release date back to late October, and then, of course, the delay took us to late November. So, you might be wondering then, is this development realistic? I know a lot of people are quite worried now that they're finding out the expansion's coming out relatively soon.
There's a lot of people that think that Dragonflight is, like, basically what they think is Bobby's yacht payment came due and he didn't have the money for it, or actually he did have the money for it, he didn't want to spend it, he needs to make some more money. And so Bobby's having the WoW devs work double time to bring out a new expansion, right? And it's rushed trash. Yeah, they're worried that it's going to be rushed and it's going to be trash. I don't know if that's true or not. In my opinion, I will say again, I think that pretty much all of the decisions, minus some of the tier set decisions and the tuning for the fucking new raid, I think that pretty much everything Blizzard has done after 9.15 has been good. They've communicated well with players. They've responded to problems the game has had. They've solved those problems. And they've added content. Yeah, I think it's good.
So let's do that. First up, during the reveal event, Blizzard actually...
People say in chat, they do that every time at the end of the expansion. And you know what? You're fucking right. You are right. You are 100% right. And there is a very good chance that Dragonflight is going to come out and there's going to be some, like, massive dick in the salad. And Blizzard's like, just eat around it. It's not that big. I mean, come on. It doesn't even smell bad. Just eat. Look, there's some other food over there. Look, try to just eat around the dick. And nobody wants to eat around the dick. They just want the dick out of the salad. And it takes it a year to get the dick out of the salad. And then finally, whenever they do, people are like, oh my God, I can't believe Blizzard's listening again. They're not going to have dicks in the salad anymore. New expansion comes out, new dick in the salad. That's what it is. Top-notch metaphor? It's not mine. It's Belluar's. He thought of this one.
Actually said they were more ahead of schedule than usual. Now, that certainly is a statement. But
I think that's good, and I'm not surprised about that at all, because they're not adding in some massive new system. You've got to think about it. Think about how much development time they wasted with Covenants. Think about how much development time they wasted with, like, these other systems, like Azerite gear. It's not in the game. The talents, the difference between talents is that talents will transcend the expansion. And also, here's what I think they're doing with talents. I'm going to be honest. I think they're probably just going to take away half of our abilities and then make us pick them as talents. So it's probably not as complex as you think.
There are ways that that statement could make sense. So first up, Shadowlands was likely cut down quite a bit. Legion had a launch raid, then 7-1, then 7-2, then 7-3. It had 4 raids. Of course, with other bits of content coming along with them. BFA, 4 raids, plus a 5th mini one. Shadowlands had 3 raids. The tiers were all quite long, and the storyline of the expansion was very clearly both cut and compressed.
Yeah.
A lot of things that were teased, like Bane finding out the origin of his people, just didn't happen. So instead, Bane just spends the entire expansion sitting down in Ouroboros.
Yeah, Bane was a wasted character. I feel bad about that. Bane was one of my favorite characters in WoW. Like, I was disappointed. Not Bane, but like Karen. Karen was one of my favorite characters. And like, Bane just doesn't fucking do anything, man. It sucks.
Just about nobody liked it.
Yeah.
Now guess what other expansion fits that mold? Warlords of Draenor. Just that I think WoD was even more cut down. It had a strong start. It had a middle that was literally cut. There was no Shatrath raid.
Yeah.
No middle to Yrel's arc, which led to this crazy, weird, rushed ending that was laughed at by people. Now, one thing that does explain a late 2022 Dragonflight...
I didn't really care about the ending of WoD being bad. Like, it's the same as I didn't really care about the ending of Shadowlands being bad. It's like, yeah, this is fucking garbage. But I just want to move on. Let's move on. That's fine. Yep, it's garbage. Let's move on.
Right then, is Shadowlands being cut down, allowing for Blizzard's regular 2-year-long release schedule to continue.
Yeah.
Essentially there, a producer would say, okay, we have to cut this amount of Shadowlands. It will have this much, resources. Everyone else, we're going to keep Dragonflight on schedule.
It's fine. No, it's not. I know people, like, I don't really care. The reason why I don't really care is because I'm still having fun playing the game. There are a lot of people that just, like, it's weird that they just, like, they hate WoW. They're like, oh, man, I fucking hate WoW. WoW's such a bad game. I didn't really care. Hi, Fandy. I didn't really care about this because I'm having fun playing the game. They had a story, some story plot line that I think is stupid. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, who cares? Like, I don't give a shit about this. I'm just playing the game. It wasn't a big deal.
There's another reason, though, and I think it is likely to do with risk.
Yeah.
Shadowlands had a number of complex features, things like Torghast and Covenant.
I think that people were mad because Blizzard didn't respond and react to the feedback they gave. People said, we don't like this, and Blizzard said, yes, you do. That's why people were mad. It had nothing to do with the fact that they tried it. It had to do with the fact that they forced it on players even after they said they didn't like it. People said, we don't like this. Like, this is bad. Like, I don't care if Blizzard has some dumb system in alpha or beta. It doesn't matter. I don't even care if it goes to live. I care if after that happens and it's not working out, it doesn't get changed.
As they pertain to player power, right? A massive number of new class abilities, each with spec permutations for the Covenant abilities. Then you go to Torghast. That's a mode, the format of which changed quite a bit during testing, and it's something that would have taken a massive amount of per-spec design. If anything would be a development time vampire and a source of dreaded unknown unknowns, which are the worst part in development, it would be features like those. So what about Dragonflight then? Well, it does have the profession revamp. That's pretty massive, but it's also kind of isolated.
It's its own closed
things
system.
Need testing, yes, but I think we can all see how Torghast would perhaps need more testing than Professions.
I would
be
guess
harder
so.
to implement. Then you've got the talent tree rework. Now that is a massive feature, but it's not necessarily adding a massive amount of new stuff. Rather, it's more consolidating all of these years of class design into a brand new system.
I think the talent trees are a good idea. I'm a big fan of Blizzard's talent tree system idea. I like it a lot. I think it's smart. I think that like having this in the game, the reason why I like what they're saying about Dragonflight is the fact that they're not promising something really big. And it might sound weird. It's like, wait, so you're happy that something crazy isn't happening? Yes, I am. I'm happy that they're finally stepping back and saying, okay, how are we going to develop this game for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, and trying to build a foundation rather than just constantly shifting the problem every expansion. Talent trees make people feel like they're in control of their character. Exactly, yeah.
Now that's definitely hard to do well, but it's not being done in an environment where they also have to deal with Covenant abilities, soulbinds, conduits, and legendary powers. So it seems to me then that Dragonflight has less unknown unknowns. An unknown unknown is just the sort of thing, it's something you don't know.
It's something, yeah.
And it is a problem, but you don't know that it's going to be a problem until you find it. Unlike a known unknown, which is the sort of unknown thing you can plan for. Suffice to say, an unknown unknown, that's the thing that just makes everything horrible, and I think Dragonflight probably has been designed.
Yeah, it's very simple. It's like if you ever tried to fix something in your computer and you know there's something wrong with it, and then like you try to fix it and you realize you're actually causing a second problem, but like you had no idea that was even going to happen. That's basically what it is.
To have fewer of them. Okay, next, let's talk about the pre-order bit. Get your wallets ready, everybody, because Dragonflight is more expensive. In the UK, prices have increased by £10. In the US, it's also up by $10, and that's across all tiers. Now, this is.
I think that buying an expansion for $50 is totally fine. I do. I think that it's totally fine. I don't have a problem with it at all. This is okay. Anybody who's getting mad about this is being unreasonable. Blizzard has had the same price for WoW for 15 years. There are very few things that are the same price that they were at in 2004 they are at today. A $50 expansion is not unreasonable.
Kind of in line with a general AAA price increase.
Yeah.
Really, Sony have led the charge there, notching their things up to $70. So right now, you've got the base edition at $50. The heroic.
Yeah, even with a monthly subscription. Yeah, I would say so. I mean, that's been the paradigm that they've always had. I think that most people that play WoW, it's like that's pretty much what you're expecting. And again, like, I think that the development costs have gone up. Inflation has happened massively. A $50 game that you're going to play constantly is not that bad. I've even said New World was that way. It says Millionaire. I was in high school whenever this game came out, right? I wasn't a millionaire in high school. I was a dollar heir in middle school. And I'm not talking about I'm not talking about Benjamins. I'm not even talking about Jacksons. I'm talking about Washingtons. Maybe a Lincoln or two. That's about it. If you can't get $50 fucking together to buy a goddamn game, you need to stop playing video games and figure out why the fuck in your life you can't get $50 together to play a fucking game. That's a fact. Now, there's some people in third world countries that aren't that lucky, but I'm talking about people here in the U.S.
At 70, the Epic at 90.
Get
so
your
what do you
shit
get?
together.
Well,
Quit
the
playing
base
games.
is just the game, and if it's a pre-order, you get the Drax pet. $20 more gets you a level 60 boost, a mount, and another pet.
Yep.
The mount certainly does look quite nice, but that is what we expect because it's a store mount. $20 more on top of that gets you 30 days of game time, a Hearthstone effect, a head transmog, and dragon wings.
Yeah, you get the dragon wings. Like I got this, and like there's different dragon wings for every single different dragon race or whatever. And it's like, this is nice. Like I feel like selling this stuff, I think it's fucking stupid, to be honest with you. But selling it with an expansion, I don't really care that much about. The only thing that I think is bad is whenever this stuff comes out constantly.
For your back with colors to match each of the main flights. So it's quite a lot, actually. And the pricing is, well, it may seem strange, but it isn't. They're very obviously trying to push people up to heroic because it's $20 more, has a bunch of cosmetics, and it contains a boost. And a boost of...
Of course they're trying to get people to spend more money. Absolutely. Like, yeah, I mean, of course, wings for furries, so there'd be scalies in that instance, right? You can't criticize the game before it's out, but you can buy it. Yeah, I mean, of course I pre-ordered the game. It's my job to play the game. What do you think? I want to fucking download this shit on release day? No, it's my job to play video games. I will say this. I will not recommend anybody to pre-order a game. I'm not saying that you shouldn't. You could do whatever you want with your money. But I'm not going to tell you you should pre-order a game. It's not even out yet. Just watch me. Yeah, it's my job to react. Of course, yeah, of course I'm going to pre-order the game. It's common sense.
Of course, is usually priced at a lot more than $20. But then to entice you $20 even more than that, it comes with the 30 days of game time with the most expensive edition. Now, if bought on a single, just one-off, then that's $15 for the Americans anyway. And it's only $20 more. Now, the thing is, that 30 days of game time will, I assume, be active from when you buy it. So, it would only actually be worth it if you were to play for the next month and a bit. Otherwise, is that $15 of value? Otherwise, you wouldn't be using.
That's clever.
I just kind of go into this
that's very clever.
It's always fascinating to see how companies break down the kind of...
Wait, McConnell, why are you mad? Wait, fuck this. Like, what are you mad for, man? What the hell is he mad for? Good step. No, what is this? McConnell's pissed off. What's the problem? Like, here's the thing. No, I don't even understand it. Like, I don't. I do not understand it at all. Like, this, all right, I'll get in disc. All right, that's fine. Give me a sec. Let me do it. Okay. Here we go. Okay.
The money isn't the problem.
Okay.
I don't give a, like, I get you're gonna fucking get it because it's your job.
Right.
It's your job, right?
Okay.
But that's a weak-ass excuse. It's the pre-ordering of the game that's the issue. That's the issue. Of course the price is gonna go up. Of course they're gonna upsell.
Yeah.
Of course that shit makes sense. It's the pre-ordering. That is the issue. Why would you pre-order the game as the day they announce that pre-orders go live, knowing nothing about Dragonflight, pretty much nothing, except maybe 2 talent trees?
Yeah.
Why? I don't understand pre-ordering. Like, why?
Well, because I know I'm going to play it. Yeah, I know I'm going to play it for the stream. God. Like, I mean, duh. What the hell would you expect? Like, what if they have a store bug whenever the game comes out and I'm stuck there not being able to buy it whenever it comes out on my stream? I'm going to be fucking upset.
That's literally not going to happen. And you could pre-order it anytime between the announcement and release. There's literally no reason to do it the day they announce the pre-orders.
Is there a single person here who believes that there is a lower chance that there's a lower chance that I don't pre-order this expansion or play the expansion than if I got Tusks of Manaroth from Illidan.
I'm not saying you're not going to play it, dude.
Of course I'm going to fucking play it.
I will too. But that doesn't mean I'm going to fucking pre-order it the day they announce them.
When are you going to pre-order it next week?
What? Do you not think that sends a message to Blizzard after feeding us BFA and feeding us Shadowlands to then go and pre-order Dragonflight, knowing what you got in BFA, knowing what happened in Shadowlands, knowing how these expansions turned out? Why the fuck would you reward Blizzard with money before you even know if the game is going to be good?
Well, because...
I'm not talking about if you're... I'm asking you to examine it from outside of a streamer
okay, so
perspective.
if I wasn't a streamer and I was just talking, I was just like going in and I'm like, yeah, let's see if the game is good or not. If I wasn't a streamer, this is what I'm telling everybody in chat. There is no need for you to pre-order a game. The only logical reason to pre-order a game, which I think is true, is that devs put a pre-order out there because it's easier to get a head count of how many people might play on the servers so they can have an idea ahead of time to allocate server space. I think that's reasonable.
I don't think they give a fuck about that. They stopped, dude. They stopped caring about that back in fucking MoP, okay? Go try to world PvP right now. They don't give a fuck about that kind of shit. They don't give a fuck about people logging into the server and having a good connection and no lag or anything like that. Maybe like the first week, but that's about it. They don't give a fuck outside of that. So I don't a pre-order used to be like, oh, I'm gonna pre-order it because it's a physical copy that I need to have.
GameStop might be out of Halo 2 copies.
Are they gonna run out of fucking codes to fucking generate? Like it's a pre-order serves no purpose except to show the company that you're a fucking cuck, dude. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna tell it like it is. A pre-order has no reason to exist anymore other than to say, company, I will suck your dick and balls and swallow. That's it.
And not only will you do it, but you'll do it ahead of time. Yeah, yes. And to be fair, I think McConnell, you are 95% right. I think you are 95% right. The 5%, I would say, yes, you could make an argument that it's to get a head count for server space. I'm not saying that's why they're doing it. I think they're doing it for money too, primarily, but there is this one positive outcome with it as well. I don't think that anybody should have to pre-order a game, should feel like they're compelled to pre-order a game. I don't think so. I think pre-orders are not consumer-friendly practices. They don't do anything good for the consumer at all. Is that fair?
I'm upset.
Well, did you pre-order yet?
No, I have not.
When are you going to pre-order?
I'm not going to.
Like next week?
No.
What about whenever you see the alpha?
No.
Unless
I'm 100% sure that I'm not going to be, instead of playing WoW, I'm going to be playing GTA RP or some other bullshit. I'm not gonna do that.
I don't know. Like, I'm going to look up, like, you really didn't pre-order? Because I was going to look up your armory.
Look it up. I have not
pre-ordered. All right, you actually did not pre-order the game yet. Like, I don't want to see, like, in, like, 3 days I log on WoW and, like, you fly over on the mount. You know? Like, I just, that's why I don't want to see that. The pre-order is bad. I would say that pre-ordering is not good. Pre-ordering is not good for the consumer. Pre-ordering is only good for the developer, and that's literally it. There's no value that you get out of it other than maybe being able to download the game ahead of time. That's about it. So you can play exactly whenever the servers come out. Is that fair? Like, I mean, you know everybody's going to pre-order, right?
Yeah. I know they will because I'm looking at Reddit. I'm looking at the fucking posts about people. And by the way, dude, the wings are they're so bad. They're so bad. They're terrible. How can you look at these, like, fucking plastic-looking, small-ass, like, wings and be like, yeah, give that to me, dude. Like, I don't get it, dude.
It's not they're not that bad.
They're horrible. Go look at Warlock.
The Warlock tier 6. Yeah.
Tier 6 or fucking season 3.
Okay. No, okay. All right. Yeah,
right.
That's
Go
yeah.
look at those.
Yeah, and the Dark Moon Fair wings, yeah.
Go look at the trinket. Go look at the trinket from
Rathian. Mm-hmm.
Go look at the wings that gives you, right?
Yeah.
They have so many fucking options, and they give you these little plastic things that barely even move on your back, that have an awful color scheme, that don't go with anything, at least currently. Why the fuck are you pre-ordering? You look like a fucking dumb fuck. I'm Anyway, go ahead. Watch the video. That upset me. Don't fucking pre-order.
All right, guys.
Don't.
You hear it? Don't fucking pre-order, guys. Pre-ordering is bad. Pre-ordering, to be fair, I think pre-ordering, if you have an MMO, I think that if you're hosting an online game, you are stupid to not have pre-orders available. Because it helps you decide with server space. Like, if I was a developer, I would have pre-orders. Because it helps you decide with server space, and it also gives you free money. It's common fucking sense to have pre-orders. However, there's no fucking reason for you to pre-order the goddamn game. We're going to play it on release. You're going to see what it's actually like. You can make your decision off of that. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, that's what I would say. What do you guys think about that? What's this here? Don't pre-order. It's only about money. Guys, if you were a developer, like it's stupid if you're a developer and you don't have pre-orders. It's literally free money. It's literally it's free money, and on top of it being free money, it also helps you figure out how many people are going to be on the server. It gives you an idea. Of course, this is what a developer should do. It's common sense. Yeah, it's pre-ordering is 800% being value. I think being behind, that's why people pre-order, because they have to log on the exact second that everybody else does, because if they start the game 8 minutes behind, they're a loser.
Logical, rational consumer side.
I'll go back to the video, but yes, McConnell, I agree with you that pre-ordering is bad, and it should have died in 2010 whenever digital downloads became available. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I just don't know why you, man, you pissed me off, dude. Fuck.
Why?
That's not what you should be doing, bro.
What should I be doing?
You are sending the wrong, and I mean this unironically, okay?
Uh-huh.
You are sending the wrong message.
What message should I be sending?
Have some fucking balls, man. Have some principles. Have some fucking... I heard your little fucking spiel last night about only doing things in your interest and blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm not on that train, all right? I'm just not on it.
If I wasn't a streamer, I probably wouldn't pre-order. Yeah, I probably wouldn't pre-order if I wasn't a streamer. It's a logistical thing for me. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I probably wouldn't do it. I don't really pre-order any other game, and it's not really a thing. I'll just buy it whenever it comes out, or play it whenever it comes out. There's been too many games that have come out that are bad, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't do it or not. Wants Blizzard to earn the business. It's the same thing with Immortal, doing the whole I'm paying to win to prove a point. Yeah, it worked too. The point's been proven. It did. There's articles being written about the normies are being red-pilled on pay to win now. That's right.
Oh my God.
It is, because it's a good fucking headline. Some idiot from New Zealand spends 25 grand and he gets one special gem. That's a fucking headline. Some guy makes a video about it.
Are you from New Zealand?
No.
So that wasn't you that did that?
No.
Okay, so you spending had no effect.
Well, I think
Quinn
it did.
spending did.
I think it did. So what you're saying is that I should have spent more. So you're actually saying that I should spend more money in Diablo Immortal. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying you shouldn't have spent any and let some other dumb fuck do it, like Quinn,
Yeah.
which he did. You didn't need to.
I'm gonna take
you doing that did nothing.
I'm gonna take
you
credit
doing
for this.
that did nothing.
I was the first person
Nobody
who
gave
fucking
a fuck,
said.
dude.
I was the first person who fucking started doing it. After I did it, everybody else put the fucking dollar amount spent after me. I was the first fucking person. I started the wave. I did it. That's a fact. You should change the name. Yeah, it made it worse. I know I did. Absolutely. Yeah, McConnell's right. Yeah, he did nothing. It was a huge waste of time. You'll see. You'll see. Streamer ego Andy. Hey, that's what I think. I think that I started it. Absolutely. And honestly, made Blizzard a ton of money by advertising the game. No, I think it was a negative effect. I absolutely think it was a negative effect. Like, having that many people say bad shit about your game is awful. But yes, just going back to it, let's reiterate. Diablo Immortal, bad. Pre-orders, bad. Okay? This is fair, right, guys? Okay. All right, we will continue the video.
Purchases. Yeah, I don't know. We're all Plinketto balls just falling towards some pricing tier. Okay, there's actually more stuff in the store, though.
Wait,
so
what?
they've added a mini Ursoc pet for $10, and they've also launched...
Bro, it doesn't even look like Ursoc. It doesn't even look like Ursoc. That's just a bear. But I don't know. Like, it's cute. Who bought it? Who already bought it? Is $10 for a pet? It might be more.
The Midsummer's Night pack. You know, for all the Shakespeare fans. Now that includes a bunch of existing cosmetics, the Ursoc pet thingy. And they've also, by the way, discounted Shadowlands. And then there's also the Complete Edition, which has, of course, been updated for Dragonflight, clocking in at...
I heard that you actually had to own Shadowlands to buy Dragonflight. Is this true? You have to own both expansions now? That is the dumbest thing that Blizzard has ever thought of. Like, if Blizzard did that, I actually think that they're so stupid. Because there's a lot of people that aren't going to buy both of them. Like, they're going to lose money. Because the barrier to entry for playing a game is now over $100. Nobody's going to spend $100 to play a game unless it's on mobile. That's not going to happen. It's only for pre-order. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense then. I don't know.
$110 for Heroic and $130 for Epic. Oh, there you go. You know what? There's one thing that I'm really pissed off at here, and it's totally a selfish thing. I was personally really hoping that Diablo Immortal would be their only major Q2 sales event, because if it was, then we could get a decent idea of how Immortal will have impacted their revenue versus baseline, and that is now impossible to do because of all of the people who are going to be pre-ordering World of Warcraft stuff.
I think they still have it segmented out. That they've still had it segmented out in previous earnings reports, but it might not be necessarily like defined. But yeah, I think that Bellior is right. It would be nice if we had that. I think that Diablo Immortal might not even make that much money on the first one. I think what's going to happen is Diablo Immortal, what these games do is they collect whales over time. And they get these whales involved. And like, if you look, this is what I showed the other day, right? Is the money that Candy Crush made, it started making billions of dollars 3 years into its development. So at the first year that it came out, it made the least amount of money. So I think that just over time, Diablo Immortal will start making more and more money because it will become more and more popular. And also, like, all of the negative press from Diablo Immortal will fade away. And then people will just play the game, and that's it.
Sad.
And also, it hasn't been released in China.
By the way, there's actually still a bunch of encrypted assets in the game. So I imagine those will show up with some sort of Wrath Classic, edition or something like that. Okay, to wrap it up, what do I think? Well, I think number one, this is all very unexpected.
Yeah, it is.
2023, I think, made sense to a lot of people. I think a situation where we all just realized as a community, like, WoW cannot take another bad hit. So I suppose it was the community...
I think it can. I think that WoW can release 3 more shitty expansions and people will keep buying them. And everybody's going to be like, oh, not me. Not me. I ain't gonna buy it. Not me. Nope. I think people will just keep buying them. People keep buying EverQuest expansions. People buy FIFA every year. Like, it's the same fucking game. Yes, it doesn't matter. They're gonna keep buying them.
Hoping for 2023 because we just wanted to have more time in the oven, but also the community kind of wanting to give Blizzard the permission to do 2023 because we wouldn't want the developers to feel rushed to the point of having to put out a bad product, because I think we understand what's at stake, and that's why so many of us would actually be prepared to wait for a, you know, relatively a bit of a longer time in development.
People just want to play the game when it's good. They don't want to play a shit game. That's all there is to it. It's not complicated. It's not complex. It's not nuanced. They just don't want to play a shit game.
But I suppose it's the kind of thing where they're either going high risk and they really want that in for Q3 of this year, or it's the case that Shadowlands gets cut to pieces so that they can maintain the expansion development timeline for, you know, for this expansion.
Yeah.
I mean, I do remember Preach's core takeaway, talking with Ian about borrowed power and confidence, and I mean, suffice to say, I don't think the interview really went in the way that a lot of current WoW players would have wanted it to. Certainly was like that for me. But Preach's, like, takeaway was, this is what we're doing now, but we're not doing that again in the future. And that
I hated that interview, man. I felt that Ian said, like, so many things that just, like, made no sense. Like, I think that really, yeah, the corrupted trash can, there you go, there he is. I just want to have the game. I want to have the developers that play the game, that understand the everyday annoyances of the game and actually work to fix them and make them better. That's what I want to see happen. It's like all of the little stupid things in the game. Whenever I see a little stupid thing happen in the game and it gets fixed, I'm really happy, because that means that there's somebody that works at Blizzard who actually played the game.
That kind of just makes you think, well, these expansions obviously do take quite a lot of time to develop. You know, by the time Shadowlands is launching, they're going to be in pre-production for the next expansion, right? Because it just takes a bloody long time to make these things. And I suppose that just makes me think, did they just decide Shadowlands is the thing that takes the hit here, not Dragonflight? I think that's the only way the Dragonflight comes out the end of this year. And
I think that's the smart thing to do for Blizzard. I think that it's like, cut your losses, give up on Shadowlands. Everybody hates it. Just like, all right, you know what? The game sucks, and that's all there is to it. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen if you keep eating crappy expansions up. Well, I'll keep playing them as long as people like watching WoW. I mean, that's the same thing, right? I'm a streamer. It's what I do. Of course I'm going to play the new game. It's the same as playing Diablo Immortal. I'm going to be honest. If I wasn't streaming, I would have never played Diablo Immortal. Straight up. I would never even have tried it.
You know, doesn't feel a little bit rushed. Now, that said, I do
it's the hype cycle. There you go.
I mean, I know that on the topic of class balance, people have had quite a few concerns. I know there's been some worry about Sepulchre, and generally a lot of the time throughout Shadowlands, this feeling of too little, too late. And a lot of us would end up being really baffled.
Yeah, nobody would care. If they made Shadowlands good in a 9.3 patch, literally no one would care. People would be like, fixing it now, huh? Too little, too late, Blizzard. You guys suck. And that's it. Yeah, that's all it is. Yeah, they're not gonna. There's no way for them to win there. You know what I mean? And you got me addicted to PoE. Yeah, you're welcome. And it couldn't be wrong. People are complaining about Alex Straza being less attractive. I think that, guys, again, can we just be realistic here? Let's just be realistic for 1 or 2 seconds. The company that got involved in a massive international scandal that received international publicity from everywhere about sexual violations, sexual assault, sexual things just in general, cube crawls, stealing breast milk, you know, the executives being weird to female employees. Like, guys, let's just be realistic. That company's not going to bring out a game where the main character is a girl in a chainmail bikini with huge tits. It's just not going to happen. Like, I understand that, like, everybody wanted that. I was one of them. However, it just kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah, it's the Blizzard PR team. Yeah, but why? It's because of what happened. It's because of the fucking controversy, man, obviously. But we're the ones signing. That's right, guys. So whenever they go around and they get too fucking handsy at their office, you know what that means? Make the players sign a new social contract. Hey, guys, listen up. We don't want to see any more bad behavior in this game. Yeah, we've been having a lot of problems with that. You guys have to sign a social contract. Yeah, it's too much. Their design's way better now. I think it's fine. I don't really give a shit. Like, I think they could make her boobs bigger, though. Like, that's one thing. Like, I don't care about the rest. They could definitely do that.
Fixes that,
totally
on the face
fine.
of it, seem quite easy would take so long. I suppose the best case scenario for us right now is that those things took a long time because more people were working on Dragonflight. But obviously, that is just speculation. It's the kind of thing where cutting losses...
I think that they took longer because the entire company was under investigation by California, and the entire company was in disarray. Just realistically. I bet the entire company, like, shit was completely hitting the fan there. People that, like, they were friends with for 10 years working at the company were just gone the next day with nobody even telling you why. I think that's what happened.
Definitely be seen to make sense in the long run. They cut their losses
Makes
with
sense.
Quad. They had a big success with Legion. I think I would come in and argue, yeah, but you definitely can't do that too often because churn is absolutely a brutal thing.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at what a churn rate does to a software as a service business model, right? And you find out that churn is one of the most worrying things for people in SaaS. And what is WoW? WoW is GaaS, games as a service. So, you know, all of these sort of metrics that go into the performance of a product, they're kind of similar. As for this release date, I imagine they're also quite aware of how competitive the market is right now. I think that's definitely something, not just MMOs.
Well, there's a lot of MMOs out right now. It's like, people, if you don't like the way WoW is right now, you can straight up just not play the game. And you can go and play something else, and that's it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me make sure that make sure I get all the blood off my face. That's good. Yeah, we're good. Hopefully that should be the end of it. I hope so. I've had like this, I think it's been like a sinus infection for a while. And so hopefully that's kind of getting rid of it. I'm sure it's not a sinus infection. I think it could be. It's just I've had really bad allergies for a while. And so it's just been an issue, man. It's been a really big issue. Okay, let's see here.
I mean, just games in general. I think they know that a WoW player who wanders off might just get captured by another game.
Yeah, they'll
Very
play
much
something
unlike
else.
how it would have been maybe 10 plus years ago. Yeah, I mean, it is just weird. Like
There's a bunch of other games. Like, if somebody doesn't like WoW, they can just go and play Elden Ring. They can go and play Lost Ark. They can go and play Final Fantasy. They can play a bunch of different games. They're not attached to WoW as if that's the only game out there.
Content cadence has been odd, but there's actually a weird, I don't want to call it a silver lining, it's just a thing I noted. So if Dragonflight comes out end of November, early December, then the most recent major content patch would have been 9.2, which is late February. Now that's like a 9-month gap. But the thing is, it's a gap that is then bolstered by 9.2.5 and by Season 4.
Well, I think also by the pre-patch. Like, I think release the pre-patch early. Because usually the pre-patch in WoW is fun to play. Like the pre-patch in going into Shadowlands was pretty fun. The pre-patch from like Legion to BFA was fun. I think, yeah, just bring it out early and let people fuck around and just like goof around. Yeah, pre-patch is almost always enjoyable.
Now, that means they've kind of made the best of what they've got, and I think it would also kind of mean that the worst of the development delays have perhaps already been felt in the Shadowlands patch cycle because it was just generally elongated. Ah, dear. Well, I think overall this bold strategy of theirs just demands that Dragonflight is in an excellent condition on launch, because ultimately players will not forgive another dud.
I think they will. In my opinion, I think that people will keep playing WoW. I understand that people want to say, no, that's not true. We're going to hold the line. And then next time that there's like a patch that comes out and it looks really popular, it's like, oh, okay, it's going to be fun. I'll do it again, right? Yeah, sure. It's just you? No, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I think there's a lot of people that are like that.
And hopefully it isn't done. As I said, this is an expansion that feels less risky to me, and I definitely say that as a good thing. I do think that soon there will be the time to really be pushing things forward in a crazy way, to be super daring about designs. But I think that what World of Warcraft needs right now is a very nice, just stable foundation.
Yes.
I think that the profession revamp and the talent revamp can provide a lot of that.
Just bring out a new expansion that expands the base experience of the game. Do the things that you need to do. Make it good. You don't need to reinvent the world. $25 raids? No, you can only do that once a week. Of course not.
So, yeah. I'm feeling okay.
You said one of risks. Well, I think that it's not. The thing is, like, you should take risks, but you should also not just do everything as a risk. Like, it's okay to take some risks, and I think that they should take some risks, but I think that overall, that yes, it's important to make sure that you just release an expansion that builds up the base of the game. And also, by the way, I think taking an expansion without some big bad system, without some massive overarching enemy that like is going to ruin the world, I think that in itself is a risk. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, that fundamentally is a risk because that's not what they've done for the last 5 years.
About Dragonflight, I'm not necessarily thinking that this just by default means it's a really big disaster. Mm-hmm. I mean, you could look at some class balance issues recently and think, well, you know what, they couldn't get that right. Obviously, the expansion is screwed.
Yeah.
But maybe that thing didn't get as much attention because more attention is going towards the expansion. It's kind of impossible to speculate at this stage. Ultimately, I will say, personally, I'm definitely excited that there's going to be an alpha and a beta to talk about soon. Or hopefully, if I get in, actually play and share my thoughts with you. That will be an enjoyable process. I think we've all learned so much from BFA and Shadowlands that the quality of player feedback, I think, is going to be better than ever this time around. And I'm very, very just passionate and interested in, I think, that being a really good process. Yeah, we'll just have to see. I don't know, man. This seems like a less risky expansion. Maybe that means that...
I think that it being a less risky expansion is risky fundamentally. And I know that sounds stupid, but I actually think that taking less risks and just going with a base game and improving the base game is actually a bigger risk than just trying to up the ante again. It's like, oh, this guy's even more powerful than the jailer, and, we're going to fight the Void Lords, and you can be a Titan, and, it's like, what the fuck? I think that would have been less risky, because that's what they kept doing.
It's a bit less ambitious, but it can actually be pulled off to a higher level of quality, and I think that's what most of the current player base actually wants at this stage. So, let me know what you think about things, of course, in those comments down below. And, well, I guess it really is Alpha Watch now. I could really drop any day now. Okay,
I'm ready, man. I'm ready to play the
See
Alpha.
You next time.
Yeah, I'm ready to play the Alpha. Holy shit. It's going to be fun, man. But I'm going to go around exploring, everything like that. Require good writing? Well, the thing is, like, if the game's not great, then who gives a shit? Like, I think that Blizzard, I think Bellier is right whenever he was talking about, like, how Blizzard, like, if the game's not good right now, if the game is not enjoyable right now and it's not fun, you can just go and play Final Fantasy. You sure they'll give you Alpha? I think they'll give me Alpha. I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, shit. Like, I play the game, I advertise the game, etc. Why wouldn't they give me alpha? Do I have the Burning Crusade alpha? Or, sorry, the Wrath alpha? I don't know if I even do.
Do you?
I actually don't.
I do.
You do?
Yes, I do.
It might just be a bug. I might have to just restart my BattleNet. That could be it. I have no idea. But yeah, I don't have the Wrath of the Lich King beta. I have no idea. Blizzard hates you for playing Final Fantasy? I guess that must be it. Yeah, you're right. And do you think they'll do something with a time skip for pre-patch? No, I don't think so. I thought they were going to do something with it, but I feel like they did make a point to say how time passes differently in the Shadowlands, and I feel like they might have been going for a time skip, but then after it was received really badly, they pivoted away from it. Now, I think that's absolutely possible that it happened, okay? And for our intro, all right, I'll watch this video, then we'll start. We'll do a little bit of the MSQ, okay, guys? How about that?
They need to come out with some information.
What? About what?
If the game is releasing this year,
yeah,
we need to start seeing more talent trees, more features of Dragonflight, more profession shit, like, real fucking soon. Real soon.
I agree with that. I
shit they've
100%
been feeding us,
agree with that.
It's literally being, like, drip-fed. It's so fucking slow. We need to see some shit so we can offer some feedback.
Are the servers fucked? People are saying the Final Fantasy servers are fucked. Is this true or not? Yeah, because like there's been like 5 people telling me that. No, yes, no, plenty of experience. Yeah, only on stream. No, it's fine. I think it's Steam only. What about the Bored Ape Yacht Club? I don't know. I'll make a decision after this, after I watch this, and I'll just do that. I think that's a better idea. But yeah, I think so. I think they need to tell people what's actually going on with the game pretty fast, because I don't think people have any fucking idea. And it's like I almost forgot that Dragonflight even got announced. That's it. I'm in game. It's fine.
Dude,
what?
You know shit is coming out slow when Wowhead releases these dumb fucking articles like, wow, look at the memes. Wow, look at this collection of memes we have for you today.
Look, I mean, there's people that work there, right?
God.
I mean, they gotta get paid somehow.
Jesus
Shit.
Christ.
Yeah, look at the memes. I guess so.
Holy, yo, just don't post anything. If you got nothing good, just don't fucking post. It's so embarrassing, dude.
Oh, no.
I hate that shit.
Oh, you're gonna like this one. Collector's Edition pre-orders. Wow. Look at that. There's all the people, dude. Everybody's having fun on their new Collector's Edition mount, man. I mean, yeah, you gotta buy the highest level pre-order. Bobby Kotick needs a new speedboat.
That's what that is. You know that, right? It has nothing to do, dude. It has nothing to do with fucking making sure that they know server attendance or anything. It's about Bobby.
Yeah, it's about Bobby
being
getting
in the
paid.
fucking. You're stuck. We're all stuck in this fucking world as maze, man.
Look what they're saying. I'm actually surprised by the amount of pre-orders already. I don't know why I'm surprised, but I am. The people playing WoW right now are not going to be folks skeptical of a WoW expansion. Anyone in game today is going to play is going to 100% play the expansion. They're going to play the expansion after this one too. They're never going to quit. If you haven't quit now, you're never going to quit. To be honest, for me, paying $90 for a game which I'll play at least twice a week for 2 years is okay, even with the subscription. I waste more money on more useless stuff. So yeah, look at this guy. Yeah, look at this guy. He's just chilling, right? I mean,
that's his justification. Yeah, well, I waste money anyway, so.
Yeah, he's like, I fuck around with my money anyway. I might as well fuck around with it here too. It's okay.
That is addict behavior.
Look at this. The surprises to the number of complaints about the state of the game. Forget, vast majority of players never visited the sub. Exactly. Yeah, those are the guys out there. Those are the guys out there. They're like, man, we sure haven't had a BlizzCon for a while. I guess it's because of COVID or something. And dude, a lot of people are quitting Blizzard. I wonder why. Hong Kong.
Just
where's
bro,
that?
it's so bad.
They got no idea. Like these people, yeah, it's some California shit. Like I don't know, man. Yeah, that's it. Oh my fucking god.
Just know this, chat. If you're sitting in chat listening and thinking whatever, I'm gonna pre-order anyway. Just know that Your money is going straight to a fucking yacht. It's going to expensive wine for Bobby, okay? As it's not going back to Blizzard. It's going straight to that man's pocket, okay? That you might as well deposit it directly into Bobby's offshore bank account, okay? Because that's what's going on when you pre-order.
Just direct to Bobby. Just send Bobby $70 right now.
Just do it. You might as well.
Get the checkbook out. Write it out there. Yep, there we go. Why does he look like that? It's just that's what he does, man. What's wrong with that? Got to get that money? Yeah, sure. People are well, let's see if I find this again. Where the fuck did it go? Is it this one here? The WoW one? Shit, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. People are fucking mad about this pre-ordering stuff. I haven't pre-ordered yet. I will wait to see what beta is like. However, the price for WoW in my eyes is completely justified for the amount of launch content and hours that I play. I've never had a bad time when a new expansion launches. Its monthly subscription has less value for its money. Definitely the first time I'm not instantly pre-ordering. I'm gonna wait for release and see how it fares.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Finally one sane person.
Yeah, there's one person. Let's see here. Proof that vote with your wallets will never work. Or it's diluted because the active part of the player base will buy the add-on anyway. I know that. Yep, there we fucking go. Creating scarcity. It's evidence the people who are many in retail aren't that people that voted with their wallets. That's true too. I think so. And I think that many people will probably just come back and play the expansion again. I think so. Whales be whaling. Maybe that's true. They are voting with their wallets. They're just voting in favor of the game. That's true. Yeah, they're pre-ordering the next one. They said, "Sign me up. Sign me up, Bobby."
Bobby, here, take it. Bobby, please. Bobby, take my
ride, Bobby.
Bobby, please take my 70. No, take my $120, Bobby, and please here's my girlfriend.
Here you go. Here's the money. Yeah, please, there you go. There's the money. All right, guys, listen.
Bobby, please, fuck her,
I've got $120 right here for you, Bobby. Please, Bobby, come on. Take my money. Take my fucking money. That's what it is. Yeah, actually, though, yeah, they don't give a fuck. And you know what you're actually doing whenever you do this? And you're buying a pre-order? McConnell, should I do it? You tear it all in half. You said, fuck that, dude.
Whoa. That's fake money. That's fake money. That's fake money. That's fake money. He bought that. That was a gag.
Got money to blow, guys.
That was a gag. We thought about that. We bought that money. It's fake money.
Yep.
Don't worry. It's fake.
That's the mod salary? It was. Yeah, it's gone now. Yeah, it's just sad, man. Let's see here. Vote with your wallets does work, but as you said, most people enjoy the game. Yeah, I think most people don't give a fuck. To be honest, this mount has a unique animation. Oh, wait a second. Maybe we will get it. I thought it was the standard Drake, but it's more like the Antoran Gloomhounds. So it's got it's actual beautiful mount. Sad part is I kind of want that mount. They're gonna buy it. You get to pick whichever color you use. Oh my god. What?
Don't buy it. Don't.
There's people they've already bought it. They've already bought the mount. Okay, here. Should I get on right now before I watch the video? Should I get on right now and see how many people actually bought the mount? I could get on and I could just check. Yes, I want to see it. Yeah, let's see it. I'm going to get on Moonguard. I'm going to get on Moonguard and we're going to see how many people actually bought the mount. Come to Stormwind. Come to Stormwind on Moonguard. We're going to see how many people are supporting this behavior, okay, guys?
Come to Brazil.
Yeah, come to Brazil. There you go. You don't want to miss out. Yeah, guys, you don't want to miss out on this mount. I mean, think about it, right? 10 years from now, 15 years from now, you are going to be the one guy in your group of friends who doesn't have the special shiny mount. And you know what those guys are? Fucking losers. That's what they are. I'll be pre-ordering next month for sure. Let me show you guys. All right, by the way, I got my full set. And there it is. Let's see here. We need to start doing the mount runs now. People are just going to buy it off later on. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to get on this character, and let's see how many pre-order Andys do we have. Yeah, let's find out. I'm going here because it doesn't have phasing. Give them money before they release it so they don't... Oh, there we go. Yeah, give them money before they release it so they don't actually have to release a finished product again, triple dot. Then a guy responded, I mean, I'm pre-ordering because I know I'm gonna buy it eventually either way, good or bad. So why not just get extra free stuff with it anyway?
Christ.
And he got more updates than the guy saying not to pre-order.
Yeah, but that's Reddit, though. I mean, Reddit's always going to have a cucked opinion. You know what I mean?
I feel like that's pretty substantial. I'll say that for sure. It's pretty substantial that they're completely okay with it. Extra free stuff, GG. Who are all these cucks? I mean, I think there's a lot of people like this. Most people are like this. Now, let's see right now, okay? I'm going to look right now, and we're going to see. I'll watch the Zeppela video in a minute. But right now, I'm going to get out of here. And we're going to go, let me go to Stormwind, the gates of Stormwind, okay? And let's see how many people actually pre-ordered the game. And we're going to find out right now, right this second. Here we go. Psychological need to justify a purchase. That's true. Guys, if you're on Moonguard and you can see me over here, please go ahead and make a group finder and put Asmon Stormount. And I want to see how many people bought it. Okay, come on, let's see. We've got three people. Wow. These guys are really... Oh, wait, no, four people, okay. Yeah, I want to see you guys make the groups, okay? Yeah, let's see it. All right, wait, 5, 6 people? Oh, there's only 6 people pre-ordered. That's not too... Yeah, there's only 6 people, McConnell. It's not that bad. Look at that. So look at that. Yeah, it's great. It's 29. No, it's fine. Where are you in Goldshire? No, I'm not in Goldshire. I'm over here. I think I can leave Goldshire. Maybe it's easier to do it outside of Goldshire. I have no idea. How many more do we... Oh, wait. There's a lot. Wait, where'd all these guys come from? Oh, shit. Okay, all right. Let's leave Stormwind. Maybe it'll be easier to get people together over here. Yeah, everybody come outside Stormwind. Yeah, come right here. I want to see how many there are. Maybe this will make it easier. And if you guys can see me, make a group outside, and so you guys can join up. I want to see how many mounts we have. This isn't bad at all, man. There's like maybe like 10 or 15 people.
That you know of, that you see.
Yeah, I think so. That you see. You think there's other ones that aren't watching my stream? We did this for Bobby. Who here wants to buy Baldy is Maldy? Who here wants to buy Bobby a new yacht? I love Bobby. Oh no.
The weird thing is, like, I'm pretty sure they're saying that in a joking manner.
I mean,
but the truth is, like, you actually did just contribute directly to Bobby's wallet.
Oh my fucking god. You make the group in LFG? I can't. I'm too low level. Somebody else has to do it. Yeah, somebody else has to make the group. There's all these people already, and these are other people with other store mounts. There's really not that many of these guys. Like, I'm sorry to say, like, this isn't as bad as I thought it was going to be at all. Yeah, like, this is no big deal. It's just like a handful of people with the pre-order mount. I thought there was going to be like hundreds of people here. Yeah, every player is there? I don't think so. Alliance is dead. Check Horde. All right, I'll check Horde real quick. I want to get to the video so we can just get that out of the way, though. Ask people to unmount if they don't have it. What?
Yo, if you bought this mount, if you bought the pre-order just for this mount, you might as well just buy the pig too. Just buy it. You're an idiot.
Where's the pig? Oh, wait. Actually, the pig's 50% off, man. So if you're going to buy the pig, you might as well buy the pig and also buy this one. I mean, shit, because you're going to spend $25 already. It's 800% value. Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. It's just nuts. 800% value. Okay, all right, let's see. I will log on to Illidan Horde in Orgrimmar in like 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll give you guys the chance to get together. And let's see, Bobby Enjoyers. Okay, good. Let's see what other people are saying. The only downside I can remote... Oh, here we go. The only downside I can remotely think of is it'll piss off people on the internet who don't even play WoW anymore. So, for not wanting people to pre-order gets you downvoted now. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I play WoW every day, but buying this just reinforces bad practices and removes any hope for accountability. Why would they care how good the product is if people buy it anyway?
Wow. What an amazing and salient point that will be completely ignored.
It was downvoted. It has 1, and the response to it has 9. There you go. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They don't give a shit, man. They bought bots to downvote all the bad opinions. That could be it. Yeah, you're right. And what's this here? I hate that I'm legit excited for this expansion. I feel the same way I did before previous expansions, and odds are I'll play and burn out again. Just nothing until the next cycle. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyone else having weird animation whenever you try to fly on the dragon? Yep, the dragon stays on the ground. So these are all... Wait, so the dragon's bugged out. Yeah, it's actually bugged out. Please don't tempt me to play again with this beauty. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Oh my god. They love it. They love this mount. Good thing. Look at this. Good thing they got rid of the spit emote. Holy shit.
I can't believe I made that happen.
I can't either. You actually made Blizzard to fucking... You made them literally change the game. To fix something, to change something from 2004. And it's just crazy. Oh my fucking god.
Listen, you can... Listen. If you see people on store mounts, you can still socially engineer them to feel stupid. You can cringe at them. You can slash moon them. What else can you do?
Can you moon?
Yes, you can slash moon.
You can. Oh my
yes.
god. I'm surprised that one's even there.
Yes.
Wow. Ah.
There are emotes you can use at these people. Okay? So, if you see anybody on a store mount, do utilize these emotes that are still left in the game.
That's the only thing that you have left.
That's all you got left.
So let's see here. All right, guys. I'm gonna go on to Horde, and we're gonna see how many people are there. Okay, I'm going to be going to Illidan Horde in Orgrimmar. So everybody, let's meet up over there, and I want to see how many people are truly in this area.
But don't say anything to them, because the social contract stipulates that if you do anything like that, okay, then they're probably gonna suspend you for like a week. Okay, so don't say anything. Just do the emote and move on.
Yeah, we just do E-spits at the person? Yeah, but that's a lot of work, man. Nobody's really going to do that. Like, that's the problem. All right, we're going to go on Illidan Horde. Now, I have Asmongold, the level 80 warrior. All right, let's see here. I used to buy store mounts in Final Fantasy, but now I feel a bit embarrassed having them because of you. There you go. Yeah, I would say, listen, guys. I want to see how many there's going to be. I'm ready to fucking see it. Come on, boys. Let's see some fucking mounts. Let's go outside in front of Duratar, and we'll see how many there's going to be. Yeah, I'm making good changes, clearly. Okay, I'm right outside here. Yeah, let's go outside where everybody's dueling, okay? Yeah, I've got to obviously wait for my 7,000 add-ons to load in, and then I should be good. Okay, there's nobody really here on a storm out. Oh, okay. Let's go out. Oh. Okay, give me a minute. All right, we're going to go through here, and we'll see how many we have. This is for Bobby's boat. Let's see how big Bobby's boat's going to be today. What do you guys think? I mean, it's a pretty good looking mount, right? It's got leaves for wings. I mean, is that worth $70 or is it $80? It's still really not that many. No, I don't think it's really that many, but there's a good amount of them. Yeah, exactly. He would be very happy. See him? He's smiling. He's like, yes, thank God. Please, let's see more of these. I want even more of this. Or wait. Okay, let's get it. Yep, there we go. All right, good. And
you know what?
What?
Hide your UI. Get as many mounts as you can in the frame with the sky, okay? I want the sky in the picture, and I want someone to superimpose or Photoshop Bobby's head slightly faded into the clouds, into the sky, smiling, looking down at the mounts with a picture of a yacht, okay? Or money signs. That's what I want to see.
Okay, all right. Let's see. How many of these do we have? Yeah, can somebody make a group? Everybody join this group. If you're on Horde, if you have the pre-order. There's a lot of these now. Holy shit. Why is Bobo's face so small? Holy shit, there's a lot of these. Oh, there's somebody on the store pig as well. Look at that.
He bought the pig.
He bought the whole pig. Oh my god. What is this? They're buying it on stream? Yeah, people... Wait, do you think by doing this we're encouraging people to buy the...
Probably, yeah.
Oh my god. Probably, yeah. Yeah, I think you could be right. Go to another full Horde server. Bobby did nothing wrong. I love talent trees. Time for sailing, boys. Bobby life.
They're actually proud of this. I want you to know, these people are actually proud of contributing to Bobby coding. I swear to God, they mean this. They mean it unironically, I think, actually.
You think so?
Yes.
They say, fuck sure. McConnell. Fuck you, McConnell.
See?
I support Bobby's banks. I agree with McCool, but I have no principles.
That's the worst part. Is people... I swear to God, there are people that agree with me, but they have absolutely no conviction, no principles. Yep. They just... they're just totally meek human beings that just do whatever the fuck.
It's like, if it's there, I might as well buy it. I mean, they put it on the store for me. I might as well.
No self-control. None.
Yeah, I might as well buy it. I love Bobby and I sub to McConnell. Horde for Bobby. Look at that. Look at that. Even your own subs are buying it. YouTube needs a new transmount contest. Yeah, you're right about that. I'm gonna play anyway, LOL. The mount
that doesn't
costs...
mean you... Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna play anyway. Might as well.
That doesn't mean you have to pre-order.
Might as well. I mean, look, here's the thing, right? You might as well just get it.
That doesn't mean you have to buy the heroic or epic edition. You just buy the base.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, if you're already buying it, it's like $50.
No.
Shroomsy has 20 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Shroomsy. I appreciate that. Why do you care if I buy it now or later, McConnell? Suck my dick.
Just log off. I'm upset.
That's what he says. There's more and more of them, too. Oh, my God. Look at them all.
I want you to know, and you probably don't care, okay? All these people who are saying, like, fuck you, whatever.
Uh-huh.
I think less of you as a person if you do this. Unironically, I think less of you as a person. Say what you want. Go ahead, get it all out. Use whatever justification you want. That's the truth.
Who asked? That's what they're saying. $90 tiny pixel wings. Bobby's bank is greater than McConnell's bank. Do you have a yacht, McConnell?
Nope.
Twitter.com/TrainwrecksTV. Let's get it twisted.
I like that. I like that.
Oh my god. Say nothing and buy it too? I did. I got the elite edition or whatever. I just didn't open it up. Let's see this. Hey man, if you get a rip up $100, what's another one? That's true. I'm trying to support a small indie company. That's true. Okay, somebody's trying to advertise their stream. Get it twisted, you will lose. Okay, yeah, I need more groups, guys. Actually, wait a second. I can do it myself. Here, pre-order Andes only. Asmongold. All right. If you've pre-ordered the game and you have the mount, I want you to sign up for this group, okay? So we can see how many of you there are. Let's go. Yeah, only people that are pre-ordered. Like, if you've already, if you haven't pre-ordered, like, don't join. It's just gonna be fucking annoying, okay? Yeah, we're gonna get as many people as we can in here. Yeah, I want to see how many of these mounts there really are. Oh my god. There are a lot. Wow. Man. I can barely even see with how many store mounts there are here. Don't blame Bobby. Blame the players. Alright, all store mount Andes come up to here. Or sorry, all pre-order Andes. Come on. Come on, we've got plenty of pre-order Andes. Let's go. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. That's a lot of them. Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god. It's actually sad. It's just...
It is sad.
Okay, everybody line up. Everybody line up. Make a little line. I want to see this. Oh, there's people that have me on follow. Yeah, line up right here. I want to see how many there are. Yep, line up. Line up. Let's do it. Holy shit. I can't even fit them all on the screen. Oh, there we go. Okay, we block out the sky. Is this what you wanted, McConnell? Is this the world that you wanted to see? Is this the world of Warcraft?
What are you? Why are you asking me that?
Mm-hmm.
Of course it's not. It must be the WoW that you want because you pre-ordered. You got the fucking epic or whatever the fuck.
It's my fucking job, okay?
That excuse sucks cock.
No, it doesn't.
Hell.
Wait a second.
That excuse sucks cock in hell.
Wait, look at the animation. Holy shit, it's a brand new animation. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Wow. It sucks cock in hell. Yeah, sure. Of course, yeah. Wow. Isn't that great, guys? I'm a pre-order right now. Wait, yeah, who's pre-ordering right now, guys? Come on. Come on, who's got... Where is it? Who's got their money, boys? Who's got their money? Who's ready to start spending money? Buying collector's edition? Bobby, take my money! Take my money, Bobby, quickly! I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Oh my god. The animation was good. Who's getting it twisted? Yeah, I know.
Hey, just remember.
Yeah.
Just remember this amount next time you go out to get gas and you're fucking bitching about it because it's so expensive. You have no idea how to budget money. You have no idea how to take care of yourself. All you know is you know how to spend money in a fucking video game. Dumb fucking cunts.
Man, Bobby got me twisted. Broke ass bitch. Everybody do your mount special. I need mommy's credit card. McCool got it twisted. You guys are breaking the social contract shit. Oh, that's true. You guys are. Yeah, you don't want to break the social contract and get banned. It's just funny. Like, you know, Bellior made a 40-minute video about this? I saw this. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it here. It is... Where the fuck is it? The dark... Here we go. The dark future of gaming. We cannot let this happen. There it is. Stop this. Stop this. What's all these mounts for? Oh my god. How to steal your parents' credit card? Holy shit, man. There's a lot of fucking people. That's sad. Free breast. Okay, dude. There's no such thing as bad publicity. You're kind of adding to it, right? No, there's absolutely something as bad publicity. Okay, tell that to like, who should we like? There are a lot of people that bad publicity. Tell that to Amber Heard. Yeah, I mean, come on. You definitely just boosted sales. Do you think that there are people out there right now at this moment that are sitting there and they're thinking to themselves, I'm gonna buy this mount to make McConnell mad?
Yes, of course. I have no doubts about that at all.
There's people spending real money, $70. $70 of real money for this. That's impressive. It really is. It is impressive. Putting in my credit card details right now. It's intellectually dishonest to think otherwise. People will inflict self-damage, money loss out of spite easily. So people hate McConnell more than they love their money. They just want to see, McConnell mad at whatever cost possible.
That's
Jesus,
pathetic.
man. Wow. I wonder how many people actually bought it. I would assume probably like at least 50,000 people bought the mount, right? Somewhere around there. Like, you know, like 20 to 50,000 people, maybe 100,000. Yes? All right, let's do a poll right now in chat. Mods, can we do a poll? How many people bought the new mount?
Yo, I swear to God, this ties in with that video that you watched about with that guy on the stage talking about how to monetize games.
Yes. Yeah.
Like, exactly.
Because if you don't buy it, you're a loser.
Yes.
That's right.
That's what this is.
And that's the way the game works, right? That's the way it is. And it's just heroic or epic existence. Did you twist it? Yeah. Yes. How many people bought it? No way. No fucking way 20% of y'all bought it. No way 20% of the chat bought the fucking mount. Oh my God.
That's a lot of no's. I'm pleasantly surprised at the no's, actually.
That's how many people don't even play the game, though.
I mean, some probably play, and that's good.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, man. I feel bad. I do. So 16% of the audience right now has bought the mount. And that's not even counting how many people just don't want to admit it or aren't voting. Guys, you're not alone. You are not alone here. You too are part of this. Chat literally lying.
I know what's going on.
What?
You said you were going to play Final Fantasy today, didn't you?
I did.
All right, so what's going on is we got a lot of Final Fantasy people and very special people in here that have unique qualities that are purchasing these things.
I think the Final Fantasy players have calmed down quite a bit. There hasn't been as much mauling about stuff. It's like, I mean, it's the WoW players. It said, McCock, Final Fantasy Andy's mauling. He doesn't know? You think that? I think that they've pretty much calmed down. I think that a lot of the Final Fantasy Andys have pretty much calmed down, and it's like, it is what it is. He'll play the game when he plays the game. He's going to do it when he's going to do it, and that's about it, you know? I don't think Final Fantasy players are pre-ordering this. I wonder how many people have come back to WoW after playing Final Fantasy, and now they're riding on this mount instead. I think there's a good amount of them. I'm sure that's happened. And it's nuts, man. You don't get the DMs. I don't think that I get too many of them, right? It's like on my Reddit, there's only been like a handful of Final Fantasy posts, right? Now, what do you think about this mount? Honest opinion. What is my honest opinion about the mount? I think it looks good. I do. I think it looks good. It's a good-looking mount.
It's an emerald drake with leaves on it. It's fucking trash.
I don't think so. I think it's probably one of the best-looking dragon mounts they've made. Yeah, I think it's a good-looking mount. Agreed. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, I do. I think it looks pretty cool. Like, admitting that it looks cool doesn't mean anything. It has to look cool.
Get on your emerald drake right now.
You want me to get on it?
Yeah, get on it.
I don't know if I want to.
Get on the emerald drake right now.
I haven't even opened it up.
No, your emerald drake.
Oh, let me see here. Emerald drake, okay. There's no way.
It's an emerald drake with leaves!
No, it's not. It's a completely different fucking mount. Like, it's just the same color. And it looks the same, and it's the same type of thing. Like, it's not... this is straight up... But this is straight up the fucking you versus the guy that your girlfriend tells you not to worry about meme. It's completely fucking different. It looks way better. You don't lose anything for admitting a store mount looks better than a fucking base game mount.
Bro, if you added leaves to the fucking wings of the emerald drake, it would not be far off.
It has a pine cone for a tail. It has branches for leaves. It's got antlers for ears. It's got the little thing on its neck. Look at this. It's got that thing there.
A fucking leaf.
Look, it's got a fucking beard. It's got a leaf beard. It's got wood like gnarls for hands. Yeah, I mean, look at this, guys. Holy shit. Same idle animation? Yeah, basically. Asmo basically mated our drakes and made the Dreamweaver one. McConnell is fat. They're not happy about your opinion on this.
Yeah, well, they're the ones sitting on a fucking store mount. Not me. No, sir. You don't see me on a pig. You don't see me on a fucking dumbass little cat mount. You don't see me on a fucking high-res emerald drake with leaves on it. No, sir. Fuck you.
It's a nice-looking mount. Like, it is. It's a nice-looking mount. It wouldn't be on the store if it didn't look good. All of the store mounts look good. That's why they're on the store. McConnell wants the pig. McConnell, if somebody gifted you... If
there was a way to return it, I would.
If there was not a way to return it. Like, if you had to either choose between
I would not open it.
Having it or destroying it, what would you do?
Destroy. I would not even consider opening it.
Why?
I don't
Isn't
want
that
the
rude?
shit. No, I don't give a fuck. I would gladly waste their money. Fuck them.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Why pre-ordering games is bad. So, why you are stupid for pre-ordering. Please stop pre-ordering your games. Why you should never pre-order games. Why pre-ordering games is bullshit. Look at this. They're mad. Should you... Okay. This is a Total Biscuit video from literally 9 years ago. 9 years ago, Total Biscuit talked about pre-ordering games. Holy shit. Check his mount collection. I bet McConnell probably doesn't have it. He probably hasn't bought it yet. Yeah, Total Biscuit never fucking missed. Yeah, let's watch it. We could watch it, sure. Give me a minute. Let me look at this here. Oh, there's a Mythic Sylvanas mount. We need to get that one. You know what? I think this mount looks better than the Mythic Sylvanas mount. I do. I think it does. I feel like the new mount looks better than the Sylvanas mount. Man. That is too fucking bad. You said you'd reduce the intro time? Come on, man. Yeah, but I'm doing this right now. Like, it's just... Listen, I want to make sure people know this. Like, if I feel like doing something, I just do it, right? Like, I don't like to I don't like people to tell me what to do on my stream. Like, it's like if I feel like something's funny or I'm vibing with something, I just do it. But yeah, I just do what I'm gonna do. Like, that's it. It's like that was the one thing that I was worried about with the with coming back and doing Final Fantasy, is that people would try to like hurry me through like my content that I like doing because they just want me to play the one game. Like, I'm not gonna do that. Like, that's not what's gonna happen. Like, it's just I don't want to do that. It's weird. It annoys me. Get on all the pre-order store mounts you can. There's a lot of these, man. There is. Let me see here. Should you pre-order video games? I'm really... Wait a second. Wait a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's a video right here. It came out 6 years ago. It says why you should pre-order every game. Look.
When Square announced their awesome and revolutionary idea augment your pre-order, we all cheered. Then a bunch of barbaric YouTubers started to gang up on this poor defenseless billion-dollar company. 3 against 1? Come on. Kinda like the Catholic Church condemning Galileo for, yeah, I'm not really sure what he did, but are these things really that different? I'm here to tell you to pre-order every game.
Pre-order
Why should you
every
risk
game.
it? Well,
get it twisted.
First of all, you get a better game. Wow, this exclusive weapon skin is making this game truly enjoyable.
That's... Wait! Oh my god, somebody made it! Oh no. Alright, just a minute, guys. We might have something here for you guys. Do we have the picture? Oh my god. We actually might have the picture of the Bobby thing. Okay, guys, are you ready? You ready to see it? Here we go. Adding image. There it is, boys. There it is. That's the world that we live in now. There we go. Where's Epstein's Island? Yep, there he is. He's just chilling, enjoying himself. That's all that posted on Twitter. I'll post it on Twitter later on. Here we go.
Wow, I hate myself. The pre-order bonus is historic. If you pre-order the first Mario, you would get an exclusive skin in online matchmaking. But what if the game is bad? Yes, but what if the game is good?
True.
But what if the game is bad? Yes, but what if the game is good? Actually, you know what? Let's take all the common complaints and just debunk them. Some games are broken at launch. Yes, but is that really a problem though?
It's not
Isn't
a problem.
that part of the fun?
Yeah.
You know, some people buy broken cars, fix them and sell them for a profit.
That's a good
Ever
point.
considered doing that? Of course you haven't, you lazy bastard. But
So
the game
you're
publishers will
lazy
split
if
up
you're
the
not...
game into smaller pieces and punish the
So you're lazy if you don't pre-order.
blah 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 blah. How is this your problem? You are pre-ordering games. This will only affect people who don't pre-order games.
True.
This is actually a good thing. To those fellas, you will be on a pedestal. You will be a god. But my favorite YouTubers told me to dislike pre-orders. Okay, picture your favorite YouTubers. Have you ever seen them in the same room as Hitler? No. Okay. Have you ever heard them officially state that they are not cannibals? You haven't. Don't take advice from Cannibal Hitler. So pre-order away. And you can't prove I was paid for this video, because it was all cash.
Okay, alright, there we fucking go. What the fuck? Yeah. Pre-orders are apparently good. I mean, look, I kind of want to watch the Total Biscuit video about pre-ordering. This is from 2013. And look at all the comments. 5 years later, I'm back to this video. I can only imagine what he'd say about Fallout 76. Oh my god. Watch it? Yeah, I kind of want to see, like, how much have things changed since back then. Poor people voted no. Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Total Biscuit. You know, there are times when I despair. There really are. Today's going to be one of those times, I think, simply because I feel this subject's going to come up again in a big way. as a result of the release of Aliens Colonial Marines, which is getting absolutely pasted. I do mean pasted in a way I've never seen before by the gaming press. For a major AAA release, it is getting hammered into the ground. I am utterly shocked. I am really, really
Yeah, you're goddamn
I expected
right.
it to maybe be sort of average, and people say, oh, it's okay, but, you know, it doesn't really live up to the
This is
license.
never
Oh, no,
first
I mean,
started
this thing is
happening.
getting destroyed. So, I feel that we need to bring up this topic again, and that's the topic of pre-orders. So last night, I went on Top Sellers. You know what I found? Aliens Colonial Marines. This was before it came out. It was the top seller on Steam.
Wait, people... The game was a top seller, and it wasn't even out yet. Oh my god. Wow.
So people were buying this thing, and of course they were doing it sight unseen. There was no demo, and they
were
weren't
just
saving
buying
any
it.
money on it. And they were getting what
Fucking-
exactly? Well, in the case of Steam, they were getting something
Gotta
called
do
the
it.
Sharp Stick, which was a gun.
Yeah.
A slightly different gun. It fired, apparently, sonic harpoon artillery remote projectiles, so little explosive tipped darts.
Wow.
And that was pretty much it. So, apparently that was the incentive, and it was enough for people to throw a lot of money down on this thing. Now, you couldn't preload this game, even if you could. It would have been a fairly weird thing to do, considering, well, it's not exactly a big download. It's about 6 gigabytes, so it's not like you're going to have to download a Blu-ray's worth of content here.
Nowadays, you want to download a game. See, like, the thing is that whenever you download a game, there's like a 70 gigabyte download because 30 gigs are for the game, and the other 40 gigs are for the rootkit that China is installing onto your computer to fucking be able to pull up your PC whenever they invade the United States.
This is, of course, just one example. And how many examples do we have to go through and look at pre-order bonuses and say, oh, well, this is not particularly great. This is not much of an incentive for me to throw down money. What a pre-order essentially is, especially if you're doing it on Steam, is you throwing down money, sight unseen, and getting very little benefit for it. And if
Very
you
little benefit for it. That's right. Yeah, buying it sight unseen.
do that, the
What
chance...
would Total Biscuit say about Diablo Immortal? I really wish we could have seen that fucking video. I'm gonna be honest, like, he would rip it apart. Yeah, that would have been, holy fuck. Times are changing? Yeah. He would have blown up, yeah.
Chances are you're not going to be able to get a refund if it turns out the game is a complete stinker. Now bear in mind that Steam will cancel pre-orders, prior of course to the release of the game. What they won't do is give you a refund after the game actually comes out, because it's automatically put on to your actual account itself.
Yeah, of course.
That's much more difficult. Generally speaking, Steam will do one for you. Yeah, they'll give you one refund, and then after that, it becomes very, very difficult to get refunds from Steam for games that you've purchased, whether it just be right there on the day as it's come out, or whether it's pre-ordered and then converted into a purchase after your money has actually been taken.
Yep.
Now, this wouldn't be so much...
Times are changing for the worse. What I love about this video is the fact that you can look at so many parts of it and think to yourself, man, that part happened, etc.
of a problem if there weren't so many games coming out that have review embargoes that hold all of the criticism, the critique, and the reviews and analysis until either the day the game comes out or the day before.
Yep.
There's a lot of this going on. Aliens Colonial Marines is the latest example of that happening. And as a direct result, a lot of people pre-ordered it on Steam before the reviews went up, and now a lot of people have Aliens Colonial Marines, which the critics are saying pretty much across the board, with a couple of exceptions, this game is dreadful. It turns out
that
that
doesn't matter because they've already got your fucking money.
Aliens Colonial Marines may have been some kind of gigantic bait and switch, according to people like Jim
And there's
Sterling.
also a lot of other people you've got to keep in mind. There's a lot of people who will play the game, and the game will be bad, and they won't refund it. That's a big factor. They won't refund the game. They'll say like, oh yeah, this game, it sucks, and they're just like not going to play it again.
Sterling, who claims that the demo that the press got to play was actually not part of the game at all. Like, it is not representative of the game because they made something completely different and a lot better solely to impress the actual media themselves, which...
Isn't gaming great? They made like a completely separate game for the game developers to play? Oh my god.
To me, boggles my mind, and as far as I'm concerned, should be downright
God.
illegal. And that's a gigantic example of false advertising and bait-and-switch tactics, if I ever saw it. But of course, this wouldn't be the only game that's had pre-order bonuses and people have actually purchased. I mean, Duke Nukem Forever is another prime example. This is something that got pre-ordered on Steam to the point where it ended up being in the top sellers list. There were a couple of silly little bonuses you could get, and then, of course, it comes out and it ends up being dreadful.
Of course.
And there are plenty more games that have done exactly that.
That's what they
Tomb
do.
Raider, for instance. That is currently available to pre-order on Steam. Now, gotta say, this is of course a much better deal than a lot of the other pre-orders because it comes with various benefits, like it's 10% off, for instance, so you save $5, can't really argue with that, right? And
People are malding on your subreddit? About what? What are they malding about?
About this bullshit.
About this? Let me see.
And they made more pictures, too.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, let me see. I'll pause it for a second, I'll look at it. Okay, here we go. True and real? Yeah, okay, that's very, very fucking true. Let me see here. Nobody's malding. I think we're good. Final Fantasy continues. Gonna finish Stormblood today. Yeah, listen, guys. Listen. We only had like an hour to do it. We're not gonna have time. Yeah, we're not gonna have fucking time. Like, it's not my fault. We're gonna do AllCraft today. Sort by new? Yeah. What are people getting mad for? What?
Did I derail the stream from the Final Fantasy? Oh no.
Oh my god.
Oopsies.
Oh my god.
Oopsies.
Oh no, there's gonna be some real thread.
Fuck you, weebs. Fuck you. Fuck you. And fuck your game.
No, listen, it's a fun game. It's not a bad game at all. It's not your fault. No, listen, there are some people that are probably not happy. This is the last time I wake up early for a stream. Should have learned my lesson. By the way, this post will get deleted. If the content was good, watch me jump around mounts for hours, boring as fuck. I'd be fine with it if the content was interesting. Pay when pre-order's bad? Yeah, sure. Here's the thing, is that I want to make one thing clear before I get back to this, right? Is that this was one of the reasons why I was reluctant to play Final Fantasy again, is because the moment that I do, then people want me to say that, like, yeah, I'll play the game today as like a legally binding agreement. It's like, oh yeah, this is what's gonna happen. Like, I don't want any pressure on me to do anything. I'll do it when I feel like doing it, and I won't when I don't do it. And I'll probably play it more, and then I'll get through it. But we only had a little bit of time today before we did AllCraft, and we're going to be doing it with the V Rising devs. I don't want to make them wait. I think it's very reasonable. Yeah, when I just no, I want to make I want to make a comment on this, right? I want to say something about it. But yeah, because in the title, there's a lot of things that I put in the title that sometimes don't happen, because something else happens instead. Like that.
You know what, bro? You know what I hate when you put in the title?
What?
Big news, but new things happening. Oh my god, what about this?
Well, there was news today. There was a lot of news today.
Yeah, it's not news I care about, though.
Yeah, sure, okay, yeah, whatever. And no, the thing that people see on Twitter, guys, I don't. I want to make sure one thing is very, very clear. I don't make plans. I'm not an organized guy. I don't sit there and plan out doing one thing or another. I just do whatever the fuck I want to do at that moment. And if people don't like it, I don't really care. That's it. That's literally it. Yeah, that's all there is to it. Like, yeah, it's that simple. I don't think about this. I don't worry about it. It's whatever. Okay, here we go.
You've got pre-purchase rewards that are unlocked as more people pre-purchase. Free copy of Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light. Well, that's a game that you could have gotten for $3 on about every Steam sale ever, but it's still a good game. You know, Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light is a genuinely good game. Number 2, the Challenge Tomb DLC for Tomb Raider, an exclusive tomb for Lara to raid. Now, as far as I can tell, it would seem that this is a piece of release DLC, so it looks like someone actually made a level within the game that is only unlocked if they reached a certain level of pre-orders. Well, that's a bit of BS, isn't it? Why don't you just add the content to the game in the first place, and then you have a more full game experience? Then reward number 3, the Endurance DLC pack for Tomb Raider, which we don't know a damn thing about. It says final details will be revealed in January 2013. That has now passed. We don't know what that is. So we have no idea if that's something that's going to be given to you on day 1. It's going to be day 1 DLC, which is obviously a little bit of the game kind of sliced off in order to incentivize you to buy the game that you would have...
Are they doing... Did the game still do day 1 DLC? Yeah, the game still do day 1 DLC? And I want to say, I think that this is what we might have to do. Is that people that complain that I'm not doing it or not, I might just permaban all of them. I might just permaban all of them and just move on, right? And just play the game whenever I feel like playing it, and that's it. I want to make sure one thing is that I will never let anybody try to tell me what to do. I'll just do what I want, and that's literally it. I don't care.
Gotten anyway,
or I don't care.
It's a piece of DLC that you'll be getting later on. But of course, we don't know. We don't even know
I'm
what
not going to play Wrath. Wrath is fucking dead.
No, Raft.
Endurance DLC
Raft.
pack actually is.
What the fuck is Raft?
Because they didn't bother to tell us.
I might look into it.
So that is a gigantic amount of sight unseen nonsense that you're getting here, and yet people pre-ordered it. Pretty hardcore, I might add. Yesterday, it was in the top 10 on the Steam sellers list. Unbelievable. This is a game that's coming out in March, and yet it was in the top 10. Like, it was above games like Antichamber, a game that's had universal acclaim, and there's tons of stuff on YouTube that allows you to figure out whether or not it's actually worth getting. I mean, it was above Far Cry 3, a game which, once again, received...
Okay, that's interesting. Somebody said don't say you're continuing it whenever you don't feel like it. All right, that's the first ban. That's the first ban.
Whoa, you permabanned him?
I permabanned him. I permabanned him. If I feel like playing the game, I play the game. If I don't feel like playing it, I don't play it. Nobody's making any rules for me. I put plenty of things in my title that sometimes don't happen. I just didn't really have time for it today. That's all there is to it. Yeah, I don't... I would rather not play a game than have this bullshit. That's it. Yeah, I would not have... Like, it's... I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. Quit it.
Universal acclaim. It even ended up above stuff like Skyrim and Black Ops for a while. Insane, really, when you think about it. And yet, there it was. People were enticed by this whole tiered reward system that they've got going on here. It's like, oh, I'm going to encourage my friends to pre-order because I want the reward tier to go up to the next level so I get more stuff in this game that I haven't played and have absolutely no idea as to whether or not it's going to be any good. Are you seeing how this could be harmful?
Yeah, that's
Please
the way
tell
it
me that
always
you
works.
are, because I like to have faith in my subscribers, right? I like to think that you're a smart bunch and that the people shitting up the comment section are just the vocal minority, and I shouldn't really pay too much attention to them. It's like a couple of hundred people out of 950,000 subscribers, right? There's bad apples in every barrel. But I am really hoping that you guys see where the problem is here. Now, pre-order bonuses, I've railed against for a long time.
I think that they're just going to keep doing it. I don't think that the games are ever going to stop getting rid of pre-orders. I think pre-orders are here to stay in the worst possible way. And I don't think they're good for games, but it's funny for me to see this, that this shit came out 9 years ago. People still think that.
But you know why pre-order bonuses exist? Because people keep pre-ordering video games, and pre-order bonuses actually work. They entice you into the game itself.
I think the best part about this is that people now have gotten dumber. Like, whenever this video came out, it was really popular, and now people are proud of the fact that they're pre-order Andes. They're like, yeah, I pre-ordered the game. What's wrong with that? Of course I pre-ordered. Absolutely.
They start to get you invested in purchasing the title. This is the same reason why places like GameStop charge $5 for you to pre-order. Now, you can get that back. I mean, it's pretty easy. You just say, oh, I don't want to buy the pre-order anymore. Or hell, you just don't buy it at all. And then the money stays on your account and you can buy something else. So it's like, oh, well, there's no risk in that. Well, yes and no. I mean, why do you think they do this in the first place? It's because it gets you invested in the game. You've already put money down. That means the money you're going to pay on launch day, that's slightly less. You've set up a plan. Yep. This is, I'm actually parroting the guy from that Dice Talk. Jesse Shell stated that you get this plan in your mind when it comes to purchase, and deviating from that plan isn't something you want to do.
That's how it works,
And when you put money down, and this is my speculation, I'm pretty sure it's not his, but the idea is pretty much the same thing. When you put money down, that's a part of your plan. That's a stepping stone towards buying the title. So you become more committed to buying it. You become more likely to actually pick it up in the first place. Even though you know that you haven't really invested anything, you've still put some money down. It's a little bit easier. It's a little bit cheaper on launch day for you, even though it's the same price anyway. You just happen to have split some of the cost. So that's why GameStop does it, because they realize it's an effective tactic to make people pre-order and actually convert that pre-order into a real sale. And when it comes to Steam, once the game's out,
what fucking game is that? Oh my god. What happened?
Delete the VOD!
Oh my god. What is this?
You're done.
Jesus.
You don't get the chance to refund that. It goes onto your account. It sits there, and then you have to contact Steam support, and maybe they give you the money back, but they probably won't. And for what? What did you gain? A skin pack? Some free game that you could have picked up for $3 on 25 different Steam sales in the past? Some dumb rifle? You're throwing $50 to $60 at a title you know nothing about except for carefully crafted marketing material.
That's what people have done for years now. Yeah, that's what people have done. They've literally done that for years. And they don't even care. Now people are even proud of it. They're like, yeah, like people are proud of being whales in video games now. This is totally normal.
How many times do people have to get burned by this? You remember Dead Island? There's a great example.
Yeah.
Dead Island, which at least some people like, don't get me wrong, was not in the same ballpark of quality as its trailer. And that marketing trailer was absolute genius. Everyone remembers that. It was one of the best trailers I've ever seen. Got people seriously hyped for the game. It wasn't even in the same solar system of quality as that. And yet people pre-ordered it anyway because, hey, that trailer really impressed me.
That's what they do. Yes, people buy games that they've never played before. They pre-order them because they can, and they get a bonus for doing it.
Nukem Forever.
That's
Good
what happens.
lord, and the number of pre-order bonuses available there, including a big head mode.
Totally
How
normal.
is that a pre-order bonus? Like, that's something you could hack in the .ini files. Not only that, but that's basically some dumb Easter egg. I mean, it's a cheat. It's arguably a bug. Why the hell would you pay for a bug? That's beyond ridiculous. You got a trucker hat if you pre-ordered it at bloody Walmart. Oh yeah, physical piece of pre-order tat. I mean, this is the stuff that we actively avoid getting at trade shows because it bogs you down and it's absolute nonsense. T-shirts? Do you really need gaming t-shirts in your wardrobe desperately to the point where you're willing to risk $60 on something that might suck? Because
yes, absolutely people are. Absolutely. And I think that has only become more common, especially if it's like limited edition. If there's like a special thing about the t-shirt, people will buy it like fucking crazy.
I can tell you, you can get a lot of pretty good t-shirts for $60. And the physical tat's just one aspect of it. The most harmful thing is the fact that pre-order bonuses and the fact that people are willing to actually pre-order to begin with have encouraged horrible development practices over the course of the years. Now, I'm talking about the notion of taking content that was intended for the game and splitting it off as a pre-order bonus. I'm talking about wasting the time of developers to create specific content for different retailers. I'm talking about the notion that when you buy the game, you can't ever have the complete experience because you didn't buy it from 7 major retailers at once, right? I mean, bloody Dishonored was really bad in this regard. No, don't get me wrong. Not every pre-order bonus...
I love seeing this, man. This is so fucking funny to me because it's only gotten worse. That's the
actually
best part
takes
of it.
away development time.
Yeah, it's only gotten worse.
This is often stuff that's developed by the art department in
Mm-hmm.
the months leading up to the launch of the game when the art assets are pretty much complete, and they have nothing better to do with their time because they're in crunch and they're finishing content, but all the art stuff's already done. They're doing bug testing. It's nothing that the art department can really help with. I mean, they're not just going to put down their Wacom tablet and then go and debug the game. That's not their
9 years
speciality.
old.
So yeah, they can work on stuff like that.
Holy
That's fine.
shit.
No big deal. But a lot of this stuff does, in fact, take away from the development time, and you should never be splitting off parts of the game prior to release in order to incentivize purchase or pre-purchase from various different places. I've told you about how Day 1 DLC is essentially one of the absolute worst things to ever happen to the games industry. Pre-order bonus...
See... It was the worst thing to ever happen to the games industry at that point. Total Biscuit didn't see Diablo Immortal. Okay? Yeah, see, this was, you gotta keep that in mind.
Is pretty much on that level, and yet they keep doing it because it works, because people will willingly pre-order the game.
Yep.
Now, I suppose it's healthy for the industry, at least in the short term. It's like, hey, great, we've got some money in the bank prior to this game even coming out. This is good. We can show our investors pre-order figures. We can show them actual guaranteed income. This is awesome for us. But it's terrible for the consumer. It's absolutely dreadful. It also encourages really bad review practices. Incredibly bad. And the reason is that if you happen to decide, hey, I'm going to release this game, and I'm going to rely on my marketing material. I'm not going to put out a demo.
No.
I'm going to put out some really good trailers.
Yeah.
But in reality, this game actually stinks, right? It's in my best interests not to allow the press to actually put out anything on it until the game comes out. This practice...
Didn't this exact thing happen with Cyberpunk last year? Yeah, this exact thing happened with Cyberpunk. That is so fucking funny.
This has been going on in the games industry for a while. It's been going on in the movie industry for a while. There's a reason why a lot of films don't get pre-screenings, and one of the biggest reasons is they know the film sucks, and they don't want people to know about that prior to it coming out. That maximizes their potential sales, or more accurately, it maximizes their potential suckers. The more people pre-order games, the more of these embargoes we're going to be seeing. Review embargoes are pretty common. They apply to most games. Now, the officially stated...
Now it's just the norm. Like, as far as I know, they're all pretty much the same. Can you get Ted Cruz on board? No, I don't think that there is... I actually don't think that there is a legal ground to ban pre-ordering. I don't think so. I think that pre-ordering... There are some things out there that people just do dumb stuff, and it's their fault. This is not a problem to be solved by government. You know?
Reason for this, which is not untrue, is that they need an embargo in order to give all reviewers and critics and everybody a fair chance to have a go at the game and actually write their reviews. There are some people like myself, we do first impressions. It doesn't take me an awful lot of time compared to someone who beats the game and then writes a review. That's why I never call my stuff reviews, right? It doesn't deserve that title. But everyone else who's doing reviews...
That's very smart. Man, it would be too bad if somebody who maybe did write a review played an MMO for 3 hours and then wrote a review on how good it is or not. Jeez. That would be really bad if that happened, wouldn't it? Holy shit.
Has to play through the game, especially if it's something big like an RPG. It takes a long time to actually get through that. So that's why review embargoes exist. However, they can also be abused.
Yeah, of course.
They can restrict the actual coverage of the game all the way up until the release. And if you break that embargo, you get blacklisted. You don't get any more copies. You don't get access to betas. You don't get access to press events where you can actually preview the game and get the kind of material that you need in order to...
And people worry about this even if you say bad things about the game. That's why there's like this weird thing where the game reviewers keep giving positive reviews to games even though the games aren't that great, so they can continue getting more early access content.
put
That's
out
what
good
happens.
articles and good videos.
It
Let's
sucks.
just say that breaking review embargo is something you will only really do once, because once the word gets around, nobody is going to talk to you anymore. No more PR agencies will actually deal with you. So
Which
for
I
the
think
most
is fair. I mean, like, obviously it's their right to have an embargo. It's about the intent behind it that's bad.
but publishers have
Like for example, Elden Ring had an embargo. Like, they gave me the full game early before the game came out, and I just didn't talk about it or make any content about it or anything like that. Like, I didn't play it even. But yeah, I had it whenever I did that demo thing.
have gaming media by the balls.
So
in that
everybody
respect.
does it.
They can't risk breaking embargo because it's too damaging for their business, and by the time those reviews actually come out, game's top seller on Steam. I mean, hell, it was top seller on Steam yesterday, and the game wasn't even out yet. It boggles my mind. It really does. It blows me away. There's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is this is our fault for being stupid enough to continue to pre-order these titles when there is.
That's what I think too. I don't think this is like the loot boxes. Like, I think the loot boxes, you can say that shit is gambling and it's misleading and it's like marketed towards kids 100%. But pre-ordering video games is not something that I support legislation against. You know, like, I don't think it should be against the law to pre-order a video game. However, I think people are dumb if they do it. Unless you're a streamer or it's some, like, unique circumstance, I think it's dumb.
No benefit to it whatsoever. It's not even a case of it being no benefit. It's actively damaging the games industry. It's not just like, oh, right, okay, I took a hit for $60. No, you're encouraging terrible business practice. You need to stop it. You really, really do. The good news...
The worst part about this is that, like, all of these videos... Like, this video right here has 2 million views. 2 million fucking views. And it didn't do fuck all. Because there's plenty of people out there, they're like, well, you know, I mean, that's true most of the time, but I really have a good feeling about this one. I really think this one's going to be good. I like it.
It's entirely within our hands. We actually have the opportunity to derail this entire business practice. And you know what we need to do? Learn a bit of patience. It really is that simple. Learn a bit of patience. Those of you sensible enough to be patient and not pre-order Aliens Colonial Marines now have at your disposal a wealth of reviews. The vast majority of them say this game is a stinker and you should not be dropping $50-60 on it. And that's good. You were patient. And as a result, you were rewarded. Everything is in your favor. If the game had turned out to be good, you could have gone right onto Steam and just bought it right there. Oh, so you miss out on a skin pack or the sharp rifle. Who bloody cares? These things are
Everybody cares. The cosmetics, who bloody cares? We just saw who cared. Yeah, you want to see who cares? They're right here, guys. These are all the people that care. That's what it is. Yeah, it's FOMO. Like, you don't want to be the only person in your group of friends that doesn't have the special mount. Who wants to not have the special mount?
meaningless. Don't be suckered in. In the case of Tomb Raider, oh, well, I miss out on a free copy of Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light that I can play right now. Let's be honest here. If you actually wanted to play Lara Croft and the Guardian of Light, you would have bought it anyway. I mean, for God's sake, it's been part of so many Steam sales. That game has been out for years. This is not a big bonus to you. If you intended to play it, rather than just add it to your Steam shelf and say, hey, look, I've got an extra game which I'm never going to play, you would have already played it. Yeah. Tomb Raider might be great. I mean, all signs are pointing to it being pretty good, right? But you don't know that yet. So why would you buy it? I mean, it's just insane. Do you do this with anything else in your life, or is it just games? If it's just games, then take a good hard look at your consumer practices. Take a good...
This is exactly what McConnell said. I'm going to be honest. This is exactly what he said.
Yep.
And 9 years later... 9 years later, they're right there, just the same. Wow. Oh my fucking god, man. I don't understand the problem with pre-ordering latest WoW expansion. I mean, here's the thing. Is like, if you want to pre-order so you can play the game early, I'm not going to tell people what they should and what they can and can't do with their money. Right? What I will say is that I do think that pre-ordering there is no benefit for the consumer with pre-ordering. Like, there is no intrinsic value that you gain as a consumer for pre-ordering. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's really what it is.
Hard look at what you do as a consumer and think, is this screwing me? Because the chances are it is. Now, some people are going to come back and say, well, I would have bought it anyway. And there's a big problem, isn't it? Because with Aliens Colonial Marines, you've got a game that a lot of people would have bought anyway because it's an Aliens game. They are loyal to the franchise. They are loyal to the brand.
That's like the WoW players. That's WoW players
and
right there.
And that's terrible. The reason it's terrible is because these are the guys that go into full-on Stockholm Syndrome, cognitive dissonance fanboy mode as soon as anyone criticizes this game. Here's what's going to happen. The people that pre-ordered this game are going to be split into one of two camps. There's going to be the guys that are like, I got burned hard. And then there are going to be the other guys who say, no, this game's great. This game is incredible. No, guys, you're really missing out. And then actually get super defensive of the game. Why would they get super defensive of it? Because they drop money on it, and they can't be wrong.
No, yeah, they don't want to look stupid.
This is why you have this situation. This is why you have bad games come out. I mean, the War Z is just...
Imagine being roasted, and you don't even know you get roasted until 9 years in the future. That's where we're at.
The biggest possible example of that. You have this group of people that are neurotic for the War Z. They have Stockholm Syndrome. They are literally grateful to Hammerpoint for screwing them. They have convinced themselves that because they would never make a bad decision, because that reflects badly on them,
makes them look
they
stupid.
have convinced themselves that this is a good game, even though all signs...
I should go and, speaking of this, I should go and look at the Diablo Immortal subreddit after this.
Point to it not being a good game. And they will actively attack anyone that says otherwise. That is beyond consumer irresponsibility. Going into the realms of crazy, going into the realms of actively working against other consumers. Like, basically being, I wouldn't even say a paid shill, because they actually paid for the privilege of being a shill. Incredible. Are you...
They are a paid shill, but they paid to be a shill. Man. Oh, man. That is sad.
Out of your minds. Why would you do that? And yet it will happen.
Yep.
It will happen with Aliens Colonial Marines. It happened with War Z. It happened with Duke Nukem Forever. It will continue to happen with people that drop money on games prior to it being released and then convince themselves that actually, no, they didn't buy a bad game because they would never do that. Because, of course, they're totally smart, would never be suckered in. I mean, what's the worst thing about...
Dude, I cannot wait to fucking look at the Diablo Immortal shit. Oh my god,
being suckered in to a pre-order for a game that's terrible, right? Well, the worst thing is having to admit that you were the sucker. Nobody likes to think they're suckers. Nobody. And as a result...
nobody... Yeah, that's the thing. They're like, no. I invested $50,000 into the game. No, I've invested money into games before. I invest money into games.
They'll make up excuses.
It's totally normal.
It is a nasty cycle.
Yeah, totally normal.
Stop being involved in it, please. Think very, very hard before you pre-order a game. Think, well, would I have bought this anyway? Am I such a huge fan of the series that even if 20 reviews from people that I trusted came out and said, this is dreadful, even if my friends who I trust came and said to me, this is dreadful, even under those circumstances, I still would have bought the game and I still would have played it anyway. If you are in that situation, all right, pre-order. Fine. If you have even the slightest doubt, for the love of God, wait. Please wait.
So, wait a minute. So, Total Biscuit says it's okay. He says it's okay, guys. It's all right. Everybody, come on. Let's get your money. Get your money. Let's go quickly.
You are doing more damage
we know
to
it's
yourself
gonna be good,
and to
guys.
the industry than you can possibly realize. We as consumers have the ability to stop this bullshit for good. And we're the only ones who can do that. Publishers aren't going to do it.
Yeah.
Devs aren't going to do it. It's up to you. Will you be part of that solution? Will you help fix this? Or will you continue to be part of the problem? I guess that's up to you. My name is Total Biscuit, and I'll see you next time.
I have to show you guys something. I do. And I feel bad for doing this, but I'm going to have to do it. It's so sad because there are people out there that still believe that they can fight the good fight. And there's this guy in here. He's very angry about me. He says, after Immortal, you pre-order WoW, 200 IQ, but you could make a change, man. Listen. No, I can't. No, I fucking can't. And that's what's so sad. What was it? Yeah, it's just who's going to tell him? It's so sad to see people say stuff like this because I know that they're so disappointed and they're so upset about it. And it's like, it's just, man, I have a graph for people like this, man. I do. I have a graph. It's just depressing.
Alternatively, you could choose to not, okay? You could choose to accept Asmon's point of view and mentality, or you could reject that doomer mindset and accept that one person or a lot of people can make a difference and not be a pussy about it and not just fucking take Blizzard's fucking fat cock up your ass every fucking year, every fucking expansion, every pre-order.
Oh man, just accept your voice doesn't matter. It's so sad because people they believe so strongly about this and they're so idealistic. And it's like, McConnell, man, how many times we pour salt on our head for a storm mount? They still keep making storm mounts, man.
Fuck you.
Am I wrong?
You should do it again. You should do it more.
What, pour more salt on my head?
More salt.
Jesus.
That's what the world needs. It needs more salt. More fucking conviction. More principles.
Does the fact that devs haven't given updates is just a cash grab? They all aren't going to support. How bonus attribute rolls. Bonus sneak peek on nail-biting Immortal Vault Defense. Blizzard only made Diablo Immortal to pay for all the lawsuits. Oh no, man. Why bother when changing gambling? Because I don't believe... Okay, alright, that's actually a good question. The reason why is because I don't believe that people have self-control. I think that people are self-indulgent, lazy, selfish, self-serving, short-sighted animals. So if you ever give a person an opportunity to work against their own best interest, they will do it. Whenever I wanted to do something bad in my guild that was bad for most people but good for me, I'd put it to a vote. Because I can always convince people to vote against themselves. Every single time. And they'll do it every single fucking time. And it's what would work every time, guys. It's just perfect description. Yes. And I don't think that it works. Like, I don't think so at all. People don't follow Dharma. It's a problem. Like you said earlier, nobody's going to do something about it. Then why not you do it? You can do it. Make a change in gaming.
You can. Listen. You've got to stand for something or you'll fall for anything.
How can I get people to stop pre-orders?
Listen, you're already on the path just by the opportunity to talk to a senator about fucking loot boxes.
True.
If someone like you, someone that fucking an absolute fucking degenerate, okay? Someone like you can put yourself in a position, okay? From the bottom, you were at the bottom of the fucking barrel, okay? You were at the very fucking bottom 6-7 years ago, okay? You worked your way out, and now look at your position. You are one person, okay? So people in chat should look at that and take that to heart. If Asmon can work his way up from being a bottom-of-the-barrel cockroach to the king he is now, fucking anybody can do it. You just have to fucking put yourself out there and fucking make some moves. And actually understand what principles are.
The difference
What,
is
have a set of core values.
Name,
for fuck's sake, man.
Name one change that we've made on a large scale that happened without, like, with just us. Like, what one change?
Bro, I'm saying that you have the opportunity to do something.
We cannot stop people pre-ordering. We can't stop them pre-ordering. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, I understand.
I don't agree with you. I don't agree. And I think
/spit, they got rid of it. They just deleted the emote.
But spitting on people was having an effect.
Yeah, but they just deleted it.
Jesus Christ! So the one example you asked for, you just write it off.
Well, no, I don't write it off. I'm saying that it was ultimately inconsequential.
It wasn't. If they had to remove the emote because it affected their bottom line, what does that say? It says that it was fucking working.
But it didn't matter because they got rid of it.
Oh my god.
The outcome was the same.
You're such a fucking doomer, dude.
I'm not a doomer. I'm just being
You're
realistic.
a fucking nihilistic doomer. I don't subscribe to your mentality at all.
But you don't have to subscribe to it to know that I'm right.
You think you're right. I think you're wrong.
I do think I'm right. Listen, we've got to do the V Rising devs. I'm going to tell you guys right now. Okay, listen up. We will not pre-order games. Okay, do not pre-order games. That's it. Unless you want to make Bobby make sure he gets another yacht. Today we have a very special episode of AllCraft. I'm very fucking excited about this. I've played V Rising a number of times off stream. I've gone through the game. I haven't beaten the whole fucking game yet. I haven't killed the triumvirate of the 3 fucking guys. I haven't done that yet, but I've gotten pretty far in the game. Today, we're going to have the developers of the game on. We're going to talk about it. We're going to see where the game's going, and we're going to give it some support. Because the fact is that, Final Fantasy, we're not going to be able to do Final Fantasy today. I would have done it, but I felt like it would be weird if I only played for like 45 minutes, realistically. I thought it would be weird. I thought people would be disappointed. And so I figured, you know what? Let's just hold off on it, and I'll play it the next day. That's what makes sense. Yeah, it wouldn't have been worth it. Yeah, it's a logical decision, even though I know some people might be disappointed by that.
Yo.
Go ahead.
I'll see you next time.
Peace. See ya. Yeah, that's what made this best decision here. Yeah, it was the logical decision. And so anyway, I'm a big excited. It's reasonable. Yeah, it's completely reasonable. People can get mad about that or at no point half-assing it. Yeah, of course. Next day, 6-hour intro with 1 hour of Final Fantasy. Well, maybe not like a whole hour, right? That's about it. Yeah, it's best decision. Like, I always try to make the best decisions for the stream. I know some people might be disappointed by them, and they're like, oh, well, I wish you would have done X or Y thing or whatever. But, like, listen, I try to do the right thing. I try to do whatever I think is best for the stream. Obviously, I'm going to continue playing the game, and so that's really all there is to it. I'll probably continue playing it on Saturday. That's what I think I'm going to do. Like, unless the alpha comes out for Dragonflight, that's what my plan is. But with Final Fantasy, and tradition Final Fantasy, when I play it, yeah, I'll just play it when I want to play it, right? That's it. We should be honest and stop being a hypocrite whenever it comes to 14. Oh my god. Wait, you think I'm being a hypocrite? Man, like, I'm not, like, honestly, like, I'm about to start this. Like, I don't want to waste, why bother, really? I think there's a lot of people just don't want me to ban him. That guy's, he's been sub for 22 months. I'm going to give him a second chance. Type some shit like that again, I'm going to ban you. Anyway, so listen, guys, I want to go ahead and say, I'm going to do that. And, yeah, if people that complain about it or whatever, I'll just ban them. I'll ban them and I won't even take it seriously. Yep, I ban them. I will not even take it seriously. I'll probably play it next time, and we'll see what happens. Yep, I'm not even going to read it. That's it. Anyway, guys, let's get to the AllCraft. We're going to get that out of the way. We also have an announcement for AllCraft today as well. Give me 1 second, and I'm going to do that. I'm here for content. Yeah. All right, here we go. Now, one game Andes can't make everyone happy? No, and I don't care about it either. All right, give me 1 sec.
I got so
addicted.
What up?
Yo.
Hello.
How we doing, guys?
Great. We're good. How are you?
All right, I'm great, man. I'm chilling. I just got done watching videos for like 5 hours.
Dude, I watched you watch videos, man.
Yeah.
And dude, I just want to say I was banning people with you.
Really?
Dude,
thank you.
Look, you mind if I'm just gonna say it is cathartic for me to watch you go through what I went through, though. Dude, I used to get shit. I would get up to go to the bathroom, and they'd be like, "Well, why did you put MSQ in the title?"
Okay, all right, Rich. But let's be honest. Like, it was like 3 quests a day.
Yo, what that? You're gonna give me? I'm having your bag right now, and you're gonna betray me, bro?
No, I'm not just trying to say. Like, everybody's like 3 quests a day. All right, look, it's okay. It's okay.
That's 3 more than you did today.
All right, Peckies, how we doing?
I'm ready to go when you are.
Good to go. All right, sounds good, guys. Give me 1 second. We're gonna go ahead and do this, and we're gonna move on over to our show AllCraft, and we do have an announcement for AllCraft as well. Give me 1 second, Peckies, and I will go ahead. But yeah, guys, I wanted to say basically what my plan is for.
Well, it's pretty impressive that even when I'm not on my own stream, I can manage to stall the MSQ. But today we are going to be doing something very interesting. We promised you on AllCraft that we were going to have even more devs on the show, get to talk about a whole bunch of games, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. We are joined with the devs from V-Rising. We have a lot to talk to them about. Peter and Martin, welcome to the show. I think it makes a lot of sense right now to actually start off with just giving a little introduction to both of you for everybody in chat so they can get to meet you. Peter, if you want to start off and let everybody know who you are.
Thank you, and it's really exciting to be here with you today, guys. I'm Peter. I'm the game director at Sunlock Studios. I'm also one of the founder of the company, so I've been here from the start. And in my role, I basically work with all departments of the game. I work on the division, the game designs. I work with our engineers, our artists, sound, music, marketing, you name it. So I'm like on top of all different parts and in depth with the development. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm Martin, and I'm working as creative director for V-Rising. I also joined or founded the company together with Ilves, and I think we were 12 other students from the university. Oh, wow. And my role is mostly focused on all of the in-game or like the game itself, and not so much around the thing outsides of the game. So I try to push the game into different, like following our vision and coming up with all new kind of cool features. And Peter is the one who tried to hold me back, and he's more responsible of like delivering on time and deliver with the quality we want. So he's holding me back, and I'm trying to push forward. So.
You're the dreamer, and he's the business.
Exactly. But yeah, we work very much too close to each other and working on implementation of features and those things as well. So
I wouldn't say I'm the businessman. Like I'm the VP as well, so I do have that on my end. But I'm also a big dreamer, and I'm also loving all the things we're doing. So we've been working together since the start, me and Martin. So like we know each other outs and ins.
When was the start?
So we did like meet up the story is that we met up in 2007. I think I met Martin, and we were both student going to university here in Skövde, this little town in Sweden where we are located, and we were studying game development. And at that time, we were both like avid World of Warcraft players, and we met up and ended up on a project in the school at the same time, and. I remembered I was playing in a guild named Cursed at the time, and we were competing for world first bosses, and I had this I always wanted to be a game developer, and I've been living like World of Warcraft has been my life for about 3 years now at that point, and that when I had was like changing point in my life where I had to choose, should I continue playing World of Warcraft or should I go into game development, because now I had really I did not have time for both at that time. And I met with Martin, that's also been like an avid World of Warcraft player, and we just connected really good at that time.
I came more from before I played World of Warcraft, I played Warcraft 3 on high level, played in Grandmaster League and stuff like that, and then World of Warcraft came out and I just got hooked into that. We didn't fight for world first, but we fight for server first, and we still cleared Nax on Classic, which is only 5%, I think. And I think I started game development just for a reason to kind of continue play and meet other gamers, so that's why.
That's incredible. Oh my God. So you guys, it's not like something you just played a little bit. You guys have played a lot of the same games that we have, and to be honest, more seriously than us. That's
I still haven't cleared Nax. To be unless you can't count the Wrath version. I did manage to do that, but it's kind of funny to see that you guys kind of started everything that you did in World of Warcraft, the same that Asmon and I did as well. But for you guys, obviously V Rising wasn't the first step. Battlerite was the first game that you guys actually did put out, correct?
Actually, it was Bloodline Champions was our first title, and Battlerite is the successor of that, basically. So, Bloodline Champions was very inspired by World of Warcraft, actually. Many think that it was the MOBAs that was our main inspiration to the game, as it's many times said as it's the MOBA without the laning and all the bullshit. But in reality, it was we were playing a lot of World of Warcraft PvP. I was playing a lot of Arena, and that was the main inspiration. We wanted to make an arena game, a PvP arena game that took the things that we really loved from World of Warcraft, but did it in our way, and we refined
to be
it.
honest, we didn't like the randomness, the resist of kidney shot and stuff, and say let's make an arena game without the bullshit, basically.
You know what? I can really relate to that. I really can. I totally do. And that's incredible. So you just took matters into your own hands. You made this game. And then after that, I guess you made, I just looked it up, pulled it up on Steam. You made one other game before then. Then you made Battlerite. Battlerite did pretty well.
Yeah, Battlerite was our real breakthrough hit back in 2016. And it's the refined experience of Bloodline Champions. So we spent some years, as I said, we started as a group of students. I think we were 14 actually. And at that time in 2008, we started working on Bloodline Champions, and then we eventually founded the company. And as of today, we're still 12 of the founders back from 2008 are still in the company. So I think that's one of our biggest strength that has allowed us to push through the years, as we've had both ups and downs. When we released Battlerite, that was one of the best moments, of course, in our life, and seeing how well it was received, seeing how this many players just flooded into the game, and it was a really cool moment in the history of Starlock.
Well, I bet. I mean, it must have been like a massive accomplishment to have like such a game do so well and just kind of pop off like that. And we're seeing it happen again now with V Rising. I mean, I've seen it in the top 10 charts for Steam. There are just tons of people that love the game. And I mean, how do you feel about like everything that's happened since it's not even really the full release, but since it's been made to the public?
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, we didn't expect the huge kind of impact it had. We had our hopes, but it was just way above our imagination.
Yeah, it's an amazing release. We couldn't hope for these numbers, and I think we're also a bit like it was a very different game to develop. Maybe we'll come into that a bit later, but it didn't have that instant adrenaline kick that you get from Battlerite, and we had a lot of fun developing and playing Battlerite even early in the development cycle, while V Rising was a much bigger, more ambitious project that it took years before we could even play it. So it's two very different games. It was really a relief, as always, when you release a game when you've been working on it for 3 years' time, to see that it's actually flying.
It is popping off.
I was very curious, because the games, they're definitely, you can see some threads of similarity for sure, with how they feel, but very different games, like you mentioned. What made you start to design V Rising after Battlerite? Was it learnings that you actually had from the title, or was it just an idea that came up and you started to move into it?
So there's you want me to start, Martin, or do you?
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, okay. So at that time we did struggle a lot with Battlerite. We had issues with getting the game on its feet, and we tried a lot of things, and we come to this point in Stunlock where we had to sit down and talk together with the other founders, which we've always done after a project, and see where do we want to bring it next. At that point, we saw that we had to shift focus to something new. But we did want to bring what have we learned, what are our learnings. And in Battlerite, we have this very adrenaline-fueled, very intense combat experience. It's very reminiscent to a fighting game, actually. It's super fun, you're playing it, but you eventually, or most players, got really burnt out very quickly on that experience. So we always had trouble with working with the retention factor and getting players back there. We created new content, but players were just burning through it too quickly. And we'd scale up the studio, so we were about 50 people at that time. And we just, for the first time in Starlock, we had to scale back. We had to scale down the studio, and that, I think, was one of the hardest part for us, because we are this very small developer, but we have more like a family, I would say. I think that comes from having this core of developers that we've always been working together. But from that, having those people close by us, our colleagues that are totally amazing, we found this energy, found this ambition to start something new. And we wanted to take this combat system, this fun, this fuel that we have, and we also wanted to find a core loop where we can combine our strengths with something that is a bit more relaxed, something that doesn't burn you out. So we had a lot of discussions and ideas for how we could what sort of genre can we combine this with that would make a perfect fit. So we talked about can we find some PvE element, and how can we find a way to not only have this combat orientation, can we find something more creative where you can build, where you can maybe apply together with your friends. And maybe, Martin, you want to add something to that?
As you said, we're very strong in creating multiplayer, so we know that's one big strength. And when we try to look at the survival genre, which is very popular, and we felt there's a lot of survival games that maybe is only solo or co-op, and we could bring our experience from multiplayer PvP and create something new in this. And that's where we kind of felt the survival genre also helps us to give that kind of pacing issue that Ylvis talked about, to give that control to the players. Like if you want to have high action, you can go out and go for bosses. You can go out and go to those kind of highly combat areas. And if you want to relax, you can just start to like decorate your castle and focus on gathering trees. So I think those were so strong to solve that kind of big issue we had from our previous title. And that's where the kind of the vampire team eventually ended up, because we felt like we were used to create like champions with lots of magic and different abilities, and we wanted to kind of have a theme that kind of can fit to that. If we would go more like realistic, we would be very limited to what we can do. And then like when we found the vampire team, it's what made so much sense, because we could use magic, and like vampire in its core is
I
like this
remember
kind
that
of
actually,
hunt for blood, right? Yeah.
Like that day, like we sat down. I know I was in my office, and we had like R&D, a couple of different games, different prototypes, and we're talking about what is this theme? What is the theme? Like we know what the systems, what the game we want to make, but we don't know what can we package this. What is this theme? And I think we discussed like these more generic fantasy themes. I think we also like discussed Norsemen and Vikings, and that would have been a bit embarrassing today if we'd gone with that. But no, Martin came into my office like on a Monday, and it has been, I think you'd like watched the entire like Castlevania Netflix series.
Yeah.
And you just came in with this confidence and said, I got it. Like I know what we're going to do. I haven't never like seen Martin that confident in my life, and it's like, and then he pitched the idea like you wake up in this coffin, you feel like a hunger for blood, and you grab a rat and you like suck it dry. You're like this vampire that has just awoken. You've like been stripped out of all your powers. You need to go out in the world and rebuild your gothic big castle, and it's anarchy. All the vampire clans are rising and are just fighting each other, and you need to become the next Dracula. And it's like at that moment it's like yes. So no discussion.
Well, you put a lot of
make
effort.
this game.
Yeah, you put so much effort into like making the different, like the small nuances of vampires. Like this is a consistent thing that you experience throughout playing the game. It's not like, oh, you burn in sunlight. It's like the silver. It's like the conspicuously counting things of them being like OCD kind of. And it seems like you really put a lot of effort and time into making sure that whenever somebody is playing V Rising, they don't forget what the V stands for.
Yeah. I think that's so much strength with the vampire theme as well, because if we come up with like our own fantasy team, it's so hard to relate, right? And the vampire team, like everyone knows about vampires and knows their weaknesses. So that's also such a big strength in the survival genre, that you can actually, before you even play it, you can actually kind of get a feeling of how would it be to be a vampire in this world, and that's very strong in this kind of genre as well. So.
One of the things, one of the things we did early was to establish that we wanted to play on as many of these traits as we possibly could, and it wasn't always easy. Like it took a long time for us to come up with all these mechanics, but we really like in our vampire fantasy. We talked many times about it like more of a vampire simulator. If you were like a vampire, what would happen to you? So we really try to just encompass all these different traits and make fun use of them.
Yeah, I was a huge fan instantly of the genre. Like you mentioned, getting magic in a survival game is pretty rare. And for me, blood-sucking is something that I love. I mean, it's pretty core to my identity as a human being. So the second that I started to see everything, I was like, man, this game really does make a lot of sense to me. I loved getting to sling the magic. But one of the coolest things that I think that you did is you took all of those tropes, like Asma mentioned with the silver, with being weak to the sun as a vampire, and also even just the blood-sucking itself. And not only did you have it there as just like, oh, the sun's going to kill you. Like when it's day, you're going to die. But there are these really cool twists to all of them. Like the feeling of running around as a wolf with like everybody that you're playing with on the server and running around looking for shade is such a satisfying moment that I never expected to have in a vampire game. And then those moments when you're actually in combat with different mobs and you're like, oh my god, this is a 100% blood type. This is gonna, like, I'm gonna make sure that I like get this brute right now. It's another really satisfying and deep moment in the game, and I'm kind of curious, how did those ideas evolve a lot over time? Did you go, oh, okay, we're gonna start adding to the actual like feed system, we're gonna add to the sunlight, or were some of these ideas just core to the development process and you knew from day one they were gonna be there?
Yeah, as you can say, the vision was there kind of early, like the sun mechanic, obviously, and the feed, but all of the system has really been like developed over time and adapted to changes in other features and the bosses, and it's had like lots of the things kind of appear to us as an epiphany, like playing versus a boss during the night, and it's like, yeah, this is easy, I can just dodge this nowhere, and then the sun rises and suddenly you're like, shit, I
had that happen.
Yeah, and that's
Yes.
that's a kind of very satisfying feeling to see how impactful the sun system is and how you actually have to kind of think about it. So
It gets even better whenever they destroy the trees around you, and the shade that you thought you could rely on is now gone. Yes, I've had this experience very clearly.
Yeah, we had a really fun moment in that when we were like stress testing the game, and we were like, I think we're like 60 vampires fighting the endgame boss, and just for stress testing it, and then there was only one tree, and the sun came up, and it said 60 vampires were standing under this one tree where like this real big boss were like looking at them. What are they doing?
Yeah, one thing that I really liked about the game, I just want to say real quick, is that, like, obviously there's been many comparisons. Other games, one of the main ones, Valheim, right? I played through Valheim. I did all of that. And one thing that I really did appreciate with it is the fact that you have, like, a much more involved PvE system. I've been too afraid to go to one of the PvP servers yet. I've watched people play a lot, but I've been too afraid to lose all my stuff. But doing the PvE content just by yourself and slowly progressing is actually a pretty fulfilling experience. And there's a lot of levels to it. And I found it to be very enjoyable to just kind of work through them and then find the next boss. And then some of the end game bosses, they're no joke. Like this is like, I thought it was going to be like one of those easy games that does like 2 abilities. No, I was impressed.
I think again, it's like some of this inspiration is very old school MMOs as well, and also being from Battlerite, being a more hardcore PvP game. We didn't like we wanted to go more of this for this core gamer or a bit more hardcore. So we wanted to nail that balance, and we were like in development and asking ourselves, obviously, is it too hard? Is it too easy? But we were always let's rather go too hard than too easy. That's like what we wanted to do.
Yeah, we focus a lot to like just add so much setting as possible, so players can like actually tune down the difficulty. But we think it's really important to have it like as a survival game. It can't be too easy, because then it's kind of boring. It feels more like a grind, like I'm just gonna clear the content, but more go like actually feeling like killing a World of Warcraft boss for the first time, like that kind of feeling.
I know that kind of feeling when you're like
world first. No.
Yeah, I definitely don't know the world first feeling, but I will say that there were a lot of really good feelings with those bosses too. I love like the actual tracking system, right? Where you go to the altar and you kind of set out on a day and you're like, this is my main goal. But I think one of the things that the game also does that's very cool is the emergent moments, right? You're going for a certain boss and now it's like, oh, there's the vampire hunter, or there's this boss. Do we have that one yet? Or are we going to suck them dry? And I feel like there are so many little emergent things. And as somebody who went to school for game design and really only got opportunities to work on bad games, how do you guys plan for those emergent moments? Like, what do you actually, like, how do they get built in over time?
I think that was one of the early things that we wanted to adopt, like, because we're a small team, and we knew we like couldn't create enormous worlds with too much content. So we're always talking about how can we create like a dynamic world, and how can we have these emergent moments. And the sun is obviously one of those things that really changes things up, but also the global patrol systems that like these different units, the bosses can patrol the entire world in conjunction with like other players, with the sun. and trying us to like find these moments that are not scripted, but where the systems just play into one another. And that's also one of the aspects that we really want to we're looking at right now when we're going forward. How can we create even more accesses which more emergent gameplay can occur, like weather system, for example, like the Blood Moon right now. These kind of events as well, that when you layer them on top of one another, like we can create these stories or these events where you're playing it for like maybe the third or fourth times, but you're still like getting these new types of histories or experiences.
First time I hit a Blood Moon, I started LARPing, dude. I like couldn't even help it. I was just yes, like I rise from my coffin. Like I just went full on and I think the game does a really good job at opening up. I kind of, this is going to be a really weird analogy. Sorry, I sometimes make them, but it was like the first time that I watched Naruto. I kept feeling, I'm sorry, man, I'm a weeb, but the world opens up more and more. And as you get deeper and deeper into the story, you start to, stop making fun of me. You really start to feel like, a ninja yourself. You know what I mean? And I was watching that show and I was like, oh man, the Jinchuriki. And I'm like, maybe I'm a Jinchuriki. Maybe that's why I'm a little bit off. I am Naruto. I felt very much the same way with your game, and I felt like all of the gameplay mechanics that open up as you take down that first boss, then you actually have the blood altar, you start to build your castle, and as the different systems open up, you get more and more interested in the actual narrative element, and you really do feel like you're playing a game where you are a vampire. And I think it's something that doesn't happen very often in games.
It's rare.
It's incredible to see. Yeah.
It's very rare for a game that does that, and you actually have like the real vibe of the character. And you're talking a little bit more of emergent gameplay. And one of the differences that I see with this game versus a lot of other survival games is that if you look at, like, let's say like Rust or Valheim or other games, the map is procedurally generated. And I was actually a little bit curious why you decided to go with the having one map for pretty much the whole game rather than having it be generated randomly. Is it because of the sun effects, or what, or is it just something that might happen in the future?
Do you want to talk about that, Martin?
I can take it. I mean, we're obviously looking at and improving things to create more replayability in a sense, and those kind of new happenings. But we also think it was very important to kind of handcraft the world, because that will also help us reach like a higher level of polish, and we can kind of tell a story and we can guide the player through the world in a better way. That doesn't mean we will like keep trying to see what we can do, but that has definitely helped us kind of sell in the whole vampire world, because there's tricky when you kind of go full.
Also, like we did actually have like more of experimenting with more procedurally generated like pieces of the world in the early phases, but the top-down camera also makes it really much harder to navigate the world and find your stuff in the world, because you don't have this horizon. You cannot like see the shape of the mountain where you're going, so we have to spend a lot more like time in trying to like put energy and handcrafting these roads and making sure that like players at least know somewhat where they are going. So that's been like a challenge to design an open world top-down game without an horizon. And I think that's also like one of the reasons where like once we started to handcraft things and everything also aesthetically looked a lot better when you put like hands on it, it came together a lot better with the world. But that said, like we are still like intrigued by the idea of creating a bigger world, like creating a replayability, and maybe there's like ways of combining the handcrafted pieces of our world with more generated content as well to scale up. As like we have this world which needs to host a lot of vampires as well, right? We have top-down building, and we need to fit all players. That was also like a big challenge, because we have some crowded servers. I think we like had one server with over 2,000 players that have like there was no space. Players just build in every single corner of the world, and that was like how many players can one world digest? So it's a lot of things, a lot of interesting level design challenges that we have been facing within this development, and we still do, and we're seeing what we will do next to even push and improve the world further.
Yeah, I am curious, like, what is coming next, right? So obviously, like, from the PvE side, you have all of the different V powers that you're going for. You have what are the other progression loops? You have all of the gear progression loops, and then all of the loops when it actually comes to like gathering new resources. Is that an area where you want to see it go even further? Or is it stuff in the world that you're looking to change PvP, or is it like a mix of everything?
I think it will definitely be a mix of everything. That what we want you to experience when we have the full launch, the full experience of V-Rising, is that the entire journey will be, there will be added things on top of everything. So we're not like looking at just adding like end game content and increasing the number of things you have to do in the end game, but rather look at, as we were speaking about, like this emergent gameplay things. How can we add these accesses so that it's fun
with
and
different
replayable?
events and stuff?
Yeah, with different events, for example, with more faction battles, with weather systems, for example, different accesses that we are looking into. Content-wise, I guess it's the simplest answer. It will be, there will be more like weapons, spells, weapons. We will add more to the current loop. But
we
for
also have. Yeah, you can finish, Peter.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we also have like getting obviously a lot of suggestions from the community. So we set up a webpage, which is like, if you go to feedback.playvrising.com, players can like add their own ideas and you can vote. And those are kind of a good way for us to see like where the community wants the game to head. And like currently, like the top requested thing is to add different, like a second floor or a basement to the castle. And that's obviously a lot of difficulties with our top-down game, which is like both 2D and 3D. But that's something we definitely also kind of feel intrigued about, and feel like when looking at the inspiration from Castlevania, you have this kind of gothic castle which rises to the sky, right? So that's definitely an area we want to investigate more in.
I actually had a question about that, because it's a really cool moment when you switch over, I guess it's from wood to stone, and then all of a sudden you close in all those walls and the roof just actually builds itself, right? You get the covering for the first time. You don't have to use the bone brazier anymore. I'm not sure if is that how you say, is it brazier? Is it brazier? I don't know how to say it. You would think that I would, but that moment when you actually do switch over is a very cool moment in the game. And I was curious if the auto completion of the roof at stone, if that was by nature because it was difficult with the top down view to actually have players create their own roof, or if that was something that you just felt like was missing for other games. Like, I'm kind of curious how you guys came up with that idea.
I think like when we designed the castle like building systems, we wanted them to be very like nice to use. Like you should like be able to like move things around simply, like rotate them. And I think that goes into that design of like making sure that it's not too much of a hassle. And building a roof in top down while you want to rearrange your floors, maybe change like the walls, and having to like restructure everything because you wanted to like move one wall, for example, is something we wanted to avoid in that phase. So that like auto generation of the roof was like a very nice way for us to just not make it too like difficult or too much of a hassle for the player to like rearrange their castle every time they wanted to change something.
I found it way easier to build in this game. I will say though, my viewers did build my castle, so that was one of the reasons that it was so easy. But it's really cool to see how different castle to castle it does look, even though, you know, the roof is auto completing, and it's definitely a very cool moment in the game as well when you hit that for the first time.
There's a lot of people that have asked about having multiple levels. In a lot of games, you can have like 2 and 3 floors for things. Is that something that you think that you'll ever add, so you can make a larger base that just has like 3 or 4 floors?
Yeah, I think that's, we're really intrigued about that idea, and we have like been testing with it internally, and that would also solve some of the like level design issues with the space that is required right now. So
yeah,
we're definitely as we like and it also plays into the vampire theme, like this big gothic big castle, and we always want to like emphasize on the vampiric feel of the game. So it's definitely something we are intrigued about. But as Martin were saying, it's the technical difficulties of a 2D/3D game that we will need to figure out, and we hope that we will be able to do so.
So one of the other questions that I have, just I always get really interested in a lot of the systems. So I will say a lot of my questions will probably end up being more PvE focused than PvP focused. But there's some really interesting things that happen as you start to get later and later into the game, where the amount of time it's going to take you to progress and actually craft a piece of gear obviously is going to change. What type of tuning knobs do you guys actually look at? Like, how do you decide this is a good amount of time to actually take to progress the gear compared to, you know, a previous tier, to make it feel like it's a more powerful piece compared to maybe being a little bit too slow and potentially having some players back away from the challenge?
It's definitely a big challenge. I've been working very hands-on with the itemization and the drop tables and everything in that regards. And the simple answer is playtest, playtest, playtest. We've been doing lots of internal playtest and get a feel for it, while also, like, of course, looking at some of the data and listening to all players. But it is a challenge because you can play it single player. When you play 4-player, you like more than 4x your speed that you're gathering things. And it's way different if you know the second time you play it and you know all the systems you use the refinements tools that are in your castle, you use your servants that will help you a lot in those regards. So it's we're trying to like learn or teach the player about the different systems as much as we can do, because understanding that refining things and building things and like growing things in your gardens and like getting all those servants will help you quite a lot in reducing the amount of manual grind you have to do. And again, it plays into this. You start out with more as like a lumberjack vampire, right? That's also been an interesting challenge, like the power fantasy meets this like the farmer, right? But you start up there, and in the end, we want you to feel more like this lord, that you're just doing your hunts and your servants are doing the things for you. And I think it's been more challenging to teach the players about the importance of these systems rather than balancing the loops themselves.
Yeah, you did a really good job too with the little like story quests too, that kind of like lightly teach you, but it never feels tutorial-ish. I really like that, where it was just like simple goals, where it's like advance your tech tree to the point that you have like you build your castle heart or sit in a throne or actually make a thrall. So I thought that was really cool. And that moment as well, when the first time you actually do go out, you use that power, the actual like vampire mesmerizing power, and like dominate your first villager and bring them back to the castle, throw them in a coffin and get them starting to do stuff. And you're like, you're my mod now. That is such a great moment in the game. That blew me away, because you don't see that system coming. Like, it kind of comes out of nowhere. How hard was it to actually make that? Because that seemed like it's so different than every other system. Was that like a difficult thing to get off the ground technically?
I guess we've been working on it for like on and off all the time. Is that something that we kind of want to? It needs to fit the puzzle with all other features, right? And it's also something that we want to keep expanding on in the future. But we feel like that was such a strong point, like just in the vision of converting people, because that's kind of core of the vampire theme. So we knew like we wanted in some form, and it I guess it some part was easy, but just continue to adapt it. Like how does it work with like defending your base? How does it work with like you equipping it with items? Because we felt like that's also a good way to have them feel like you progress by actually investing in them, and also like adding the throne missions, which is a bit inspired of like World of Warcraft Garrison and things like that. And we think servants are super important for the vampires fantasy, and it's something we definitely like want to continue to help out. We've been having discussions like, can they help you organize your stashes, for example? That's like ongoing question and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
so,
That would be very useful for me.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever played a single game where I didn't just have a million of the small boxes sitting around, and they're just like, I stack that one up, I fill it up, I move on to the next one. I've already forgotten what's in the first one, and I don't even know what stuff I have. So yeah, that's a great idea.
I also liked too, because the servants don't check for item durability, right? So instead of repairing gear, you just give it to your servants, and you're just like, I like kept doing that, which was really enjoyable. And then you come back to the server after you have to go do like boring real life stuff. You get back, you're like, it's Morbin time. You jump on, and then everybody else has gotten further, and you go up to the servants, and they have better gear than you, and you just steal it from them. They can't do anything. Which
I think, like one of the very important aspect we talked when we developed this game was actually to have this kind of, when you play with your friends, you usually don't play exactly the same amount of time, right? And a lot of other survival games or MMO and things like that uses like an experience and level system, have that kind of issue where you kind of feel behind, like, oh damn, they are 10 levels above me, I suck, this is boring, I'm gonna quit the game, or I have to get power level. And that was something we kind of really wanted to say, like, no, if you don't have the same amount of time as your friends, they can just give you the equipment and you're on par. Potentially you don't have the same amount of V-Bloods, but you still have like a full kit of spells. So in a sense, you're the same power, but they potentially have more variation and customization. But we felt that was super important, that you shouldn't like kind of constantly feel behind if you're not playing at the same like amount of time. So
you have somebody else playing for you. Yeah, I get that.
It's the tension with like the research system as well, that you share like the things you find in books with everyone in your clan. So that's like also plays into that we wanted you to be able to just share everything with. And if you come on and your friends has been playing, you can open the research desk and see, oh, they got this new tech, and then just learn it, and you're on par with them. So that's one of the reasons why we don't have like invested heavily in leveling systems and XP and that sort of things, but rather rely on items and the castle being the primary sort of progression.
Yeah, that is a really good feeling when you get on the server and then you go up to the table, like you said, and it's if they've learned it and you haven't actually researched it yet, it has like that yellow spinning around the rectangle. And that moment is so much dopamine when you go and you see all of it. And usually for pixels like that, I would have to pay $25 for each pixel. So I was very happy that I didn't have to do that. And everybody else just played it for me to get the research table up to the right amount. And I do think it is cool, like you said, that it is the gear that is actually setting your level. It's not necessarily how much you played. So you can come back in, you can hear what everybody else did. They can catch you up on the stories. And then you go out and you do your hunt, so you still have the content to do.
You can immediately play with your friends, right? You don't have to spend a lot of time grinding or anything like that. I do actually want to ask, like, conversely, you have like many different servers, and I don't know if this would even really be possible with V Rising. Are there any plans to have like any level of real account-wide progress whenever you go from server to server, or would that just not really be compatible with like the different types of server accelerations that you have?
It's like it's not been designed that way, as it's very hard to make that compatible with the current system, since the progression is within your castle and in your items. So you would really have to like move in your castle to a different server to have your progression, and for that to work, you would need that space, right? Not something where you could like land your castle on. So there I think there's definitely ways it could be designed technically and level wise to allow for that, but it's definitely a design challenge that would be interesting to like deal with. So it's currently, I would say, we don't have that plans, but it's still an intriguing idea.
Yeah, I would say it's like possible, since obviously we have servers where you can start with progression unlock, and you can start with like a preset of gear, and potentially we could allow players to actually say like, I own this item, and if the server allow for custom character or something, they could allow you in with like your inventory and your tech. So I guess it's possible, but it's
also like, since players can host their own private servers and we can't really control what goes on these servers, essentially always have need to have centralized servers to be in control of players' accounts and stop cheating and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I remember I had a friend of mine that had his little sister do Dungeons and Dragons with him and give him like 15 levels because she was technically the dungeon master. So I completely understand why that would not necessarily work out. But I know it's a question that I thought of whenever I first started playing the game, and I know a lot of other people ask me too as well. So I figured I would ask.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that another thing with the game that I've really noticed a lot is that if you look at the PvP and also the different types of servers that people have, you have some servers that are just completely full loop PvP and other ones where it's just a very minimal loss if you lose anything bad or anything like that. And I was wondering, are you ever thinking about having larger, really chase item weapons? Because I'm not really sure if there are a whole lot where it takes maybe 3 or 4 days to get the materials to craft this, or would that just be a little bit too extreme?
as something that we're looking for now is what will the end game look like, right?
Yeah.
What's the end game of V-Rising? And thematically or in our ambition will be to bring back Dracula. That's one of the things.
Oh my god.
So what is Dracula? What is his entity? What is his role within our universe? I think you can see remnants of his castle today in the Dunley farmlands, and that's always been a vision where we early on what is his role? Will you be able to challenge him? Will you be able to become Dracula in the end game? Will you be sitting on the throne of darkness? We have this Game of Thrones vibes going on, and ideas for the different clans fighting for them, but also the different factions, like the undead faction, the militia, maybe the church, this politics and things that goes on. That was something we're really intrigued about early on in the development, and still are. So I guess that's something that you will definitely see us working on, will be our version, our vision of Dracula returning to our world and as some sort of big event. And there will definitely be an endgame scenarios there that would add a lot of new cool content.
Very cool. I'm curious. Oh, go ahead, Martin.
No, I said we talked about earlier, changing these kind of events in the world, and that's also something, as we also spoke to earlier, Dracula isn't just the end game. His effects on the world will be notable even early game. So you will definitely that's the vision, that his impact on the world will be something you kind of experience throughout the journey.
I'm very curious because you obviously work on the game for a very long time, then you put it out into the world, and then a bunch of streamers play it. You get to watch them play it. You get to watch all the content creators play it, and a bunch of other people are playing it as well. And obviously, you get to watch the streamers play. Did anybody do anything where you're just like, "What the heck? How did they do that?" Did Shroud do something absolutely crazy where you're like, we had no idea players were going to be able to do something like this in PvP, or did everything that happened, was it kind of as you did expect? Because I feel like that's a pretty crazy leap of faith when it's okay, it's in the players' hands now. Let's see what they do.
So I have a couple of memories. I know watching Lyric play the game for the first time. It was hilarious, the way he played the game and the way he used the voice chat, because we haven't really when we played internally, we're always in Discord, we haven't really been using that feature, and seeing that live, his screaming at people and they interacting and having this social experience within the game, and seeing how how they use this social aspect of the game, that was one moment that I had so much fun seeing him doing this stuff, and but also seeing how things that we have designed actually worked out very well. He had this, I think it was combat within this animal camp, and there was arrows going up all over the camp, and bears were coming out from their cages, and it was just, he was in full control, and then everything just went bad for him, and it's this chaos, and seeing that in action, that was more one of the design parts. But play testing it internally, when you know everything, you don't know how it will work out, and seeing that was a perfect storm, and everything just working the way we've intended. So definitely we've seen both ways, things that are totally, we had no idea, and things that actually work the way we wanted to, and it's equally what do you say, equally fulfilling to see it. Did you have any, Martin, that you can think about?
As you said, we kind of were very open-minded and wanted to be a more of a sandbox world. So I guess obviously there will be kind of exploits and ways to kind of harass player, which is always something we kind of try to look out for. But there's always way to kind of harass people, and those are also things we want to keep looking at, because doing like these multiplayer PvP games, there's always this kind of way how can we create a better play experience for everybody, and just in many other games, it's also ways that you can kind of destroy other people, and that's something that I guess we wasn't surprised about it, but something we need to keep working on. So
I can't think of a single survival game that doesn't have that. Just one way or another, where you wait for the guys to go to sleep and then you break into their base while they're asleep, or something crazy like that. But I don't even know what the possibility would be to stop that from happening. I think it's just the way some servers really are.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's always going to be the griefers. It's just how much can we mitigate it with different solutions.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, like, honestly, I see a lot of games that have like different systems that mitigate it, but really just making it as an open game and letting people experience it. As I said, like, I think one of the first things, and I'm pretty sure you guys did intend this, but it was like one of the first things I did is I found a stone golem and I had him smash and cut down trees for me. Right? I mean, this is, I'm not a genius here. You planned that?
Yes.
I don't think we planned it. It was more like we wanted them to break stuff, and then you saw like, oh, wait, I can use this to like get all this material, and we didn't want to balance out the fun of it. So it's like, this is fine, this is nice. If people find this and use this as their like machine to like get all these resources early on, then they will just feel happy about it. So we just like this. We will leave it in there.
Yeah, I think same goes for like the V-Blood as you describe, Rich. People like when you can cross this kind of patrols on the way and you have two V-Bloods fighting each other and both are low health, and you're kind of sitting there and then you kind of finish enough and you feel kind of smart about it. And those are kind of things like, do we want to prevent this, or is this actually kind of fun experience? And I mean, we feel like all those kind of moments is really, really fun, that it's actually kind of random and can create this kind of ways to kind of feel smart as a player, and those are very important. If you try to balance everything out, it's kind of get a bit stale, right? So
yeah, the game made me feel very smart a lot of times, which is saying something. If the game can make me feel smart, it can make anyone feel smart.
Well, I think sorry, go ahead, Rich.
Oh no, I was just gonna say those moments where you have like that vampire hunter. That guy in particular patrols a lot of the lower level areas, and
I tried to kill him.
You. Yeah, exactly. And at first, before you really know much about the game, you're like, am I even supposed to ever be able to kill this guy? And he's just sitting there. And then one time he was in combat with somebody else, and I sat back, I let them chip off the damage and killed him kind of early. And like you said, the game actually, that little emergent moment that comes out of the way that they're patrolling, it does make you feel really intelligent as a player. And those are some of the memories that
it's the open world, right? It's like the because a lot of games, they try to create the idea of, oh, it's a living, breathing world, and like, oh, the elements are interacting with each other. But one thing I've noticed a lot with V-Rising is that, like, you'll see that even sometimes, I'll be honest, I've tried to aggro like other mobs into bosses because I just couldn't fucking kill them, and so like I just pulled the other mobs into the boss, and just makes it a little bit easier for me. And I've really felt like going around through V-Rising, you see a lot of just NPCs interacting, fighting each other just completely naturally through no consequence of what you're doing. And I found that really does make the world seem like it's more alive, and you're more part of something bigger than yourself, and it's not just a game.
Yeah, we're happy that you see it, like, because that was our intention, right? So it's really cool that it's actually working out. Because as you're saying, a lot of game developers, they want to have this vision of this world that is alive, but it's really hard to pull that off. And I think we still have like things that are stretched to go. Of course, you always have, but we do have like a good start. We have some like base function out there, and we'll try to just figure out ways of interacting with it more.
Have you thought about doing like instances at all? Like, for example, like in WoW. I mean, obviously you guys played WoW before. Like going into a certain area and fighting off something, or do you feel like the entire game should be mainly like an open world?
I think we obviously talked about it, but it's really hard to say, like, do we want to kind of instantiate your party and say, like, you're safe. If you're inside here, you're safe. No one can come in and steal your kill or whatever. And those kind of slightly go against the core aspect of the game to be this kind of open world. So it's a bit hard to say, like, going that route, I think. But that wouldn't prevent us from, like, instantiating things, but potentially have them open for more players to enter actually the same area as you. So I think we just have to be very careful to stay true to our core, and obviously get all these feedback from the MMO players who want more permanent progression and character development and raid bosses and stuff. And then you have another area of players who want a different route. And I think it's super great to get all this kind of feedback in, but we really need to be like true to ourselves and true to our core, because once you kind of start to listen to everybody, you're on a bit dangerous road, right? So, yeah, I mean, we as a very strong point in Stanley is that we actually really want to play our game. Like, we do a game that we enjoy playing ourselves, and we play it like as if you stop playing your own game and you try to listen to feedback, you're like on a slippery slope, I think. So.
And yeah, I definitely think it's one of those things too, where you kind of have to sit there and parse the information as well and hear what people are asking for, but how you can deliver it while still keeping the core elements of the game there. I also do want to say, a lot of people in chat, speaking of people asking for stuff, a lot of people are asking questions in the chat already. We will do questions from people in chat a little bit later on, and you'll just use the hashtag ask. So that way we can organize everything. So you can hold those questions for now, and we will get to them in a little bit. Hashtag ask, ASK. Thank you. But yeah, Asmon.
So I was going to say, like, this is probably a dumb question. You guys have got this probably 200 times. Is there ever going to be a way to have like a free look camera where you can look all the way around?
There's actually like some mods that allows you to have that, and we do have that for debug settings, and we use it for like trailers and stuff.
Oh wow!
So, but it's like aesthetically the world has been designed with like the top-down view, so a lot of things look really flat if you don't like bring down the camera. So it's more like it's technically it's possible to apply it that way, but it's more of a aesthetic thing, like how will the game be perceived, and some areas look really nice, but some areas look like very like a lot less good, so to speak. So it's more of an art direction thing, but also like the gameplay, of course, like it's intended to be this top-down combat. So but we have a bit like of an unconventional camera scheme, right? But with the top-down where you can rotate your camera. So I get that there's a lot of players asking for like ways of adapting the camera and things for their playstyles to navigate this better. So I wouldn't say that that's not a dumb question at all. It's just a very interesting question and something that we will have to see what we can do about. Yeah, you see it like on the
video, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and yeah, it does look like you can do it and, you know, be kind of like I guess like first person mode here. Absolutely. I was just kind of nervous about asking a question because I feel like that's probably whenever I played the game and I've talked to other people, that's been one of the main things that they've asked too. So I'm sure you probably got that a lot.
Dude, how did Pecky's already have that up in the back?
He was ready, man.
He's so fast, man. He's
Yeah.
so good. Shout out to Pecky's in the back making sure it works. Oh, that was James. Dude, thank you. Dude, we have a full team on AllCraft. It's actually I remember when we actually started everything off at the very beginning, and we were using Skype.
We were using Skype, and we would get calls in the middle of the show, and you know, it would just interrupt the complete show. It was great. And so yeah,
from somebody named Greek God X.
Yeah, Greek God X would call us. You got to Skype.
Never actually him. But yeah, I do. We talked about it a little bit already, but I want to put a little bit more of a focus on it. Just like, what can people expect next? Obviously, some of the stuff you probably can talk about, some of it you can't talk about. But yeah, what can people expect next?
Yeah, yeah. We as we talked about, Dracula is one thing that's always been like in our core vision, and like he will return in a very impactful way, I think, and we want players to be able to challenge him in one way or another, right? We also talked about looking into second floors and basement, those kind of things. You can live out the fantasy and creating this kind of castle.
For the castle, as to add on that, like the castle is so central to it, so that the floor thing is one thing, but we're also like seeing how we can get the castle to be more central on, especially on PvE as well. As right now, it's primarily a target when you're playing PvP where you can raid other players, but currently there's like no PvE threat. There's nothing that can like invade your castle, and that's also like playing into those survival aspects of actually like having factions that can attack your castle that you have to fend it off. And with that, like adding content such as like expanding on the servants for the combat, maybe traps and stuff that you want to encompass in your castle when they breach your walls. We always like had this ambitions with the castle to stay true to this elegant, beautiful, like Gothic castle. So traps and stuff like that is something we have been a bit cautious about, as we don't want it to turn into like a bunker, basically. So finding a good balance there where we can like really push the PvP elements to make raiding more interesting, but also like giving this thrill of invasion for PvE players. So I think the castle will be a central piece that we will be looking to and on different accesses in how we can improve that experience and add more content to it.
So I saw a question in chat, and I know I'm going against what I said by trying to keep stuff organized, but I actually thought it was a really good question. It was one that I had initially wanted to ask as well, and that is with those the bone brazier, the braziers. I still don't know how to say.
I don't know. I don't know either.
You typed it in the game, so you already know how to spell it, which is good. So with those, they don't automatically shut off, right? You have to actually like basically turn it off. Now it's consuming bones. It gives you the mist. You're not going to actually die to the sun. It doesn't automatically turn off though during the night. Would you? Is that by design? Did you guys want it to be a thing that people had to actually go and manually turn it off, or do you think one day maybe they will automatically switch on and off?
I think we're a bit cautious here for all these things, as we were talking about stashes as well, like sorting stashes and so on, because there is also like value in being the player that like keeps the house clean and doing those things. So it's like it's a mixed bag where we don't want to automate everything, but we want to find like the right like value of quality of life, so that everyone can enjoy it, so it's not too detrimental to the gameplay loop for the ones that really hate sorting stuff or turning on, turning off switches and so on. So I think like the servant one, for example, that Martin was talking about, allowing them to be like your tidy duty, going around fixing stuff, maybe turning off the brazier, would be a cool way to like add that convenience later in the game as well, so you don't get it all for free.
What's your what's like, so for example, there's like two things I want to ask, but like actually, you know what, I want to ask this right now. So there's a lot of vampire fantasy things. Like we're talking about Castlevania. You're talking about like, you know, you can't move a castle around. You actually could in Castlevania. What is some of the actual vampire fantasy stuff that you want to add into the game? Because I think that is so badass.
I have a lot of vampire fantasies.
Yeah, moving the castle was actually a thing we had in the previous bit.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You want to elaborate on that, Martin, or?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Asmon, we kind of felt like when playing other reference game, and it's like just moving is a very tedious task, right? And that's something we will keep looking at, and we have other ideas about that. So that's also a topic for the future. But in a previous version, everyone had their own island, and you basically, there were island slots attached to the edge of the map mainly, and you can like go to a new slot and teleport your entire castle to that. island instead. But a lot of issue we felt that was that the castle was too detached from the world. You kind of didn't run into them, and they were all a bit too samey. So eventually we felt like being them in the world and like chasing the world felt a lot better, right? But that was actually part from Castlevania, the series. That was actually the inspiration from testing that out to begin with.
Other things we're like that I would love to look into, or things we are talking about, is like the vampire hunters, how they can play a more central role. Like we would love to see like more famous vampire hunters,
Van
like
Helsing?
yeah,
Okay.
and other as well that could like bring come in and you can like destroy your favorite vampire hunter within a game. That would be a really cool thing to build upon, I think. And for the theme is something we will when we're like expanding the worlds as well with the aesthetics and the units. We're like looking a lot of these more horrors, more demons, more. We're talking a lot about like this Frankenstein inspired village or city as well. So we're like, what can we take from, what can we be inspired from and add all this kind of really cool horror themed units into the game as well.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I mean, I love the Castlevania series, and so whenever I heard that you guys were doing some stuff based off of that, I got very, very excited and started thinking about like all the different things they had in the game. And I think that is so cool to take the different ideas and bring in like the vampire hunters, etc. Do you ever think that, I mean, you talk about vampires, are you ever going to have like maybe werewolves? Can you ever play as a werewolf?
Train would love that. Oh my god.
And that's, I mean, obviously this question has risen up like multiple times, and
I bet.
I think we haven't. It's a huge question which will require like a lot of thoughts. Like how would you like build up your base as a werewolf, and how would that be? And would it be more faction wars, like all the werewolves against the vampires and things like that? So for us, it's been too big topic and not the focus for Alexis. So
I think it depends on like what angle as well. Like if you're seeing, if you're looking at from more like a sandbox angle where you have like more custom game modes or like fun modes where you can have like the vampires versus the werewolves, I could definitely see that as more of like a mod thing. But for the core game experience, I think we will stick with the vampire.
That would make sense because you know the name.
Yeah, it would, right?
Yeah, it's not called Furries Rising. they got enough games already. But the thing that my mind instantly when you start bringing up all that stuff, it is really crazy how packed like vampires are. I start thinking of Buffy. I start thinking of Sam and Dean Winchester. Right, Asmon? You love those shows.
I was thinking more Kate Beckinsale from Underworld, but okay.
Sure. Like there's so many different fantasies. Is there like a moment when you have such a packed lore that it's like kind of difficult, where you talk about a lot of people saying a lot of different things about your game and trying to actually get community feedback? Does it ever turn into this kind of crazy thing where everybody's just like, we need it to feel like Buffy in season 2, and they're like really into their lore and they have this idea of what vampires should be? Or has it been relatively chill to be working within that the vampire lore?
So we have a lot of like work on the narrative that has like led us through the development, but since it's not very little of the narrative is explained to the player, as we're not a story-driven game, right? The players are the story. The players tell the tale of each server. So we've always had like seen that the narrative, the lore is important to guide us, but we've always been like ready to, if we need to change it to make the game better, we are ready to do that as well. So we don't really we don't want to be handcuffed by our own like narrative, but we still want to respect that work and the things that we have created, even though it doesn't like show a lot of it in the game.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. And you talk about like the players are the story. And I was wondering, like, you're talking about like, potentially summoning Dracula. I don't really see this as something that would probably happen on the first day of a server. So what do you view, like, what is your ideal life cycle of a server? Because, on Tarkov or Rust, you have like wipes and everything gets kind of reset. Like, how long would you assume or want to see a server evolve through different kind of phases?
Yeah, it's like it's something we're trying to figure out right now, because what we feel is that we definitely want to be able to have players like play again and again and again, and there are the community is a part of it is already doing this by hosting their own like private servers, running their own settings, running for like a week to the top and stuff like that. But we also do not want to like reset everyone's castle or everything that they've invested into, unless we have like a big update or something, new content, so that they feel like, okay, we're resetting your stuff, but you will be having all this new cool stuff to dive into when you come back. So it's a balance between like respecting players, at least on our official servers, while on the private servers you can do like whatever you want, right? But it's a balance between like, when do we add new content and when do we reset the world? Because once we do add some features, some content, we need to reset the world. Technically, we cannot like change the layout of the world without forcing a reset, right? While there are things that we can fix, we're like hotfixing things right now. But in the long run, we are like looking at a scheme where we will be having like these big updates, and we'll definitely have resets along with them, and then see like, how will this more PvP focused seasons, what will that look like in the end game? That's something we're still trying to figure out now.
Oh, you mentioned seasons. So you're thinking like there's going to be different, like, I'm assuming not necessarily like a Warcraft or League of Legends season or something like that, but where you kind of continuously like buff and change the different abilities, add in new abilities to keep the combat fresh and just kind of keep the game new in the player's eyes?
Yes, so we're saying like, once we do hit like a big patch, we will most likely want to reset everything, and with that you will have to play again and compete like from the get-go. And exactly how that will turn out is something that we will have to figure out once we get closer to our first like big update. And we don't really have like any clear answer to when that will hit. But yeah, how we define like a reset or a season semantically, we'll just have to see as we go along. But long term, like, hopefully we'll have like some sort of more controlled space when we figure out like, how often do we want to do this, how often can we do this, like how much content do we need to put out for this to be worth it. Like, that's a lot of things that we need to figure out over time.
For sure. Makes a lot of sense. And now, guys, I do want to let you know, I'm going to start opening up those questions for you guys in chat. So if you do the hashtag ask and throw in the question, we'll start picking up a few of them here in a few minutes.
I want to do one more question before I'm gonna take the chat's question time. I'm gonna say one right here. Is it so whenever you start playing the game, you pretty much kill the same bosses, you collect the same stuff, and you have roughly like the same leveling up experience pretty much every time, where it's the same types of bosses. Do you have an idea of maybe like kind of rotating that, or trying to make it a little bit more dynamic, so you're killing bosses in maybe a little bit of a different order, or you have a more kind of open-ended progression path?
Yes, that's definitely like one of the bigger challenges is like that replayability. As we have this handcrafted world, we have this very nice linear progression where everything is logically tied together. You have like this archer in the bandit animal camp, and she like gives you the knowledge about tannery. It's all connected, right? So if you would just scramble that, that would like break some of the immersion and some of the logic within the world. But at the same time, for replayability, for sandbox values, scrambling those sort of things, like changing the world layout and the bosses, maybe their levels, would make sense for like, it would be a more fresh experience. So it's about of like, it's a very hard choice there. And today, like, we're not sure if we would like can do both of it. But it's definitely something like we want the replayability to be the dynamics, but will it be a static quest line or progression line like right now, and we work more with the aspects around it, the emergent gameplay factors, or do we like actually change up the bosses, introduce maybe new ones, change up what you unlock from each boss, and scramble it more? I guess that is like the harder path to go from a design perspective, looking at where the game is right now.
Yeah, it's almost like a pick one. You can either have a cohesive story or you can have randomized elements.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, all right. Now we can do questions. I figured I had to ask that because I know that a lot of people have wondered that, and I had kind of like restarted my character a couple of times, and I was wondering if it would be different or not. But yeah, I mean, I'll have to say, like, I feel like this game, especially for like an early access game, is really, really well polished. Like, I want to say, like, great job, guys. Like, this is insanely good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I started to tell you guys my story before we even we even started the show, but I played the game and all of a sudden I just got completely now I'm gonna sound like I was trying to make a pun, but I got completely sucked into it. And I actually remember Asmon, I messaged you and I was like, dude, you gotta play right now. Like I got so drawn in by the game, and it pretty much changed the course of my week. And I enjoyed it a whole bunch, and I'm excited to see everything that you guys do. And I'm also excited to see all the questions that everybody has in chat right now. First one's coming in from Thorvald. Are you guys looking into more weapon abilities?
Yes. Short answer.
All right. Take it, Chad.
There we go.
There we go. You got your answer, Chad.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's good. Are you guys gonna add in like a two-handed greatsword?
There's already a two-handed greatsword on
What
its
the
way.
hell?
On its way.
Oh, I was about to say. I thought...
But yeah, well, like the long answer I would say is like we're definitely going to add abilities, weapons, and spells. But we also are looking into like how can we add another axis so that you can actually maybe modify the current spells, modify the weapons as well. So itemization is something that we haven't actually spent too much time on so far, and something that we want to look into further to see to push it not only more content but maybe add a layer of depth to the current items spells as well.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to hear. That's good. All right, we can go to the next question. And yeah, what are some of the devs' favorite Easter eggs in the game?
Ooh, good question.
Okay.
Easter eggs. I'm not really sure. I mean,
I think there's like some of the like text in the crypt door, or like some scribbles from some of the artists, like the names of us. I know there's like a picture that's named like after me. I think like I came across it when we were live. It's like, what? It's like Baron Ilves. Like, what is this painting? Like, so it's always the like artist putting in stuff. Sometimes we get trouble with it because they've been putting in stuff that we're not really allowed to put in there. But they're a bit more careful right now because we've actually hit that wall a couple of times earlier. But you still find some like fun things that people add when they have some time up to come up with fun stuff.
I'll say also like watching people go into the spoiler alert, the werewolf village, basically going in there during the day and then it turns into night and everyone is transformed into werewolf. Those kind of first reactions, seeing that on stream has been very, very fun and entertaining. So.
Yeah, they're just waiting there, have no idea what's going to happen. We'll move on to the next question. We already saw that one. Okay, there we go. Will there be official mod support?
Not something that we're currently looking into. Like we did like ship with a lot of settings and modifiers so that you can adjust your servers, and that's something we'll definitely look into adding even more settings as we go about so that you can customize your experience. But in terms of like total mod control and like changing up things like spells or even like altering the world, that's like those kind of bigger things is currently something that we will be on hold.
Sure.
That's good. It's good that people have the mods too. And like also like one of the big differences between like your game and a lot of other games too is like you have a lot of customization for like each different server. So if you want to run it a certain way, that's kind of already built into the game.
Yeah,
So,
it's
Mhm.
like controlling that as well. So that once you go into server, like the player also needs to know like what are the settings, what are the admin, what can he do with it, as someone else is in control, right? And
yeah, I understand that. Absolutely. There's one question here from chat. I figured I'd just take this one right here. Are there any questions to allow servants to accompany you on your journeys?
I guess that's been also under discussion when we talked about expanding the servant system. But it's a lot more tricky when you try to kind of drag them into the world, because how they kind of react could be in many cases kind of unwanted behavior. So it's definitely in the looks, I would say, or like it's in there to look into when we expand the servant system. But we also don't want to end up in a system where you kind of get kind of annoyed on their behavior, and how you kind of move and act in our game is kind of advanced in a way, making it a lot harder to do a proper implementation where the players are kind of satisfied with their behavior in that sense.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would make sense. Go ahead,
You
Rich.
don't want to like get a thrall and then it starts acting like Mizkif or something stupid like that. It would get you really upset.
It's just running around killing stuff. Like I have that happen in like a lot of games where you have a pet, or like in PoE. I remember whenever one of the leagues came out, I couldn't get my pets to stop attacking something I didn't want them to, and they killed it and upset me. So yeah, I definitely understand how there could be a lot of pain points there very quickly. So it's definitely something that would be hard to balance and hard to code to make it not be annoying.
Yeah, I feel like you would hate that, Asmon. If your pet wasn't doing something right, you would actually have to kill something yourself. So
yeah, I have to do
that'd be really bad.
Like especially our core system isn't really designed to trade attacks, which you can see in other like target MMOs or things like that. So just having this kind of constant dodge attack is a lot more advanced. So.
Okay, that makes sense. We can go to another question and take a look at some of that. And I feel like, oh, here we go. How long do you think early access will last? I feel like this is a question that a lot of people you've probably answered this a million times.
Yeah, I think we don't like have a clear answer right now, but we don't like see any value really to be in early access forever as well. Like for Battle Right, we were in early access, I think for about 1 year. But it's when we go out from early access, it's more that we want to have like this complete experience of V-Rising. A lot of the things that we were talking about here today is that's the things that we want to add for a full launch. We want to have them in there. Then some of these things may come like in some updates along the road, or it will come later with things more bundled. But I think a lot of the things we've touched is things that we will want to have ready before we like say now it's time to launch the game in official way.
Okay, yeah, it makes sense. And whenever that happens, is it going to come to consoles?
It's consoles always intriguing. Something that we did learn with Battle Right was that once we launched and we had a success with it, one of the mistakes that we did was to take on too much things too quickly. Like we grew the studio very quickly. We like worked with Wii Game in China. We like did things in South Korea with Nexon, and we just took on too much that we could handle at that time. So this time we are looking to be more cautious so that we can put our time on the PC version first to not like get stuck in early access forever. But it's like consoles are it's interesting, but I would say that right now we will not like jeopardize too much of our team on doing that type of porting. Maybe that could be like a partnership. We will see, but we're totally focused right now, at least on the PC experience first.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Do you find it's like a struggle whenever you're talking about, like, you mentioned this multiple times, is like trying to maintain like their own like creative integrity and vision for the game, and like now that the game's come out, how much has that really shifted your vision for what you originally planned the game to evolve into?
I think as we were mentioning here, some of the things about Dracula and everything has been here from the beginning, and things that we still like. This doesn't really shift. The thing we do get like all this feedback, and as Martin was saying, it's still like we need to channel that feedback, and we need to stay with the core of the game, with the vision, and not get lost. At the same time, there's so much good feedback and ideas that like are invaluable to us when we like push forward and seeing what people like, what they don't dislike, things that we just need to fix. So it's always a balancing act. But since we've like have a lot of years experience now, I think we're a lot more capable of handling that, of not getting lost or listening to too much to the players, but like valuing it and balancing it internally and being more professional about it. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think so, pretty much. I was just curious. Go ahead, Rich.
No, I was just gonna say that makes a lot of sense. So we'll keep moving with the questions that everybody's asking. But yeah, no, I think anytime somebody likes a game, like one of their first reactions, like, why can I play it on my phone? But it's just like such a huge undertaking, and I think it's really exciting to actually see what you're going to do for that core PC experience. What customization options can we expect to see moving forward? That comes from Dracul TV.
Yeah, I know, like there's this is a fun thing, right? Because the customization has been an important part for us in the fantasy of like you creating your own vampire, right? But when you play the game, you're very zoomed out, you don't really see a lot of these details, but we still find a lot of value in this feature, allowing players to like feel that they're creating something that is theirs. So we will still be adding like more options in like all these things that we have, like hair types, new accessories, stuff like that. From a body type perspective, I don't think we will probably not do too much in allowing you to change your body types, as it affects like the itemizations, the equipment, the things that takes us. It just makes everything go so much slower when we add content, because you have to create like multiple versions of each chest piece and stuff like that. So I don't think that's something we will expect, but we will add content to the existing layers, and there might be new additions as well that will come up during the development.
Yeah, I think it's also worth mentioning, like in terms of customization, when we go to, we were kind of seeing a lot of more RP servers started to be creating, and people like want to exactly like live as a vampire. And we will also look at other ways to kind of improve the role-playing experience by we talked about potentially adding transmog. We talked about how can we add more ways to the castle, like can we have ways to play music, ways to kind of create this kind of ballroom potentially, or like making a big dining table where everyone can dine and drink blood, and there's like ideas, and we think it's important to also think about that aspect of the game and see what can we make to create that way to allow people to just live more as a vampire, but also help out with the vampire fantasy.
Yeah, I am curious as well. We'll keep moving with the chat questions, but this is a question that I kind of wanted to ask that I forgot to ask now that you bring it up. And you have such a fully fleshed out PvE and PvP system, right? And I feel like the first thing that I saw as well was people just electronically role playing. Is that something that you expected with the game because of there being vampires? Like, did you expect so many people to be RPing, or was that a bit of a surprise when you actually saw everybody, like so many people enjoying the game in that way?
Yeah, as Peter said, we never done any games with like in-game voice and stuff like that, and just seeing how powerful that is, it was a bit surprising. And also we come from a kind of niche hardcore environment, so getting all these kind of new types of players were obviously something that was kind of new for us in a way, but we wanted to keep the doors open. But definitely,
yeah, I think, that was quite fun as well with the game, as it like attracts these hardcore PvPers, but also these explorers, these role players, these castle builders. There's so many types of players, and we were like, we don't want to negate any one of them. We want to look at like what do they like about it, like what do this role-playing community like. It's as what do they want? Like, do they want a way where they can like interact more with their castle? Do they want to interact with their servants? Do they want to have these like rooms where they can invite people to serve like blood in different bowls and stuff like that? Just role play the vampire fantasy, right? So we really want to like encompass all this different to be target players as well, so that there's something new for everyone. So I think there's a lot of focus right now on the systems, right? But we also want to see what players like, how they use the sandbox environment of the game as well.
It's funny just seeing chat right now, just everything that they're bringing up that they would like to see in the roleplay world. I do not think that you guys are adding cat girls anytime soon, though. So chat, you can cool it with that. But we will take a few more questions here from chat. Just please don't make them about cat girls. So this question is coming from somebody that does not seem to be from the role-playing community. It seems much more focused on the hardcore elements of the game. Most people use Scythe. Will you modify weapons so that they will be as effective as the Scythe? So this person,
it's more like a balance question, right? And we're all looking at the general balance of all weapons and spells. I think we did a hotfix like the other week that addressed some of the ability overpowerness. So we're definitely tuning things along the way. Effectively, I think also with the site, it's interesting because it might be perceived a bit more powerful in the numbers than it actually is when you like calculate it. So I think it's something with that AoE and everything that feels really good to use as well. So it's not always like that the numbers are totally off. It's sometimes it's just also like the feel of it. So, but we're keeping a close eye on it if we're like balancing, making it more juicy with effects or tweaking the numbers to get the right feel in every weapon.
Yeah, I don't think Drakmore played axes before he asked that question. The axe feels so good. I love the axe. I love the bow a lot too. I really do
use the crossbow. Like whenever you're low level, the crossbow, it seems like it does more damage to higher level targets. So I think I spent about 20 minutes killing a Treant at like level like 10 or something like that. It was great. And so yeah, I totally I totally like that a lot. That's usually what I kill most bosses with even.
Yeah, I just love the crossbow too, how much it really does allow you to utilize whatever kit you set up with your spells.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you can change that for the other melee focused weapons as well, but just being somebody who likes to use spells typically in games, the crossbow definitely felt like it suited my playstyle. But great question, Drakmore. I definitely do think talking about some of the balance of what we can see in the future is something that's pretty cool. But we got enough time for a few more questions here. I see a bunch of them flowing in, so we'll take another one. Will we see any endgame replayability when it comes to V Blood bosses? Currently, once most bosses are killed, you can kind of forget about them, right? You get that power, and then you don't need to actually attack that boss again.
Yeah, I think for the V Bloods are actually designed in a way where we don't want them to be like a grind where you like return to them and kill them over and over and over again. Like we have intentionally made them so that people don't stack up around and like just grind to get some items or stuff like that. But we'll definitely look into like more challenges or units for the end game that could be more interesting in more a grind or event based way, where we would gathering players for moments and fight over the bosses, fight over the like some elite units and stuff like that. But the V Blood bosses in the progression loop is intentionally designed to not be killed over and over again.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, especially so you don't want to have people like trying to farm the same stuff over and over and over. Yeah, absolutely. All right, we can do maybe like one more question, maybe two, see what happens. I know while we're going to the next one, I want to ask, do you guys think you're going to have any other different types of mounts in the game?
What can you say the question again?
Oh, sorry. Like different types of mounts, like riding a bear, or you know. Yeah, I think sorry, I messed up. Yeah, are you gonna have like different other types of mounts, like maybe a bear, or I don't know, like a tiger or something like that? I mean, this is a WoW question basically, but yeah.
I mean, we already have seen some like ideas from our art team, which already like concepting on always like new ideas on both units and mounts. So we will definitely have the doors open for things like that. So.
I think it's also we did have in an earlier version you could like ride a wolf and like a bear, but then it also like conflicted with the ability to shapeshift into these creatures as well. So we did like we wanted to find a good balance where what can you mount and what can you shapeshift into, because it's like strange to be a bear mounting a bear, for example. So for clarity, like we said, like let's go for horses to begin with. It's very like it's basically like a car from this time, and it's very natural. And let's not go at least not let's not go with the things that you can shapeshift into. So maybe there will be more things to shapeshift into rather than there will be a lot of more types of mounts. I would say.
Man, if you could shapeshift into a horse, I know Forza would definitely play the game. So that would be something that would be pretty cool to see. But yeah, no, the first moment when you transform into an animal is such a cool milestone as well. I actually don't. I probably shouldn't say all of the animals that you can turn into. Because I don't want to spoil the entire game for people. Guys, you can check the game out on Steam as well. I did see that the mods were posting the link to Steam in the chat. But yeah, I don't want to spoil all of those moments because there are some that definitely caught me off guard.
The first time I was able to transform into a wolf, I thought that was pretty cool. I played it the first time on my second stream, and it just happened. I didn't even know what happened because I'm the kind of person that, like, it can literally be in like big text in front of me, and somehow I don't see it. And they finally told me how to do it, and I thought that was just so cool. So yeah, being able to transform into different stuff is, again, it's like more of the fantasy of playing the game, feeling like you're actually part of it and like you're out in the world, you know, more so. And I do think we should take this last question here, which is the question about leaderboards. Do you think that you'll ever have any sort of like global PvP rankings or arena in the game?
I think that's... go ahead, Martin.
Okay, yeah, we talked about different ways to kind of potentially expose data through like an API or other things like that basically allow players to do their own PvP ranking or things like that, depending on what they feel like is worth to, like, do they want to count kills, do they want to count collecting resources or boss kills and stuff like that. So in a way we kind of want to allow more customization, as we said. Like we prefer to choose solution which allow the players to kind of point the way rather than like do a kind of fixed way that we say this is the way it's intended to calculate, like if you say. So
it also, like, I would also add, like, it depends on how well it ties into the core loop. And it's been on like something we have been touched upon, like when for the return of Dracula, for example, will there be some sort of like point the reputation system of being Dracula? Can you claim that power from another player, and then how long can you stay Dracula before someone else steals it from you? We already kind of have that in a small way today. By in the end game, you can claim these soul shards, and there can only be one of each type, and you can bring them to your castle and defend it. But on top of that, if we could have like a score or a system that would actually like have a more of a end game goal, so that you can actually win the server, that and if that could tie into this end game, I think that could be like a cool thing for this more hardcore players who just want to go at it and play it more like a full playthrough, and let's see who wins it, and then we go at it again, right?
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense for sure. And like adding in an arena or like a ladder system also adds in its own kind of problems, because, you know, we were talking about earlier the scythe, and as soon as people decide that one weapon is better, and then everybody's all using that weapon, and it just becomes very formulaic. So I can see that being a double-edged sword, absolutely.
Yeah, not to be punny, but yeah, definitely it is one of those things where the wonder of the game is one of the things that keeps it being so fun. The meta is kind of one of those things that can put a lot of pressure on development, for sure. I was super excited to actually get to chat with you guys today. Peter and Martin, thank you for coming on the show. It's also very cool to get to hear somebody, you know, started off as a World of Warcraft player, now out in the world making games. Thank you guys for coming on today and sharing everything with us.
Thank you guys. Thank you. It's really fun being here, talking to you guys.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. And again, if you want to be able to follow V Rising and play the game, it's on Steam right now. I think actually isn't it on sale? I'm pretty sure it is. And so you guys can just pick it up and play it out. And there's plenty of videos on YouTube if you want to look at some gameplay firsthand and see for yourself. But yeah, I played it myself. Rich has too, and it's a pretty good game. I enjoyed it a lot.
I'm playing it again tonight, boys. So that is that is definitely the plan. So you guys can check that out too during the after show that we're going to be doing tonight, where you can obviously ask me and Asmon any questions, just like every week, whether they're about V Rising or about anything else. I don't know what else you would ask us about, but pretty much anything is on the table, right, Asmon?
Pretty much anything. Not anything though. Unless it's more questions about why I didn't play Final Fantasy today. You know, that's about it. Everything else is totally okay. But yeah, guys, thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. As I said, I want to finish the game. Now that you're talking about the Great Sword, I'm very, very interested. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And we do have one announcement here that we want to make at the end of the show. There's a little thing that Rich has been working on, etc. And we'd like to show it to you guys and give you a peek of what's about to be happening.
Please, you have to help me. I've been stuck on this island with no food, water, more importantly, viewers to inflate my sense of self-ego. Oh no! Do you know what the worst thing is? Is it June or July? On June 13th, Baja Blast and Baja Zero Sugar are releasing for limited times only. And if I don't get off this island, I'll never get to sip the sweet ambrosial flavors of Baja Blast and Baja Blast Zero Sugar. And their two new limited flavors, Mango Gem and Baja Gold. No! Wait, what's that? I'm saved. It's a bottle Baja Blast, and there appears to be a message inside. Like. Ah!
Wait, you know the line? Don't take it out yet if you don't.
It says, fans can grab specially marked bottles of Baja Blast to enter for a chance to win $1,000 daily on treasuresofbajaisland.com/do. Thank God you're here. Wow, that sounds like a great opportunity for some self-promo. What would Mizkif do? I know, he would announce another game show. That's right, we're announcing OTK's newest game show in partnership with Mountain Dew Baja Blast. And I'll be your host, me, Rich Campbell.
I can't believe they approved that.
Me neither. I've actually been taking acting lessons with my significant other, but I'm upset because the part that he used is me getting ready to cry. I did start crying, and I thought that he would edit out me warming up, and it would just end with me crying, but he used the outtake as the take. But yeah, I got a game show.
Yeah, great. All right, there we go. When is the first episode?
Tuesday. Yeah, it's literally
Holy
Tuesday.
Shit, it's oh my God, I didn't realize it was this soon.
Wait, Pecky, what'd you say? Tuesday at 5 CT. Okay. As you can tell, a lot of people behind the scenes help make this possible, as we're literally having production in our ear telling us what time it's live. So yeah, it's gonna be every Tuesday at 5. And guys, there's a bunch of secret stuff that I can't even announce yet with the game show, with the format. It's going to be a little bit different than some of the OTK shows that we've done in the past. We have a lot of cool ideas for community involvement, some cool ideas that I was told not to tell you guys about. There are a lot of ways that you guys can actually get involved. And the show itself, we actually, to give you a little bit of behind the scenes, we actually developed the game show itself for this one almost a year ago, and we've just been waiting for the right time. So I'm pretty excited to actually do it. And Asmon definitely should come on the show sometime.
Imagine me coming on the show. Wow, that would be crazy, wouldn't it? Yeah, I think I'll probably do that, guys. Of course I will. Gentlemen, I want to say thank you all so much for watching today. I really fucking appreciate it. We had a great show. We had a lot of fun. And I think we're going to be back on Saturday, and maybe we'll play a little bit of Final Fantasy 14. Imagine that. I really can't at this point. So, yeah, we'll play a little bit more of that. And absolutely. And maybe do some other stuff too. So thank you guys so much for watching. We're going to be going on over to Rich's stream and doing some of the after show, taking some of your questions, everything else like that. Thank you guys so much for watching today, guys. I really fucking appreciate it. And I will see you guys over there on the after show. Until next time, boys. Peace.